Williams, Russ Wilson. But Russell Wilson still has an opportunity to be like that old country song and say, I may not be as good as I ever was, but I can be as good once. Let me tell you, yesterday, I don't think a damn person in the NFL was better than Russ. And if that defense, who we talk about, have all of these pass rushers and this, that, and the other, if that defense has any kind of acumen, they win that football game. And they win it going away. Okay? So let's stop just hating on Russ when he gets on teams that don't help him out. They put up 37. Okay? That man passed for 452, 454, whatever it was. That defense is bad. And I know everybody want to tell me about pass rushing. I could give a damn about pass rushing if you can't stop the run. I could give a damn about pass rushing if people just get on the field and just march down the field on you at will. So when that begins to happen, let's stop telling me about the pass rush, okay? They got 3 guys on that team, Abdul Carter, they got Thibodeau, they got Burns, and then they got a great one in their DT, but they all want to get to the quarterback. But they couldn't do that. Then they couldn't stop the run. But Russ, they didn't get to Russ very often. Man, that dude throws an unbelievable rainbow pass, and he's as good as any still in the league. Let's give him his credit. He's been doing it a long time. A minute person, as far as football quarterback standards are, but he's still been doing his thing. The man got a Super Bowl ring. He's a baller. And I think the hate on him has to stop. You know, I'm starting to realize hate happens on people that you want it to be, not just people that how they play. Joe Burrow been hurt again, so we're going to start calling him an injury prone. Okay, I know he's great. Macaulay Culkin look alike. But are we going to start saying he's injury prone? He don't deserve what he gets. I doubt it, because that's not the way the world is made up. The world is made up to go after people who they want to feel is a villain. And Russ just came in. He's a little quirky. He's a little goofy. Got a beautiful wife. He's an NFL quarterback. Hell, you might want to be like him. The dude is doing some unbelievable things out there. So let's get it straight. We got my guy in town. Well, not in town, Jay. You're always in town, right? JP just pulled up. The NFL, Jay, I'm telling you, the NFL was spectacular. And we talked so much about the Giants and their pass rush. What's up with the rest of their defense?
Dude,
it's awful.
That corner, Adebo, is terrible. I mean,
he's not Adebo. He's just Adebo. We say Adebo, he's like he's Adebo. No, he's an Adebo.
The Cowboys-Giants game yesterday was entertaining, but not necessarily good football. And then both those teams were so gassed in overtime.
That team was I guarantee it was entertaining for all the analytics people in the world. And
for the fantasy fans.
And the stats geeks and the fantasy fans. But the ultimate thing is, who won the game?
Dallas.
I think that's the ultimate thing.
Serious question for you. I was listening to PFT's podcast this morning.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a redraft, if every NFL GM right now today got to draft players in the league, where does Brandon Aubrey go? That dude is such a weapon, man.
But see, that's the thing about it. We don't get to live life like that. Brandon Aubrey wasn't in the NFL.
Right.
Brandon Aubrey was at home working, eating with his wife. He had gone to the USL, but UFL?
I think he was a pro soccer player.
Yeah, he played pro soccer. Then he tried out the XFL or something like that. Then somebody finally got him in the league. The whole thing about that one is, listen, bro, I'm glad he could kick balls like that. How often is he going to just have to kick them 64-yarders? The 64-yarder he kicked looked like he was doing a chip shot. He didn't swing his leg very hard.
Unbelievable.
You know, so listen, man, I know when you see a kicker like that, we come back to here.
I'm not even bringing it to
No,
you.
I'm bringing it. I'm going to bring it here. That has to be addressed.
Dude, that guy
that has to be addressed.
Is such a weapon. Just such a weapon. I mean, did you to send it into overtime? To send it into overtime when the running back went down at like the 45, 47, the running back wasn't even trying to like gain more yardage.
Well, they know what he's capable of. So let's be real. They know his distance. They know it in practice.
Speaking of distance and just everything going on, can we talk about the damn Beltway? Can you just give me the Wi-Fi password, please? Thank you. Can Can we talk about the Beltway? I think there was a real accident, so I'm very sorry for the people involved. But it is so difficult to drive around this area, man. It can be so freaking difficult. And I was really excited. I left the house early, and I called B at like 9 a.m. I'd gone a quarter of a mile in, 25 minutes. And whatever. All's well that ends well. We are here. I was listening to you, B, and one question I wanted to ask you, and it seems like you were locked in on this. Watching the Eagles and the Chiefs yesterday.
Uh-huh.
You're still not worried about KC?
No, I'm not.
They have no weapons. Mahomes is a dog, but they have
weapons. They just their weapons are very, very goofy right now. They lost 20-17 to the defending world champions.
Sure.
That's not nothing to really be mad at. But you lost the game, but they played them tighter than the week 4 when they didn't have their dog. They didn't have Carter in the game against Dallas.
Yeah.
They had
Dallas's offense is good. Dallas doesn't play any defense.
Their offense is good, but they give up a lot. And all you got to do is just realize, in the end of the game, all they're going to do is throw it deep.
So, 0-2. Now, granted, they've lost to 2 playoff teams from last year, including defending Super Bowl champs. But if you're Vic Fangio, right, Eagles D coordinator, if you're Fangio, who do you have to game plan for on that offense? Obviously, Mahomes is Mahomes. But, who's the receiver making you alter stuff? Because Kelsey was good. He had that one crazy catch on the 4th down. But he also had the bobble that went right to the interception.
But see, you look at that. See, that's the thing about it. Once the game is over, as an analyst, I can go back and look at what they could have, should have done. Kelsey catches that ball.
Yeah.
Eagles win that game. I mean, the
Chiefs at least take
win
the
that
lead.
game. They take the lead, but I think they end up winning the game. I think there were a lot of little things that the Chiefs did wrong in the game. What's happening is this. When you have an exceptional quarterback, I think you need to be able to only let him use those when it's necessary. His exceptional capabilities. I'm seeing game plans now in the NFL where the quarterback comes into the game having to be exceptional. He's making it up for the coaches, the players on the offside, on the offensive side, and trying to help out the defense. It's time now that the coaches start setting this thing up to where we're going to game plan something, and when it's time for him to be Superman, he puts on his cape. Yeah. Don't expect the cape to come on when he walks out the damn locker room.
Totally. You're leaning on him too much. I heard you address the Burrow thing this morning. They're saying up to 3 months. Now, he's going to look for a second opinion. Maybe that can go a different way. Joe Burrow is a great, great player, but dude misses time.
Joe Burrow and Christian McCaffrey. Those are the same guys to me.
Burrow's been more dependable, but yeah, you're right. I mean, McCaffrey yesterday was pretty good. 13 carries for 55 on the ground, had another 52 through the air with a touchdown. How about Mac Jones starting for the Niners yesterday, 280 and 3 touchdowns? The way Kyle is, whether the reports are accurate or whatever, the story is Kyle wanted to draft Mac Jones when they took Trey Lance. And so when Kyle
that story going to be told even more now, right?
But certainly by some. And for Kyle to get Mac Jones and be able to kind of dial him in, I want to go through the league and see who we think the best 2-0 teams are, who are the worst 2-0 teams. Just because it's kind of fascinating out there right now where it's so early in the year. I think watching football, not just Washington, but watching the entire league yesterday, you do get a sense a lot of teams are still trying to figure it out. Like the lack of playing in the preseason, these early games. I don't know if you watched the Colts, the way they finished against the Broncos. The Broncos, I think, did not handle the end-of-game situations well. Indy deserves credit. They are 2-0. Somebody's going to be 2-0 tonight. We got Chargers, Raiders, both 1-0. And then we got, what's the other game? Bucks, Texans, right? Both those teams, or I guess just the Bucks are 1-0. It's fascinating to watch early season NFL and try not to jump to too many conclusions. I don't know. I don't know what the Giants do. I don't know what the Giants have. Russ Wilson looked way better yesterday than he had week 1 against Washington. But I also wonder if the Cowboys defense is terrible. That offense is going to keep them in some games, but that Cowboys defense is terrible. The Giants now 0-2, now have the Chiefs at home. The Chiefs are coming in 0-2. Mm-hmm. They're going to circle that thing. Like that's Sunday Night Football next week.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if we have an early look-ahead line on that. I imagine it's out there. I bet the Chiefs are favored by 5.
They may be, but I can tell you this: whoever they playing, they better have somebody watching number 1. Badass dude right there.
Bad dude.
They knew the Giants had to go deep. He beat the corner and the safety by steps.
Dude, neighbors could play.
He can play, dog.
Looking ahead, Chiefs are favored by 6 in New York, and I kind of think that's right. I have a heart. Dude, so the Giants have the Chiefs next week at home, Sunday Night Football, then the Chargers week 4 at home. You think the Giants are going 0-4 to start?
Possibly.
And if they do, is Daboll there for week 5?
Hey, bro, after I saw the college football coaches fall this like that yesterday, I think by week 7, there's going to be some people in the NFL gone.
I have my answer for Virginia Tech, by the way. I have the answer to the riddle. I will share that a little later in the program. I actually want to talk to some Virginia Tech people. There is also, how about Ben Johnson now 0-2? The Lions
52 burger on them.
Throttled the Bears yesterday.
You think that was something that they really went out there to do? They went out there to beat them like that. They wanted to say, okay, good, glad you left.
You'll enjoy this text exchange I had with Bees yesterday. Bees texted me at 10:45. Now, me and Mike Beasley text about like bets we like all the time. We're both kind of in that degenerate world. He texted me at 10:46 a.m. Who is it today? I said, I love the Lions. He said, bleep, I like the Bears. Maybe I regroup. Then at 3:45, he texted me, just like I said, love the Lions. A lot for us to discuss today. We got to get into the Jaden Daniels situation. We're going to hear from Dan Quinn later this afternoon. 3:30 is when DQ will address the media. I won't be shocked if Rap Sheet or somebody has a report prior to DQ talking. We are at I've never been out here, B. Have you been here before?
Oh, bro, JP, yes.
Is that the Potomac?
Yes.
This place is beautiful, dude. Just beautiful.
They have bear out here, too, just so you know.
Well, hopefully not here in the clubhouse.
No, they've been on the golf course before.
There's
been one right there by that water, too.
This place is gorgeous.
They like big-eared dudes that are bloggers.
Bears do?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
They told me yesterday.
I got that going for me. Very cool to be out here at the 2025 Keller Williams McLean Great Falls Youth for Tomorrow charity golf tournament. Looks like the golfers just got out there. My guess is Jeffrey's going to be out and about trying to meet and greet, get his swag bags. I know how Jeff rolls at these golf tournaments. Really, I got to say, on first glance, I am blown away by the beauty of this golf club and being
sweet.
Right on the river. I mean, I know Trump's right on the river like this, but it's not nearly as serene and scenic as it is right here. Yeah. We got a busy day. I want to talk Jaden. I want you and I to kind of walk through what we think is maybe going on. But before we go, I can't tell you how many times I've pulled out of my driveway and thought, wait a second, did I leave the garage door open? If you know me, I'm a forgetful fella. I do a lot of things dumb. And having the MyQ app for my garage door is an absolute game changer because I can close that thing at any time. The LiftMaster garage door opener and the MyQ app have made a huge difference at my house. The MyQ app, I can open or close my garage door anywhere. And you know who did it for me? Door Pro America. These guys are experts. They helped us narrow down the options when we got the new garage door, provided a great recommendation, installed it. Couldn't have been easier. They're based locally. Door Pro America has been doing this for over 50 years. When you do something that long, you're doing it right. It's not just new installs. They can do repairs. They can do maintenance. Whatever you need, Door Pro America can hook it. Call today. Ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or you can check them out now at doorproamerica.com. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, live out at the Keller Williams McLean Great Falls Youth for Tomorrow golf tournament benefiting Joe Gibbs Youth for Tomorrow. Youth for Tomorrow, it's crazy what Coach has accomplished with that group for now, probably, what do you figure, be 30 years?
What, Coach here?
I mean, how long is Youth
Way
for
longer
Tomorrow
than
the
30
whole?
years.
I mean, 40?
Yeah,
Mid-'80s
that was
probably?
when I got here.
So probably mid-'80s. I mean, you're probably talking 40 years. Yeah. We did that. Remember you interviewed Peyton at his big Youth for Tomorrow gala? Mm-hmm. The people he has involved, you got some real heavy hitters, man.
Yes,
you got some real heavy hitters. And who doesn't want to be involved with Coach Joe, you know?
There you go.
So some great fundraising here today to benefit the Youth for Tomorrow. Really cool day. You know who I'm hoping we could track down today? Ooh. Donnie Warren. I believe he's here. I think Donnie Warren understands the NFL as a player, as a scout, run blocking, offenses. There are a few people, honestly, that have had the impact Donnie Warren has had on one organization. To be
You're right about that.
On, all 3 Super Bowl wins, all 4 Super Bowls Joe Gibbs went to, and then to serve in the organization for so long in the front office capacity. He's an impressive dude. We do have a packed show today. There's obviously a ton to discuss. My boy Tyler Dunne from Go Long is going to join us at 11, kind of go around the league. I have a fix for Virginia Tech football. I'm going to tell you that.
I saw you post
at 12:45.
You texted that to us last night.
I got a fix. 12:45. We're going to fix Virginia Tech football. 1 o'clock. Nikki Jhabvala from the Athletic is going to join us. You notice I got that correct that time, B. But in the meantime, we got to talk about Jaden. A lot of speculation, a lot of guessing. We're not going to get into the guessing game. Grant Paulson, who you can listen to this afternoon, Grant and Danny, reported, I think Friday evening. I kind of missed this because I was like in travel zone and then trying to be a dad. That Jaden had an MRI on his knee. I've texted with a lot of folks, talked with a lot of folks over the weekend, and Jaden got beat up in that Packers game, undoubtedly.
Yeah, he did.
He's also a kid that always wants to play and is willing to play hurt. We saw that last week. I am guessing he's going to miss some practice time this week. But I think, the amount of people texting me and, there's this assumption that the sky is falling. I'm not so sure that's the case.
Yeah.
I don't know what you've heard or I know. What is your concern level about Jaden through 2 weeks? He was on the injury report for the short week with a right wrist thing. Now there is the MRI.
Listen, man, it's football, and those things happen. I can say this. I look at the one hit when he was running, the guy came in low and caught him in the knee. That one troubled me a little bit. But you see hits like that all the time. People keep going.
Yeah.
It's the makeup of the individual. But I just feel that they got to get to a point where this thing has to be where he does those things when he has to. Too much of it now. And listen, if I'm a defensive coordinator and you run your quarterback against me, I'm taking shots. That's what I see. That's what Green Bay was doing. Okay? Just like when I saw Love run. Well, I said exactly the same. You should make him not want to run again. That's football. I don't understand why people don't get that. But you're going to get nicked up a little bit. But he's proven he can get nicked up and play. He's not going to play this game of football and don't get touched. I just think that he has to get to a point where you got to find a delicate balance between that I want to play, the gung-ho aspect of it, and where I got to protect myself to be there all the time for my team. It's just a little delicate balance. You don't have to completely get rid of it, but you got to change it a little bit.
Do you think, especially if there is something going on, we'll hear from Dan Quinn at 3:30. I won't be shocked if we get a report prior to that. The Commanders did send out an updated media schedule this week, and I don't know that it's that much of a difference. But Jaden Daniels is slated to speak to the media on Wednesday, which is his normal availability. So when I see that, you don't want to draw too many conclusions, right? We're not going to get in the speculative game, but do you think Jaden is going to run, right? He's going to scramble. You'd be crazy to take that out of his game.
Yeah.
It did. I went back and watched the Packers game. When they were running some zone read stuff, at times it seemed like there were some good keep options for Jaden to keep it and go. Mm-hmm. They still ran him a fair amount, like designed runs. On the keep stuff, he didn't keep it all that often. He seemed to hand it off more.
See, that's the thing about it. I was making that comment with Tanner, but we don't know when those things are gives. You know, they all look the same, where it's an automatic give or a read. So if it's a give and he gives it to him and then he goes out, I would hope that someone would see it and then come back and call something different. But a lot of times those are just straight gives.
I think in that Packers game, the game plan wasn't great. And maybe the Green Bay defense is just that good. If you think about Green Bay held Detroit week 1 to 13 points, and Detroit dropped 50 yesterday. Mm-hmm. Washington's offense hasn't looked that good. They were only able to muster, whatever it ended up being, 18 points. I think you would have liked to see more adjustments with some of the passing routes in the second half of that. But I do wonder if Jaden's going to play his game, and I would never want to change that. So I wonder if they're going to have to protect him a little bit more as a staff.
Well, the thing about it, once he's on the field, Jaden's going to be Jaden. I think what's going to have to happen, as I just stated, and I didn't play at the level of a Jaden, but my coach in college basically had me realize I know how you're going to be, but I need you to not take the unnecessary ones. And you find a way to do it, to play your way without doing if I got the first down already, I don't need to take that hit. So I get down. You know what I mean? But if I don't have the first down, then it's hard for you to tell me don't get it. Don't try to get it. When he came out the backfield, and I'm sure if we go back, we can find this hit. This hit is the one that I think caused some issues. This guy came in like a damn missile.
Yeah.
And he caught him with his foot still on the ground.
It was the definition of a hip drop tackle.
I didn't. Not that one. I'm talking about the dude came in, zipped on him.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
And I would tell people, it protected me for 14 damn years. When you get to a certain point, let the legs go. Stop trying to run through everybody. Think you can run through everybody and think it. Let your legs fly. And you land on top of that person instead of them hitting you while your legs is planted. That's when you have a lot of injuries happening.
Nikki tweeted it out. I just dropped it in the group text. There was a play, I believe this was about 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, where 55 on the Packers, I think it's their linebacker, Enamori or something, just total definition of a hip drop tackle. Wasn't called, obviously. Maybe it's a D lineman, but you're not only are you not going to change how Jaden plays, you also shouldn't change how Jaden plays because he's an explosive, excellent player. But I wonder if maybe you limit some of the quarterback runs for a couple weeks. Because we'll find out. He's not a guy. I know that eventually we'll open these phone lines up and people will be like, oh, just rest him. Just put him on the bench. I don't know that they're going to do that. You know what I mean? He's your best player.
Football is a sport where people play hurt all the time. And I understand some people we feel are way more important than others. But if that person, you go through all the medical stuff and that person can still go, he goes. I mean, that's the barbaric part of this sport. You know, the average person looking at it will automatically go, oh, man, he shouldn't be out there, because you wouldn't be out there. You know what I mean? He's going to play. I mean, if they feel it's okay, he's going to play.
Agreed. You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We are live at a beautiful River Creek Country Club out in Leesburg here for the Youth for Tomorrow charity golf tournament. Just a beautiful day out here. I want to go around. I want to ask the boys how worried they are about Jaden. At 11 o'clock, we're going to talk to Tyler Dunne. We'll open the phone lines up a little later in the program. I think a lot of people are kind of on pins and needles waiting for some information. Dan Quinn addressing the media this afternoon at 3:30. We're all back at practice on Wednesday. We'll see what we see then. We'll see what DQ allows today. NFL coaches in general aren't the most forthcoming on injuries, but I would expect some level of an update. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, beautiful day at River Creek Country Club. If you're in the golf tournament, come say what's up. Maybe you're playing us in the cart. Appreciate you. Professor Landini, I'm going to start with you. How worried are you about this Jaden situation?
Yeah. I mean, look, without Jaden Daniels, the team probably doesn't go to the playoffs. The fact that he has a knee injury is troubling. I'm worried.
What if they say, it's a bone bruise, he's got to wear a brace, he's going to be okay?
I'll be less worried, but still worried.
Now, if you hear anything involving an L,
panic.
ACL, MCL, LCL.
For the level 47 panic.
If we hear anything with an L, I think people start to get nervous.
The A you got to worry about. The L and the M are ones you can play with.
You did this for a long time at a high level. I know you're not a doctor, but I also know whenever I injure something, you have great ways for me to stretch it and kind of work through it. What is the difference, ACL, MCL, LCL?
ACL is that main one that you need for the stability. LCL is more of the lateral, the outside part ligament. Medial collateral is an MCL. And people have been able to play with the L and the M when it's like a slight tear. People have played Thurman Thomas with the ACL when it's a slight tear. When that thing, if it's not nothing that's like really torn or whatever, you can put a brace on it and you can play with it. I played with some slight tears. I played with some getting drained and stuff like that for years. So when I hear it first, I would like to talk to an actual trainer and they tell me what the thing is. I can tell you then whether he can play. I've watched him enough to know that the dude can play with pain.
It's not a toughness issue.
Most people can't. Now, if it gets to a point where it's going to mess you up, you want to make sure that it doesn't happen. If you get to a point where you think it's going to really, really something that can go, some people be talking about, it's hanging on by a thread. Nah. You want to sit down on that one.
Landfill, have we done a B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll today? Because I think we do. How concerned are people about Jaden? Because I bet people out there are freaking out.
Yeah, they're going to be concerned.
I just got this tweet from Robert Luke on X.com, the Everything app. He said, this is verbatim the same conversations we had with RG3. I can't be clearer on this. No, it's not. Robert blew out his knee.
Yeah.
Robert blew out his knee.
These people like to make stuff to where it was not verbatim. Robert got his knee whipped, and it was messed up completely. Robert avoided getting any checkups. Robert avoided getting the people to look at it.
He forced himself all in
Forced
for
himself
week
back
one.
on the field, okay? Then later on, it gave out on him because you know what? He and the owner was telling him what to do. They were deciding, not the doctors. We're hearing MRI and all this, which means the man's already going to look at a doctor. That's already different than what Robert did.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like. It's the same thing where folks are trying to say that the Packers game was like the Bucs game last year. I think they're entirely different entities. I think whatever's going on with Jaden is entirely different than whatever went on with Robert. I don't think we need to have those direct comparisons, concerns, because I'll go a step further. Jaden is incredibly advanced as a pocket passer where Robert wasn't.
Yeah.
Like, these are not the same players.
Totally.
And if you want to just reach for everything because they're both number 2 overall picks and Heisman winners and went to the playoffs their first year, like, I won't discount that there are some similarities, but, like, it's just an overly simplistic mindset to try to draw a direct linear path to what's going on right now to what happened
That's
then.
what people do these days.
Not to mention, I mean, Jaden finished that game the other night. Like, I don't know. Our guy Jeff tends to freak out about things. Hello, Jeffrey.
What's up, JP?
I'm parked right next to you. Saw your Jeep looking fly. How worried are you?
You know I'm worried, JP. When he got up hobbling, I said, "Oh Lord, not his leg." And I trust that the coaching staff, the medical staff, they're going to do what's needed to do. They're not going to rush him, even if it's something we don't know yet. He could just be sore, you know.
Yep.
So two things, and you probably did too, B. I saw Jaden in the locker room after the game. There was no medical attention. I saw him walk to and from the podium, and the way Green Bay's set up, they don't make it easy on the visiting team. You got to go up and down this narrow-ass staircase.
Yeah.
Like, it's – if you're injured, the process of moving around the locker room and coming off the field is pretty laborious. Like, it's not – it's an old-school building where they don't make it easy for the visiting team. I saw Jaden walk to and from the podium, in and out of the locker room, like – you know, he's getting changed. He's just talking to guys. Like, if there was an urgency, it wasn't apparent. Now, that said, one thing to always keep in mind, and Brian, you've reminded me of this over and over, is like you do the MRI a day or two later, because if there is swelling, you've got to let it go down. So, like, could there have been ice or heat or something? Yeah, and Jaden was kind of wearing, like, baggy pants. Like, he could have had an ice or a wrap on there that I didn't see. But, like, the MRI, I want to say this, can be done just as a precautionary measure.
True.
Like, yo, let's just check that thing out. Let's just see what's going on.
If someone tell you they have an injury, you're checking it out, and you can't figure out exactly what's going on, that's the next thing you do. You go find a way to look in there and check it out, see what's going on.
We're not ruling anything out. I'm not a doc. I'm not here to speculate. If you're worried, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. But I do think we wait for DQ and kind of just let's all exhale. All right?
Yeah. Let's not speculate.
I'm holding my breath. I'm sorry.
Jeff,
you know how I am, dog.
I'm sorry.
Listen,
I
bro.
am.
I just don't believe in dealing with the same issue multiple times. If the man's gonna come up here and tell me what the situation is, I'm gonna listen to him. I don't care about people who want to be the one to break the news. I want to know what the hell the doctor said once the coach hears it.
You're not into Twitter doctors, B?
No, I could give a damn about them. They can all pluck her up. What I feel like is this: once they tell me what's going on, then we can go from that point. You know, I have seen too many guys that we look at and say, "Oh, he can play," and then he can't. But I look at guys we don't think can do it, and that guy can do it over and over again. So I'm going to wait and see what Dan Quinn says and move from that point.
When we return, Tyler Dunne joins us going around the NFL. Nobody go anywhere.
This update is brought to you by I-66 Express Lanes. Cincinnati quarterback Joe Burrow will be out at least 3 months because he needs surgery for turf toe. That means Jake Browning is now the quarterback for the Bengals. Justin Fields has been placed in concussion protocol, and the Dallas Cowboys have signed veteran pass rusher Jadeveon Clowney. Falcons defeated the Vikings 22-6 on Sunday Night Football. J.J. McCarthy struggled. 158 yards, 2 interceptions, a fumble, and 6 sacks. 2 games on Monday Night Football. Buccaneers at Texans at 7, Chargers and Raiders at 10. The Raiders-Chargers game will be joined in progress after the Nats on the Fan, and you can hear both games live on Team 980 beginning at 6. Nationals beat the Pirates 4-3 after trailing 3-0. James Wood scored the go-ahead run from first base. The Nats have won 9 of their last 13. Tonight it's Mitchell Parker against Spencer Strider as the Atlanta Braves arrive. 6:45 is the first pitch on the Fan. Virginia Tech has fired Brent Pry, and Deshaun Foster is out at UCLA. Hokies will go with Philip Montgomery as their interim coach and maybe look to Shane Beamer, Michael Vick, or others next season. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Live, River Creek Country Club in Leesburg. It is beautiful out here. We're here for the Youth for Tomorrow, Joe Gibbs Charity Golf Tournament. Right now, I'm excited to get on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. Talk to Tyler Dunne, founder of Go Long, home of long-form NFL coverage. You can check him out at golongtd.com. Ty, what's up, man? How you been?
Doing good, JP. How you doing, man?
We're good, man. We are good. I imagine your subscription base quadrupled earlier this month when you dropped this bombshell of a report on just the level of dysfunction with the Chicago Bears. Bears people now think they got it all figured out with the hire of Ben Johnson. Now they've started 0-2. Got absolutely smacked by the Lions yesterday. What do you make of everything going on in Chicago?
Yeah, I think as people dig into all 3 parts of our series there, Go Along, that you referenced, House of Dysfunction, thanks everybody for subscribing, and thanks to those Commander fans too, because there's a lot of Jaden Daniels stuff in there. I think the more you kind of read this and learn about the Chicago Bears and how they do business, the more you realize it's a Ryan Poles series than a Caleb Williams series. And it all kind of starts there with the general manager and how he sets the tone. Look, there's a lot of other stuff. The way he fires people is unbelievably unprofessional and callous, and there's numerous specific examples. There's the fact that he's kind of obsessed with Twitter, and he'll be kind of keeping tabs on everything said about him, everything said about the team. It's a little strange. Some scouts were like, hey, if you're that obsessed with it, why doesn't Mel Kiper just pick the team? But I think at the end of the day, it does boil down to his process or lack thereof with the most consequential decision in Bears modern history, the number 1 overall pick in a quarterback-rich draft, and just the fact that these mistakes add up. I mean, really, from a number 1 pick down to 6th and 7th round selections, you screw up that much, and you get what you see on Sunday, just total obliteration at the hands of the Detroit Lions. I mean, really, their issues are many, and I guess it starts right there at quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, the Bears situation just seems like a mess. The team president, Warren, to me, that dude's a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're in such a bad cycle of, like, new GM inherits a coach, then GM gets fired, coach is there, coach gets fired, new GM, like, I don't know that Caleb's the guy, but I don't know that he's ever going to be given the chance to be the guy there. Through 2 games for Utah, I mean, you cover the entire league. who's been the most impressive team so far?
Ooh, good question. I think it's those Green Bay Packers, and gosh, offensively, you had Jordan Love, you have all of these receivers you've drafted. You made the move for Josh Jacobs a year ago. I think everybody expected the offense to be explosive with Matt LaFleur pushing those buttons, but as you saw down there in D.C., the defense and what they're able to do pressure-wise with Jeff Hafley, that's probably what stuns me the most. I think last year they really had to do a lot of smoke and mirrors and blitz and stunt and send bodies and do all kinds of different funky things to generate pressure. That's not really what a coordinator wants to do. I think the dream scenario is Vic Fangio in the Super Bowl blitzing exactly 0 times, and Green Bay is able to get that kind of pressure on quarterbacks. It's 2 games in, right? The sample size is small, but man, whether it's Edgerrin Cooper, a young linebacker who could be a star, or Micah Parsons, to get him, it's still crazy to me. I mean, I covered the Packers for 4 or 5 years as a Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, and this is the kind of move you joke about. I mean, you'd never expect those Ted Thompson Packers to do anything remotely close to this. But to get Micah Parsons, I think, pushes this team into legit Super Bowl contention. And I think you're feeling okay if you're a Commander fan. The fact that you kind of ran into a buzzsaw there at Lambeau Field, because I think Green Bay, it's hard to find a weakness on that roster.
Do you look at the Eagles and think that they are where they were last year? Because it seems like there's some little things that's not necessarily there. They're sitting at 2-0, but last year they were a buzzsaw. This year they seem like they have some things that people could get them with.
Right. I guess if they can, go false start on those tush pushes every week, they should be okay. I don't know how that gets missed. That was such a big
That play
moment
is so poorly officiated, dude. Week after week after week.
Yeah.
I know it. It's brutal. And so you have that, and then you've got old man Kelsey, with that, the ball just bouncing off his chest right into your hands at the goal line. So there were some gifts, but you got to take advantage of your gifts, and that's what champions do, I suppose, right? That's how they're going to spin it. Is they were able to throw the ball when they had to throw it. It wasn't often, and Saquon Barkley did enough, 4 yards of carry on the ground. I think, with Philly, though, what is impressive is, and you see this all the time with Howie Roseman's roster construction, they get the most that they can out of Josh Sweat, a guy who nearly lost his leg in high school. I remember talking to him for a Bleacher Report story once upon a time. I mean, it's unbelievable that he's even playing football. So you get a lot out of him. He should have been the Super Bowl MVP, and then you let him get his money with Arizona. You let Milton Williams get his money with the New England Patriots, and you're still able to hit Patrick Mahomes 10 times with 7 different players in this game. I think it says a lot about how they kind of replenish talent on the D-line and how Vic Fangio just remains one of the absolute steals. To get him from Miami, and you see what's happened to Miami, that defense is a well-oiled machine, and they'll go through their ups and downs on offense, and Jalen Hurts will probably clash with Nick Sirianni again, and A.J. Brown will probably read another book on the sideline, but they'll be right there. They always are.
All right.
Looking out to the NFC West, Ty. Niners, Cardinals, and Rams all starting 2-0. Seahawks with a good road win yesterday to get in the win column. Who you buying out of that group?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I think you have to buy the Rams. I was skeptical that Devontae Adams would have much left, but so far, gosh, he looks damn good at his age. I think he averaged like almost 18 yards a catch. So if you're getting Devontae Adams at least close to peak performance with Puka Nacua on the other side, with the Tyler Higbee, and if Stafford's back can hold up, that's a big if. I mean, hell, I'm 38 years old and I can feel my back. I think we all can. I mean, those back issues that you never know when that sciatica is going to sting down your leg. So that is a big if. Don't get me wrong, but he's a Super Bowl champion. You've seen them produce in big moments. You add a blue chipper in Devontae Adams. They've drafted so well on defense. I mean, just speaking of Ryan Poles' absolute disaster drafts, Byron Young's a player he passed on for another guy who's not even on the team anymore. I mean, they've drafted so well there in L.A. Once they got their picks back after winning that Super Bowl, that I think defensively that that has to be encouraging. Now, they just played a rookie quarterback. It's probably not time to jump up and down when you beat the Tennessee Titans. But give me the Rams out of that bunch.
I tend to agree with you there. What about it? It's pretty hard to look past the Bills at this point. Packers are playing really well. Eagles are 2-0. I mean, you got a bunch of 2-0 teams. But the Bills to come back and beat the Ravens the way they did week 1, and then yesterday, that was just not a contest. The Bills just outclassed the Jets. Probably, I mean, that was what? Buffalo's B-, C+ game? And it was 3 touchdowns?
Yeah, I mean, I live here in Western New York, and guys, just sitting down with Brandon Beane over the offseason, you could see he was pissed off. There's no other way to put it. He didn't like the fact that people outside of the building were kind of ripping him for not getting weapons for Josh Allen. You know, I was one of them early in the offseason. Like, you know what? You can't stop Patrick Mahomes. You can't stop the Chiefs. You might as well lean into this offensive juggernaut that you could have with Josh Allen and get weapons. And instead, they signed a bunch of D linemen, including Joey Bosa. They drafted defensive players with their first 5 picks. He basically said, okay, Sean McDermott, here are all of the possible options you could want for that inevitable playoff moment against Mahomes. And it's only 2 weeks, and my gosh, they gave up a ton of yards and a ton of points to the Ravens. But I think in this, like, slaughter of the Jets, you saw kind of his vision realized. Justin Fields completed 3 passes. I mean, it was pathetic. The Jets could hardly function on offense, and the Bills' offense was just this runaway freight train. They ran for 224 yards, and they can win in different ways. I think that's kind of a good lesson for all GMs of all teams. Like the Bengals, yeah, I guess you got to pay Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. And if you're the Dolphins, I guess you got to pay Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. But when you kind of allot that much money to wide receivers, it maybe the cap isn't real. I don't know. But it seems like it makes it harder to pay up for other positions. And the Bills have kind of meticulously built up their offensive line to win with the ground if they have to. They've got enough talent at receiver. They drafted Dalton Kincaid and Keon Coleman with their top picks back-to-back years. And defensively, we'll see what all these new bodies can bring. But they're a well-balanced roster that's confident in playing the long game. They know nothing now really matters. It's about January.
And a lot of good receivers there on the Cincinnati Bengals. But if Joe Burrow is out, what happens?
You know, I love Jake Browning. He is so much fun to watch. Man, running, throwing. He's got a lot of spunk to him. This is somebody that's been counted out a million times over. It's hard to imagine the Bengals really stepping into the ring with the Bills and the Ravens, the heavyweights in this conference if Burrow isn't there. I guess 3 months, you do the calendar flipping. Maybe he's got a chance later in the season, but gosh, by then it's just sad. It just feels like Andrew Luck 2.0, doesn't it, guys? Like, we've got this amazing talent that we can all watch, and he does it unlike anybody else. You know, he's not Josh Allen just leaping over linebackers and stiff-arming DBs. He's not Lamar Jackson, 0 to 60, maybe the best quarterback we've ever seen, just running away from everybody. But he beats you with his brain, and we just haven't seen him much. It's such a bummer. I wish he was healthy just so we could watch him. And at this rate, who knows? You know how many prime games, let alone years, you really get out of seeing Joe Burrow. Every year it's something.
For sure. It was disappointing to see that since he does get to 2-0, but you wonder what their ceiling is if Burrow's going to miss significant time. Maybe something else will happen here. I do want to circle this back to Washington. You said not too concerned after seeing what Green Bay did, after seeing the Lions just jump all over the Bears. Green Bay's defense through 2 games is just shutting people down. What is your concern level? Washington offensively hasn't really clicked, and now there are, it was our colleague here on the Fan, Grant Paulson, reported Jaden Daniels went and got an MRI last week. How you feeling about Washington?
I get it. Like we've seen these quarterbacks, take a step back. C.J. Stroud in year 2 didn't even resemble C.J. Stroud in year 1. a full off season that coaches have on you, that stuff does matter. But I don't know. Like, I just feel like Jaden Daniels is he is in that upper stratosphere. All the talent's obviously there. He's unbelievably fun to watch. Like Lamar, 0 to 60, can just slam the gas pedal. He's got an arm. He can read defenses, all that stuff. But I don't know. Working on this Bears series, it just opened my eyes to what's inside of a quarterback matters so much. We get so caught up into consuming these prospects, these rookie quarterbacks in 8-minute YouTube highlight reels. I mean, hell, I'm on the East Coast, so maybe that's the problem with Caleb. I never really watched Caleb for a full game. I just kind of consumed him like everybody else. Like, oh my God, he is Mahomes light. Like he'll be able to improvise and create. That stuff doesn't last. What lasts is what's inside Jaden Daniels. I mean, he's a worker. I've talked to coaches on that staff. I mean, he is there. Like you guys know, 5:30 a.m. going over the daily script with his coaches, hitting the weight room, putting in the kind of time that Caleb Williams refused to put in as a rookie. I mean, I'm sure you've broken down the virtual reality stuff that Jaden Daniels has done since that last year at LSU, right? He speeds the game up to 1.75 times, so it looks like everything is in slow motion because it kind of is. What I was told in Chicago is Ryan Poles heard about that and said, hey, maybe we should get something like that for Caleb Williams. And then they decided against it because they figured he wouldn't even use it anyways. It wasn't worth the money. I mean, tell me what is wrong with that. There's quarterbacks who put in the time. There's quarterbacks who don't. I'm bullish on Jaden Daniels. I feel like he's a special person in addition to being a special player, and he's got a hell of a coach in Cliff Kingsbury.
Totally agree with you.
I agree with you there. With Washington's offense, it's been clunky. They haven't been good on third down. Now you add the Eckler injury in. From what you've seen, I think you turn the keys to Bill here and see what you've got. What do you think they need to do in the run game?
Man, that's a great question because, hell, I think the last time I saw you down there I was sitting down with Brian Robinson Jr. and we're talking about the night he could have lost his life and it gave him the superpower, and then they trade him. He's not there, so that tells me they're confident in Bill, right? You don't make that move unless you truly believe you've got somebody that can then take those carries and do something with them. I think what gives you the confidence is the staff. I think there's just a lot of really smart people on this coaching staff that can figure it out. In addition to Cliff, whether it's Anthony Lynn, Bobby Johnson, there's a Kavita Pritchard. There's a lot of just really smart offensive minds, I think, that can piece this thing together and stay a step ahead. They did it last year. I know it kind of seems like it got stale against Green Bay, but I'm going to cut them some slack in that one. That felt like a Packers team that it didn't matter who stepped on that field. They were going to dominate that night and just get over the long haul. I think that quarterbacks who work like Jaden Daniels works and coaches who think outside the box like this coaching staff does it, they'll just figure it out with Bill or whoever's running the ball.
I know people don't think they don't look a lot at McNichols, but McNichols has the familiarity. McNichols is a guy who we know blocks. He can catch the ball at the backfield. He runs the ball effectively. I think he's going to have a bigger role than what people think.
Yeah, he could, and gosh, you would probably know this better than anybody. Like sometimes you get a really good scheme and really good coaches. It just reminds me of those old Denver Broncos teams where it didn't matter if it was Terrell Davis, Alandis Perry, Mike Anderson. Who else was running for 1,000 yards in that offense? You can scheme things up when you've got a quarterback who, on top of it all, like strikes the fear of God in linebackers. Like if you're a linebacker, you're a DN on the edge, trying to figure out who's carrying the ball, who's keeping the ball. That's just a threat that no other team has. So I feel like in conjunction with the quarterback, whoever's playing running back is going to be successful.
Ty, I applaud your big picture view because I think a lot of Commanders fans right now are thinking the sky is falling. Now, a lot of that is kind of hinging on some speculative stuff out there with Jaden's health. We'll find that out and then kind of draw the conclusions from there. Talking with Ty Dunne here from Go Long. Check him out at golongtd.com. Really good work there. Last thing, we got 2 Monday night games tonight. I really want to watch Raiders-Chargers. That thing starts at 10 o'clock on the East Coast. It's going to be kind of difficult. But Bucs-Texans should be a fun game, too. What do you like tonight? What are you watching for?
I know these primetime games are getting tough with three kids, man. Like when you don't know who's going to have a nightmare and who's if the newborn's going to wake up with a wet diaper. Like, there's too many variables. So I admittedly will not be staying awake for the nightcap. I hope to make it through one quarter. So we'll talk Bucks Texans, the 7 o'clock. Yeah, I think Stroud is going to be interesting to watch. You know, he was so good as a rookie. And he was able to get from 1 to 2 to 3 in a way he never was really asked to at Ohio State. And it is interesting too. I mean, I was told in Chicago that he was never even given a day in court. Like, Poles didn't want to take another Ohio State quarterback. But it is getting interesting with him though. In year 2, he clearly took a step back. I heard this last offseason he really didn't throw much at all, and I think it did concern the Texans to a degree that he wasn't throwing, and then you kind of saw, early in the season, he looks rusty, right? Like something is off there. So can he get back to his rookie form? It's been a while since C.J. Stroud was throwing like he was throwing against Tampa Bay as a rookie, and I know that's a game that Eagle Ryan's brought up this week. So I don't really know which direction this goes. I mean, his career really could take a hard turn the right way or the wrong way here.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to watch that game tonight. Ty, we appreciate your time, bro. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, thanks so much for having me, fellas. Anytime.
Yep. Ty Dunne from Go Long. Give him a follow at Ty Dunne, Tydunne. Really good Twitter follow, really good reporter, committed to writing things the right way, reporting things the right way. I enjoy his work. Check it out. Covers the whole NFL. When we come back, I'm going to open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Ty Dunne says, don't be freaked out about Washington. Green Bay was a wagon, and that game was impossible to win.
Right.
I tend to land somewhere similar. It's super early. It's September 15th, and it's 80 degrees. Football goes till it's 10 degrees in January. What do you say? Phone lines are open. How worried are you about the Commanders?
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. FanDuel is giving all customers a 50% profit boost token tonight on either game of your choosing. You have the Buccaneers going against the Texans, and how about the Chargers against the Raiders? Let's go to a Mecca anytime touchdown. How about a Lad McConkey over receptions? And let's go with Justin Herbert over passing yards. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
news for the Cincinnati Bengals and the NFL with Joe Burrow out 3 months because of toe surgery for turf toe. Jake Browning takes over as quarterback for the Bengals. Meanwhile, Justin Fields is in concussion protocol, and the Dallas Cowboys have signed veteran pass rusher Jadeveon Clowney. Falcons beat the Vikings 22-6 on Sunday Night Football. Tough night for J.J. McCarthy, 6 sacks, a fumble, and 2 interceptions. Dallas defeated the Giants 40-37 OT. Philly over KC 2017. Doubleheader tonight. Bucks and the Texans at 7. Chargers and the Raiders at 10. Both games are live on Team 980. The second game, Raiders and Chargers, is on after the Nats game on the Fan. Nationals and Braves at 6:45 after Washington beat the Pirates 4-3 yesterday. Trailing 3-0, James Wood scored the go-ahead run from first base. The Nats have won 9 of 13. Virginia Tech has fired Brent Pry. Philip Montgomery takes over as interim coach. Next up, they face Wofford on Saturday. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Doug, it's so pretty out here. I'm like looking around on Redfin. Like, how much is a house out here?
Houses out here, they're not cheap.
Nah, it doesn't look that way. I mean, it's beautiful. There's a reason.
Yeah.
I don't know. You think you'd be a gated community guy, B?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
It's nice.
Well, hell, I mean.
No riffraff.
Once you got a homeowners association, it's damn like it's gated any damn way.
Yeah, true. All right. I'm asking you before I go to the phone lines. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. B-Mitch, they lost bad in Green Bay. Packers were a much better team.
Yeah.
After watching a weekend of football, do you feel better or worse? Are you freaked out about Washington after watching almost the rest of week 2?
I'm not freaked out because I see they haven't played their best football yet. And I feel if they get their footing and get their best football out there, they're as good as any team out there. They need to go out and battle. And they need to be – I think they're still one of the top 7 in the NFC. And that's what they need to be to get into the playoffs, and then you make things happen. But moving forward, I think we have to understand, and I know what I know what football is these days. Get out. Don't worry about what the other teams are doing. Do what you need to do to get your crew working right. Because right now it seems like we do have a lack of being where we were because we did not participate very much in preseason. That has to change moving forward.
Let's go to the phones. Zach is in Virginia. Zach, you freaked out about where things are with Washington.
Brian, I got to know what it is you are drinking on today, this morning, that is making you this calm, because I'm absolutely a dumpster fire over here.
I'm
JP,
drinking on straight tea, dog.
Yeah. JP, I've been following you since the Rich Sandler days, man. And I remember when you first started doing the radio stuff with old Dukes, Sad Dukes, man. So it's really good to hear y'all still on the radio doing your thing. All right, so I got 3 things, and I'll take the answers off there. I'll jump off as soon as I'm done. First of all, defense. I think we got exposed a lot. I don't know how in the world you let a tight end who's 255 pounds open like that. 6 receptions, 124 yards, and a tutty, man. And this dude, he wasn't open like NFL open, Brian. He wasn't open like college open. This dude was like high school football Friday nights open. I mean, where was the secondary at? Where was the safety? What happened? Secondly, Cliff, dude, I think Cliff got out-coached, man. The only person that seemed like they could shake free was Debo. But I think the league has kind of figured out, man, that bubble screen, it's not a secret anymore. Everybody knows it's coming. And then I'll end with this. Terry, man. Terry ain't scary no more. Ain't nothing scary about Terry. All you did all July and June, you complained, you cried, I need my money, I'm the best, yada, 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 top 5. Where were you at, man? It's a 255-pound tight end getting loose in the backfield. Ain't nobody got his own area code out there, and you can't even shake a daggone rookie cornerback. Anyways, that's where I'm at today, man.
Appreciate the call, Zach. I do, and the kind words. I think Offensively, they were really limited. Nobody was getting much separation.
No.
I do not share Terry was complaining about his money. That is business of football, man. Like, if the head coach, if DQ can repeatedly say that's the business of football, I think we can as well.
We got to stop worrying about other people's money. We don't want people worrying about ours, do we? Listen, man, that game, Green Bay came in with a great game plan. They were playing the cloud coverages. They were sitting on routes, and we kept running the same routes after they showed us what they were doing. That is a situation where once you see that, you have to make some adjustments. And no, the players can't make the adjustments. If they call a play, the player got to run the play. So this is something where the coach has to make a change in his game plan as he go forward. You know, you go into a game and people are waiting for what you got to do, what you're trying to do. Don't keep doing it, because then you play into their hands. You know, that's all that needs to happen. I think whether Terry was in camp or not, hell, nobody was participating in the game.
Right.
So they did not. They are not totally together as a team. That can come. That can happen. Last year they started off, they weren't totally together as a team. They got it together. I believe that they will get it together. But like you said, me being calm, listen, man, I have enough stress in my life. I got enough stuff to worry about in my life. Why am I going to overly stress and concerned about things going on when I have no control over it? Just like most fans, I'm being honest with you, it's cool to be fanatical. But don't hurt yourself physically, mentally, because you overly try to think about stuff that you have no control over. And don't listen to everybody on social media. They damn sure don't know either. They're trying. They want to make you think they're smart. They're not that smart. Nobody knows. So let them get together. I watched this group get together last year. I have some faith in them. So I'm going to allow them to have their chance to go out there and do what they got to do. Point blank.
Let's go to my man Alex is in Silver Spring. Alex, how you feeling about these Commanders, bro?
I'm cool, man. Look, at first let's go with evidence and proof. You know what I mean? Just look at last year. I mean, it takes 53 to click and everything else. Last week's game, we went toe to toe with the best, one of the best. But you know what? We was hanging in there. Now let's go with also Aaron Rodgers. Last week, man, they were crowning him. They were talking about, oh man, he's back to 2013. What happened this week? J.J. McCarthy last week. Oh, man, recovery. Oh, they were going to crown him, this and that. What happened yesterday? So that's the thing, man. I think they have it. If you really realistically, man, I mean, we were there toe-to-toe with the best. We didn't get blown out. If this was the old regime, man, it would have been 52-3 or something crazy. And then on top of that, okay, they threw the best out at us. Man, Debo Samuels, man, this dude was on another level. He was like Sean Taylor out there, right or wrong. Amos, that when he got, he was kind of not really beat, and then he had his head turned and recovered speed, and then knocked that ball down. Man, I mean, we have certain people. They just have to get it together, coaching. Blah, blah, but you know what? You just have to be like a corner. If you get burnt, okay, next play. Just, just keep it moving. That game was that game. Now is another game. We'll find out. Everybody's already complaining about, Crosby and blah, blah. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I mean, I'm pretty sure they just got to go back to the drawing board. That's it.
Appreciate the call, Alex. Thank you very much, man.
Yeah, man. Good call there.
I am shocked that through our first couple callers, nobody's specifically not freaked out about Jaden. I thought when we said, how you feeling about Washington, all the callers would just be like, oh, my God, what's up with Jaden? If you are able to maintain a rational, until we hear otherwise, mindset with Jaden, I really don't think there's much to be worried about. Now, if Jaden's at 75, 80%, maybe that's a different concern. We do get to watch the Raiders tonight. The Raiders will then be coming to Washington on the short week. So for all the short week conversation last week, think about it. Skins played Thursday night. They get the mini-bye weekend off. Raiders are playing tonight.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that, a lot of people get really caught up in the rest advantage. That's a big one.
They're playing the Chargers.
Yeah, I mean it's 7 o'clock their time, but still,
They have to play that tonight and then fly over here.
right.
It's so listen, man. What the hell would the Raiders do? Our team got to get better. We have to go out there and correct the things we've done. All right, we felt in that first game we had improved in certain aspects of this game. We this is what I don't like. When we do something well, we automatically downgrade what we do by saying how somebody else sucks. The Giants went out there and put numbers up on Dallas. We're better than that defense then. You know what I mean? So we got to understand our team made that happen. We are somewhere in between what happened in week 1 and what happened in week 2. We can go towards week 1 or towards week 2 if we don't get stuff fixed. So right now it's about guys got to be able to look in the mirror and say what the hell they didn't do right. Guys got to be able to listen to somebody and say, you need to do this better. And then tell me what the hell I got to do better. You got to get into this thing where people are going to go out there now and understand that pride put aside. How do we improve this thing?
You know what was improved significantly? I had to clean up from dinner last night. Did my birthday dinner with the wife and girls last night because I was on the road for my birthday. Really, really nice time. But the sink, I'm doing the dishes, and it's not draining. I'm like, oh, damn. And then I remembered Crop Metcalf fixed my garbage disposal. We were Gucci. Flipped the switch. Everything's good. I'm telling you, when you can call Crop and they'll just come out to your house and take care of stuff, it is a game changer. And right now, the weather is slowly shifting. It's beautiful today, but we know we're not that far away. 6 weeks from now, you're going to be cutting the heat on, man. And if you don't get it, make sure your systems are ready to rock, you're going to be in trouble. It's time to schedule a $99 heating and cooling check with my guys, the 5-star heating experts over at Crop Metcalf. My wife and I love dealing with them. You call, they come out. Couldn't be easier. Here's the deal. For just $99, a Crop Metcalf certified 5-star technician will inspect both your heating and cooling systems in one visit and make sure everything's running smoothly, efficiently, and ready for whatever Mother Nature throws at us. Listen, you're going to make sure your system's performing, you're going to lower your energy bills, and perhaps most importantly, any little issues that could lead you to not having heat in January, they're going to find them now. It'll be cheaper to fix it on the front end than it is on the back end. Take it from me, a quick call to Crop Metcalf is a small move now that could save you big when the temperatures really flip. That's the kind of headache nobody needs. Do yourself a favor. Do what I always do. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule your appointment today. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician. Update. I'm looking at Redfin at houses around this River Creek Country Club because it's beautiful out here. Not cheap.
Yeah.
Maybe it shouldn't be a surprise. It's beautiful, though, man. We're looking at the Potomac River out here for the Youth for Tomorrow charity golf tournament. Of course, Youth for Tomorrow is the charity that Joe Gibbs started to help young men and women many, many years back. He's done a ton of great work. Honored to be out here supporting Coach Joe. I want to go to the phones. People are freaked out. People are not freaked out. Freaked out about Jaden, not freaked out about Jaden. Let's start with Jaden in PA. What's up, Jaden? You there, dude? All right, we won't start with Jaden in PA. Landfill, let me know if we're good. I'll go to Edward in Potomac. What's up, Ed?
Hey, what's going on, guys? You want to know
doing?
why everybody is so... I'm doing good. Just got back home from a cruise 2 days ago.
Nice.
And this is why everybody's so freaked out. Now,
Put him on hold. Have him call back.
Yeah.
Your phone is in and out, bro. Call us back.
Yeah, man, that's tough. I'm surprised we haven't gotten the freaked out about Jaden Daniels calls, aren't you?
Yeah, not really. But I want to know exactly what he's trying to say. I want to know why he thinks it's that way. You know?
Right. Let's try a different. We got Kenny is in Largo. Kenny, you there? Can we hear you? You good to go?
I'm here, y'all. What's going on? How y'all doing? I'm here.
We're good, man. How you feeling about the Commanders, dude?
Bro, I'm not worried at all, bro. Like, bro, as a fan base, like, we need to chill out, man. Like, it's a long season, bro. Like, we play 17 games. You know what I'm saying? I get that we lost. Like, I was disappointed in the loss. Don't get me wrong, but like, at the same time, I'm like, man, it's a long season. Like, we'll get ourselves together. You know what I mean? Like, we played a good team. Like, you know what I'm saying?
On the road,
like,
in prime time.
on the road
on
in
a short
Green
week.
Bay.
Right.
Go Pack, go! They screaming and little white out, all that. Like it's a long season, man. And the only thing I didn't like though is like Cliff he gotta make some adjustments though, because all that passing line of scrimmage ain't gonna work. We gotta switch that up. But
Right.
I'm not worried, man. Like we got.
You know, man, I'm loving this, man. The BME is happening now, boy.
The what?
The Brian Mitchell effect.
man.
Stop all that
Like,
damn
for real,
worry, man. We got a whole year for this thing.
Like
call,
I play
Kenny.
football. I play football too. Yeah, like people need to chill out, man. Just chill, y'all. We good. It's week.
There you go,
we
baby.
Week 3, y'all. We good.
Good
Yeah,
call, Kenny.
hell yeah. There we go, Kenny. I'm
Yeah.
loving it.
B, do you, from a straight football standpoint, do you think Green Bay provided a blueprint, a way for other defenses to look at how you can slow down Jaden in this offense?
Yeah, they did, but you know what?
Is it contingent upon
Do the
Michael
other teams
Parsons?
do the other teams have the talent that Green Bay has? Is there a Michael Parsons on the other team? What was this guy on his counterpart on the other side? Is there him? No.
And that's scary.
They don't.
Yeah.
So you have to have that level of talent to be able to do it. Now, other teams will try and do that, but as I stated before, even in that game, with all that going on, they were never completely out of that game.
17-10 in the third quarter.
You know, so I listen, man. I have learned to not always see the bad side of something. Sometimes I look at what could happen, the possibility of the good side happening. And I believe that in a different place, different situation, we might have a different outcome.
We'll try Edward in Potomac one more time. Ed, you there, man? Can we hear you now?
yes, you can hear me now. You tried to do me wrong with that Verizon commercial right there. Look. Here's what I was trying to say. We started on 1, lost to the Bucks last year. Then we went on this nice run where we won like 3 or 4 in a row, and the city was on fire in a good way. People were probably climbing poles, and you had to put grease on it, right? What I'm saying is expectations were put so high this year that even though we won that first game and lost the second game, everybody thinks the sky is falling. We still have a lot of games to go. If this team wins has another 3 or 4 game winning streak, the city will be on fire again, calling the National Guard, because everybody's going to be back to being happy again. We got to calm down. Every team is going to have the type of game we had on Thursday this year. Nobody, and I hate to say it, and I could be wrong, I don't care, nobody's going undefeated. It hasn't happened in a long time. Green Bay's going to have a bad game. Philly's going to have a bad game. So why is it that everybody thinks the sky is falling? you're gonna pick it up and put it right back, and the sky's gonna be blue again if we're 3-1, 4-1. So everybody pipe it down, have a few drinks,
Hey,
take a vacation.
You know that's how people do, man. They say that today, and then if they win next week, they're gonna forget what they said this week. It happens like that all the time.
Exactly.
You know, I just think that people.
That's exactly my point.
Yeah. So we listen, man. Cheer for the team to be good. Hell, the team that people consider the best team of all time did not go undefeated. Remember that.
Exactly.
It was 17-2.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Thank you for the call.
Y'all making a good point. Yep.
I say one thing. I know
got to chill with the National Guard jokes, though.
we have not tried to make the expectations too high. We've said if they were 10-6, 10-7,
I don't care about comparing
they would be
numbers
better.
one year to the next.
You know, they can still be as good. But the whole thing about it is you got to find your way. And the thing about this, and I think I heard Dan Quinn mention this one time, when you go through this season, it's not necessarily the battles against everybody else. It's the battles against your damn self. How many people are reading press clippings? How many people are still thinking about what they were last year? Or do they have enough guys, do they have the majority of their guys on this team who are trying to become better than they were last year? And they put the work in every day. If that's going on, I think we're going to be okay because I saw a lot of guys that showed me great character last year and great work ethic, and I expect to see the same thing. So we'll see.
We're going around the NFL next to figure out who's the best and who's the worst of the 2-0 and 0-2 teams. I got a feeling I know B. Mitch's best 0-2 team. Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Washington Capitals have unveiled a red third jersey featuring the team's iconic Screaming Eagle for the next season. The Screaming Eagle is displayed on the front with blue wings and a red background and white on the shoulders. Capitals will wear this jersey for 15 home games, and the design will serve as the Caps' third jersey for the next 3 seasons. In the NFL, Jake Browning is the quarterback for Cincinnati because Joe Burrow has turf toe that will require surgery. He'll be out for 3 months. Falcons took down the Vikings 22-6 on Sunday Night Football. Tough one for J.J. McCarthy, 158 through the air, but 2 interceptions, a fumble, and 6 sacks. Head coach Kevin O'Connell. Tonight, it's a doubleheader. Bucks at the Texans at 7 and the Chargers and Raiders at 10. Coverage begins at 6 on Team 980. Nationals beat the Pirates 4-3, trailing 3-0 to come back with James Wood scoring the go-ahead run from first base.
And the pitch swung on, line left center field, base hit. Wood around second, heading for third. The ball gets through O'Neill Cruz to the warning track. Wood being waved around third. He will score. There goes Lyle into third once again.
The call on 106.7 The Fan. Tonight at 6:45, it is Mitchell Parker against Spencer Strider. It is the Nats against the Atlanta Braves. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
I feel like the son of Sam. And the lights are blinking. I'm thinking it's all over when I go out drinking. Oh, making my mind slow. The big oh. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, live, River Creek Country Club at Joe Gibbs Youth for Tomorrow charity golf tournament. This place is gorgeous. It's a gorgeous day. Shout out to all the people out here enjoying their day, raising money for a great cause.
Yes.
I mean, just a pristine day out here looking at the Potomac River.
Wouldn't it be better if we were on the tee box?
Might be.
Yeah.
But yeah, I played yesterday. I shot a 43 on the front, was dialed. 51 on the back, man.
Well,
how does that S
Jay,
happen?
based on what I shot yesterday, you beat me. Well, no, I did. I shot 43 front, 39 back.
Well, B, that usually I can keep up with you for 9.
I was at Trayburn. I went to Trayburn Country Club.
Was that down in Carolina?
Yeah, Deshaun's neighbor from Wisconsin had to hear about Green Bay. Wanted to jump across the fence and choke him, but he hooked us up with golf, so couldn't do that.
Take the good with the bad.
Well, he basically runs a lot of the golf courses in the area, like damn near 20+ courses.
Oh, that's awesome.
And he set us up with this course, Trayburn, bruh.
Good track.
The greens, there's not a flat green out there, and then in the fairway, it's not a flat spot. Everything has a little undulation.
Yep.
It was a Donald Ross.
Oh boy,
Donald Ross design course.
That's any Donald Ross did have the domed greens where everything just rolled.
So Deshaun's his mentor Norm. Norm beat me the last 2 times I was down there by 3 strokes total. I told him, I said, it ain't gonna happen today though. I beat him by 13 strokes.
There you go.
And you know what? I'm going to keep beating him by 13 strokes.
I like it. All right. Had an idea for what I think will be a fun segment. Landini, I'd like you to lock in here as well. Let's start with the best of the best.
Right.
Who do you think is the best 2-0 team in the NFL right now? I'll give you all the options. Bills, Bengals, Colts, Eagles, Packers, Niners, Cardinals, Rams.
Bills and Eagles.
I went Bills and Packers.
I'm still going Bills and Eagles.
Hard to argue with the Eagles, but their offense hasn't really clicked. But, I mean.
But think about it. The offense hadn't clicked, and they're still 2-0.
Sure. The Bills have been damn impressive. Mm-hmm. The comeback against the Ravens, who's a really good team, and then yesterday what really good teams do, don't even mess with the Jets. Just shut them down. The Jets are bad. Let them be bad.
Yeah.
Landy, who's your best of the best 2-0 team?
Packers.
Packers, why?
They just played really well so far.
They've looked really good, man. And the Packers are deep, dude. Offensively, they just keep bringing in dudes at wideout, especially.
They're deep.
All right, worst. I think we got some options here. The worst 2-0 team.
You named two of them already.
So I wrote all this down. What do you think of the Bengals with Joe Burrow out?
I mean, the dude came in yesterday and was looking okay.
Browning?
I don't know if he can keep that going. And the thing about them is they have always been good offensively but horrible defensively. I don't think Browning can carry that team like Joe was. Like what he did for him last year, to play as well with the defense giving up that many damn points. So if Joe Burrow's not in, they have to be damn near close to the worst 2-0 team out there.
So the Bengals are 2-0. Can't take that away from them. Their point differential in 2 wins, they've won by 5 points.
All right.
Compare that to point differential for the Bills, have won 2 games by 21 points.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, man, point differential is a stat I like, and this stat doesn't support my assertion here. The Colts are 2-0.
Yeah.
They're plus 26 in point differential, and yet I just wonder if they're the worst 2-0 team out there.
Probably so. I mean, what have the Colts done to make you think they're not?
I mean, yesterday, Denver's a good team. They beat them at home. They had to show some guts to come back late. Danny Dimes is playing well, dude. He's completing 71% of his passes with 2 touchdowns, no picks.
Mm-hmm.
Doing enough with his legs. Through 2 games, he's got 3 touchdowns on the ground.
Could that be more about a lot of us have tried to make Denver better than what they really are?
Maybe. So the other 2-0 teams I think are in the conversation for worst 2-0 team. Bengals, if Burrow's really going to be out. Colts. And then I just don't know what to make of the Niners and the Cardinals. The Niners got a good road win yesterday, but damn, that Saints team is plucky. They came all the way back on them. The Niners in 2 wins have a plus 9 point differential.
Okay.
And then the Cardinals in 2 wins have a plus 12 point differential.
But in the NFL, one of the toughest things in the NFL to do is to beat the team that's supposed to be bad. Because you go in and you say, nah, we viewing them as just like we view anybody else a tough team, and we don't. You don't give them the same respect you give them a better team. Then all of a sudden you find yourself in a fight, and you have to try to click the button, and you can't do it every time.
Now the Niners and the Cardinals both have a mutual opponent in the Saints. They've both gone to New Orleans and beat the Saints.
Okay.
And they both won a home game. The Colts, both of their first 2 games were at home, which I think could be a factor in them starting 2-0. I also thought Denver was really dumb in how they tried to run a field goal block yesterday. Denver just didn't look right. Some guys got beat up. My worst 2-0 team is probably Cincy if Joe's really out. If not, maybe Indy, maybe Arizona. The Niners have so many injuries, but they got enough done yesterday.
Do you have that much faith in Danny Dimes?
Do you have more faith in Jake Browning or Mac Jones or Kyler Murray?
I have more in Mac Jones and Jake Browning than I do Danny Dimes because I don't know what those other dudes are capable of. I didn't notice I didn't name.
We've seen Mac Jones.
You notice I didn't name Kyler.
Kyler of the.
I just don't. I don't believe in Mac Jones and Danny Dimes at this point. I've seen a lot of Danny Dimes, and it's been average or subpar.
Landfill, who's your worst 2-0 team?
I think it's the Colts. I just don't believe in Daniel Jones. I know that he's capable of looking not completely terrible for a couple weeks at a time, but reality's going to catch up with this dude. He's been in the league for, 6-7 years at this point. We know he's just not very good. And when he goes down, he's taking the rest of that team with him. I think the Colts are the worst 2-0 team.
You get 2 games to start at home, really helps. The Denver win, though, is impressive. Week 1, they blew out the Dolphins. I think we might all agree on our worst 0-2 teams when we get there. Indy's an interesting one. I I think the Niners can outrun the storm if Mac Jones is good enough for them, and then they get Purdy back. I like Kyler. I think the Cardinals played decent defense last year. The tricky part with the Colts is that division is bad. Like, if Houston loses tonight, Houston's on the road in Tampa, right? Like, that's a difficult
Very
spot.
possible.
Houston could fall to 0-2. Oh, no, that game's in Houston. Forgive me. But still, I could see Tampa winning there. If Houston falls to 0-2, I don't think there's much. Like, the Colts are 2-0. The winner of that AFC South is you get to 9 wins. Tennessee's not it. Jacksonville just, did you see Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen kind of getting into it yesterday afternoon? Brian Thomas doesn't look healthy or something. He had a lot of alligator arms yesterday. I don't know if you saw that, B.
When you see quarterbacks and old coordinators getting into it,
hell, that's the head coach.
Still, offensive-minded coaches, it's a problem. And most people look at that as a negative. I don't, because let's be real. That quarterback that goes out there and performs bad under the stuff that this dude is putting in, who gets the biggest blame, coach or the quarterback?
Quarterback.
So I have to start, look, I got to show you I'm serious about it. I can't just say, hey, coach, man, this stuff not working. If you're not listening to me behind closed doors, I bring it in the public eye. So that's why I'm not really pissed at that.
Yeah. All right, let's try to find our best 0-2 team. I'm going to tell you a series of 0-2 teams, B, and you let me know if you think they're the best.
I can tell you already.
No. Let's run through the process here. Jets are 0-2. Are they the best 0-2 team?
Hell to the no.
Dolphins are 0-2. Are they
Nope.
The Browns are 0-2.
Nope.
The Titans are 0-2.
Nope.
The Giants are 0-2.
Nope.
The Bears are 0-2.
Nope.
The Saints are 0-2.
Nope.
The Panthers are 0-2.
Nope.
I might have to go left hand up on the Panthers here in a moment. That only leaves us with the Kansas City Chiefs at 0-2, B.
I think that they are the best 0-2 team out there.
Do you know the last time the Chiefs started 0-2?
When they won the Super Bowl?
I looked this up last night. No. 2014. I think it was Andy's second season there.
Okay.
They don't start 0-2 out there. More often than not, they start like 6-0. The Chiefs are the best 0-2 team, and it's not close. What do you make of them starting, though, with 2 straight losses?
I mean, they started off with the Chargers, who play them tough all the time in Brazil. They lose that one. Then they go against the Eagles. And one thing about the Eagles, don't help them beat you. And they did a great job of that yesterday. You know, you turn over a ball, you're going in for points. And you throw an interception, the guy returning 40-something yards. They go down and they score. That's a swing right there, a hell of a swing. If they score right there, that game ends differently. But, you know, Travis is starting to make a lot of mistakes in crucial times.
Chiefs are 0-2, Landfill. Are they your best 0-2 team in the NFL?
Yes, they are. Yeah. I don't think that's a particularly tough one. I don't think it's particularly close.
I agree with you. Chiefs play at New York Sunday Night Football next week. Then they get the Ravens at home.
That's not easy, bro. They got some tough stuff going on, man.
Then they're at Jacksonville. Then you get the Lions. They have 3 straight home games: Lions, Raiders, Commanders. Then they're at Buffalo before their bye week. I mean, listen, they're going to beat the Giants.
I'm not feeling sorry for them.
No. They're going to beat the Giants. I think they'll beat the Jags.
You never know, man. The Giants Russ may go out there and have another 500-yard game.
I'm just saying, like, that is they have 9 games before the bye week. I mean,
that's a lot.
It's hard to think.
It's a long time, brother.
B, it's hard to think they're over 500 when they get to the bye.
Yeah.
Now, they got some winnable games on the back end.
But you know the thing about them, when
Titans,
they can get on a run and they can go.
Sure. But they are clearly the best 0-2 team, just on virtue of having Mahomes, period. But that's a tough sledding, man. All right, let's get to who we think is the worst. There's some bad teams, dude, and I may finally have to give up on Bryce Young. It might be over. We might be done here. Carolina did come back yesterday. I like Canales. I thought he would get that team going. Carolina just is a mess, dude. Bryce Young has 3 picks through 2 games. I still don't know why they traded away Thielen. Week 1 on the road in Arizona, Bryce played pretty well. He went for over 300 with 3 touchdowns and 1 pick. Yesterday at Jacksonville, he looked terrible, dude. 18 of 35, a $150. Had a fumble in both games. I just don't know. Carolina might be bad. If you look, though, who do you think has the worst point differential in the NFL, B?
Worst point differential?
I named all these 0-2 teams. There's a lot of bad ones.
All right, so worst point differential. Wisconsin scored a lot of points the first week. Let's go with Carolina.
The Bears.
The Bears? Ooh.
Now, they got drubbed yesterday, right? And they kept it very close in the opener against the Vikings. They ended up losing 27-24 at home. They gave up a 50 spot yesterday in Detroit. The Bears' point differential is they're minus 34 so far this year. Now, a lot of that you get a bad blowout loss yesterday.
Yeah.
The Dolphins are minus 31, and they're just getting beat by everybody. The Dolphins look like
that thing. It's about to implode down there in Miami.
Did you see? Did you get to watch? So I had it on Red Zone, and Tyreek at one point, Tua just missed him bad. He was open on a deep down and in, and would have been a nice gain. And then knowing Tyreek,
but he said that Tua is more accurate than Patrick Mahomes. Remember that?
I do. He's not saying that right now. Now, publicly after the game, Tyreek kept everything cool. But after Tua missed him, this is probably third quarter in that game, maybe even fourth. Tua missed him deep. And Tyreek, knowing his ability, how hard he is to bring down in the open field, he was, when the ball was 15 yards over his head. Bad miss. He's jumping up and down, frustrated, and then just subs himself out. I don't know in that moment if he was doing right by his quarterback to not run back to the huddle and flip out on him, or if he kind of showed him up anyway. But, that thing feels volatile in Miami.
Yeah. But,
Daniel looks kind of dead man walking-ish on the sideline.
The thing of it, though, man, when you have a guy like that, and he went out there and he was praising him, and then the quarterback started missing him, whether he, it's always about showing up the quarterback. When the quarterback throws a pass, they do this. They showing you up.
Right.
I mean, listen, bro. He wanted that. He wanted what he got. And now he's there, and you're realizing you should have stayed in the other spot.
Justin Fields goes down yesterday for the Jets.
Concussion protocol.
Are you aware of Justin Fields' stats before the injury there, B?
Nah.
He was 3 of 11 through the air.
Yeah.
And some, ugly misses. Some, Remember, I feel like you and I have talked about this. When I watched Nathan Peterman work out at the Senior Bowl, I was like, man, that's one of the worst quarterback workouts I've ever seen. Doug, Fields
was worse than that?
Fields had one of those days yesterday. Bad misses. He gets concussed. They bring Tyrod in. Tyrod moves the ball a little bit, 7 of 11.
Tyrod's always around, bro.
The Jets finished with 54 net passing yards yesterday. Damn. In an NFL game.
I was about to say the same thing.
54 net passing yards.
That's not good.
There's some bad teams in this league.
There's some
Browns.
There's some bad performances going on right now, bro.
The Browns yesterday. Here's what we're going to do. Phone lines are open. Who's the best? Who's the worst? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Looking around, some of these NFL teams look bad. You can chime in. We'll get Landfill's worst team in the league next. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. FanDuel is giving all customers a 50% profit boost token tonight on either game of your choosing. You got the Buccaneers taking on the Texans and the Chargers taking on the Raiders. How about Baker Mayfield over passing yards, Ladd McConkey over receptions, and Emeka Ibuka, an anytime touchdown. Plus, you can go with the over receiving yards as well. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel, official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is brought to you by Millwood. Washington Commanders head coach Dan Quinn will speak later this afternoon and hopefully have an update on Jaden Daniels and his knee after the loss to the Green Bay Packers. Jake Browning is the quarterback for Cincinnati because Joe Burrow has a turf toe that will require surgery. He'll be out for 3 months. Justin Fields is in concussion protocol. The Capitals unveiled a red third jersey for the upcoming season with the iconic Screaming Eagle. They'll wear it for 15 home games this year. Falcons defeated the Vikings 22-6 on Sunday Night Football. Tonight there's a doubleheader featuring the Bucs and the Texans at 7, Chargers and Raiders at 10. Live play-by-play on Team 980. Nationals baseball against the Braves after a 4-3 win over the Pirates. 6:45 first pitch on the Fan. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Millwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit Millwood.org or call 877-MELLWOOD for more information. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
All right, so I tweeted out my picks for best teams, worst teams. A lot of people disagree with my Indy pick. Folks are saying San Fran. Folks are saying the Bengals, the Bears. I'm sorry, the 2-0 Cardinals, people are saying. You can make an argument for a lot of who is the worst 2-0 team. Let's let some of the folks on the line do it. Who's the best? Who's the worst? Let's start with Zach in Maryland. Zach, what do you got, buddy?
Man, I think the best 2-0 team right now that screams to me, the Eagles look very well. But I want to say the worst 0-2 team is easily the Miami Dolphins. I think that is it looks awful down there in Miami to me.
It looks broken, dude, and not fixable broken. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I heard you guys talk about Bryce Young in Carolina. I'm starting not to believe him well because I like Bryce Young a lot, and I think he's a very talented quarterback, but I think that Carolina just looks broken. It's been broken ever since Cam left.
Carolina problem might be the person that owns the team.
Might be.
It might be very similar to what we dealt with for years.
Let's keep these phone lines going. Who's the best? Who's the worst? Blake, what do you got?
Well, this seems pretty easy to me. Packers Dolphins. I mean, you just go off the first 2 weeks. Packers look like the best team in the league and easily the best team in the NFC. And the Dolphins. I mean, they're in for a 3-win season. It looks like Packers Dolphins for me.
Who do you think is the worst of the 2-0 teams, Blake? That seems like the best debate.
The worst of the 2-0 teams? That's a good question, JP. I mean, do the Bengals count without Burrow? I know the offense is still going to be good. Colts aren't very good, and I'd probably go with the Bengals without Burrow for now, just because I don't know about that defense, and Chase can keep them going for a little bit, but I'd go Bengals without Burrow for now.
All right, might be right, man. Let's go to Dale. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. I don't think there's much debate about the best and the worst. It's either Eagles, Packers, or Bills, and then it's either Dolphins, Browns, whatever. Yeah. Who's the best 0-2? Who's the worst 2-0? Dale?
Hey, guys. Hey, first of all, Brian, big fan of yours, long-time Redskin fan, and
appreciate
if it was up to me, you'd been in the Hall of Fame a long time ago. And JP met you a couple of years ago at one of the fan days. I know you don't remember me, but it was nice to meet you. You're a nice guy.
Thanks.
Obviously, the best 2-0 team, I think, is Green Bay. But the worst 2-0 team, I believe, would be Cincinnati with Joe going down. And we'll see how the young quarterback plays. But I just think that's tough luck for them. And the worst team, I believe, is the Dolphins, the 0-2. They just look like they're really going to struggle this year. But I will give a heads up to the Colts, though. The Colts kind of remind me of us last year, 2-0 and winning after the penalty, getting another chance to kick the ball. And if you look at their stats, I believe they're like number 2 in scoring and number 2 in total offense and rushing. And so I keep an eye on them, though. But
You're not worried about Danny Dimes turning back into a pumpkin?
No, actually, he always played pretty good against us, and you know, maybe it was the Giants who weren't giving him a good line. You know, it seems when Saquon left and went to a different team with a good line, look what he's doing, and now maybe Danny Jones is playing behind somebody that can, you know, help his play. So we'll see. It's a long season.
Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't think there's much debate really for a lot of these outside of worst 2-0 team. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Of the 2-0 teams that there's questions about, Arizona, San Fran, the Bengals, if Joe B is out. And maybe we stop saying if. Seems like he's got to get surgery, right?
Seems like it.
And then Indy. People seem more in on Indy than I expected. I think people are willing to ride with Danny Dimes, B.
We're going to see. I mean, right now he looks like he's turned the corner. Has he? That's the question I would love to know.
Now, I mean, if you're asking me, I think of the four bad teams, Colts, I mean, hell, they're 2-0. We shouldn't call them bad. Of the 2-0 teams that are maybe surprises, Cincy would not be a surprise at all if it wasn't for this Burrow injury. We wouldn't be having this conversation if Burrow was out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The Cardinals, Kyler, I think, is a legit player, you know?
Uh-huh.
Maybe there's questions about him, but I think Kyler could play. The Niners, dude, Mac Jones with Shanahan, McCaffrey, they got a lot of injuries. Look, things got to get harder for the Niners here, I imagine. I don't know what their schedule looks like. And then Daniel Jones, I mean, to me, Kyler kind of stands out with that group. If it's Browning, Daniel Jones, Mac Jones. But a lot of folks don't trust Kyler either.
Well, I mean, he hadn't done it. It's not like we can sit here and say he's done it. He hadn't.
So the Niners they're 2-0 and they started with 2 games on the road. One thing people don't realize that I've kind of learned is the Niners try to they ask the NFL anyway to backload their schedule with home games because where that stadium is built in Santa Clara, the sun just cooks that stadium early in the year. So the Niners open with 2 road games. Now they got 2 home games coming. So one of these teams will not be undefeated next week, B. The Cardinals are playing the Niners.
All right.
Then the Jags are going to San Fran. The Niners have a pretty doable schedule here. Cardinals, Jags, then they go to L.A., to Tampa, Falcons out there. The Niners might be able to put something together here and kind of keep it going. You gotta give them credit for opening 2-0 with 2 straight road games. If you look at yesterday, Jones was good, man. 280, 3 touchdowns. With Mac Jones, with what we're seeing in New England now, what we're seeing in North Carolina now with Belichick. When we were up there a couple weeks ago, I guess it was last month, right, when we were up there, a lot of the guys that you and I know and trust that have covered the Patriots a long time kind of said that things got so ugly between Belichick and the organization that those last couple of years were just a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember the coaching staff that Belichick put together there at the end, where he had
all his boys,
it was son and then Patricia, I think Patricia,
everybody that answers to him,
right. And then you look at how he's running things in Carolina now, and to me, it's just petty. Like not letting Patriots scouts come. You're just hurting.
He's not letting most of the scouts come, but he damn sure not letting Patriots scouts come.
You're just hurting your own guys. You don't want them to get looks by NFL scouts?
His time there is limited, dog, because one thing he's going to find out that Bill Belichick is not bigger than Tar Heels sports.
Sure.
He's going to learn that rather quickly.
And, I mean, hell, I didn't even look. Has Carolina won it? Have they won? I mean, we're 3 games in. Terps are 3-0. No big deal. Locke's got them cooking. All right, so Tar Heels have won their last 2. They've played Richmond and Charlotte. Things are about to step up this coming weekend. They go down to UCF, which I think is in Orlando. In 2 weeks, they play Clemson at home at what I think it's Keenan Memorial Stadium. It's a beautiful stadium.
Mhm.
I'm going to lay the points with the Tigers. But I just wonder with Mac Jones, is it possible that thing in New England just got so ugly that he was kind of a victim of a situation?
Could be.
And maybe this is actually a refresh for him?
That could be. A lot of times, just getting a change of scenery can work out for you, bro. Even if you were somewhere playing well, and then you move on to another area, it can help you out.
And, I mean, I think Kyle's going to run really good offense, knows his limitations, knows his advantages. I'm curious about the Niners. The injuries just seem so significant out there, but they're plugging along, winning football games, which is the goal. What did Jalen?
That's what you have to do. You have to do that when you, when you are down, you figure it out. Like, we're waiting on people to come back. If you can win while that's happening, just hold on until the rest of the forces come back.
For sure.
So,
what do you think of the Bears, dude? What do you think of Ben Johnson getting kind of humbled yesterday?
He's still not going to change. He's going to still think it's all about him.
He wouldn't say Jared Goff's name after the game. Did you notice that?
Hey, man.
He would only say their quarterback.
First of all, let's be real, man. The childhood games, let that crap stay in elementary school, dude. Head coaches in the NFL shouldn't be playing games like that. Grow the hell up. Come on, please. I'm glad he didn't bring his ass here.
I found it interesting that, I don't know, Ben Johnson, I saw these stats somewhere. The offense has been very good in the first 15, the scripted plays. But after that, it has been ugly.
Sure.
And he's a rookie head coach, lots to learn.
But he's been around long enough, Jay. He should know by now. Some of them games, bro, it's a waste of damn time.
Of the first 15 through 2 games, the Bears have really looked good, and then after that, it's been trouble. The Bears team has receivers. DeAndre Swift's been running well for him. I don't know what to make of it out there. Caleb wasn't the problem yesterday. He was fine, not great. I do wonder if there's some leadership voids out there, and the way
if your head coach is playing childhood games, yeah, he got some leadership problems out there.
But dude, Ryan Poles, that GM, to be 4 years in, and now you're starting 0-2, and you wonder where this thing goes next. Like the Bears seem like a mess, kind of permanently.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. I have the fix for Virginia Tech football. I don't know if the folks at Blacksburg are locked in right now, but I have your fix. Also, shout out to our guy, Jeff. He was supposed to go get his lunch an hour ago. And
he sent it back by Jeff.
The general manager, or one of the managers here, is another guy named Jeff.
Yeah.
Just showed up with our lunch. So we're going to see if we can track down our guy, Jeff Walker, for an update on what the hell.
Jeff going to come back and tell us he scored eagles and everything on hold, knowing he can't hit the ball off the ground.
Nobody go anywhere. We got the fix for the Hokies next. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. You hear Enter Sandman there. I listen to Scott Van Pelt's podcast pretty regularly, and a few weeks ago, I think it was Stanford Steve actually, went on, I don't want to say a rant, but kind of was like, I don't want to hear about Lane Stadium and Enter Sandman. Like, I'm done with Virginia Tech football until they win some games. And I think that's a fair place to land.
Yeah.
Well, I think the folks at Virginia Tech had the same sentiment.
Yeah.
The Hokies played well in their opener in a loss to South Carolina. South Carolina ended up covering that game. Thank you very much. But
I told you about that Sun Belt Conference, though.
The Hokies were tough. Then their home opener, they play Vandy in Blacksburg and get worked.
Mm-hmm.
Vandy's pretty good. Vandy just went and beat South Carolina. So, like, there's no shame in losing to Vandy.
Mm-hmm.
But shout out to the Fighting Scott Jacksons.
You trying to say it's shame in losing to a Sun Belt Conference team?
No.
Oh, all right.
B, if you go back and listen to last week's show, I called them losing this.
Mm-hmm.
I loved Old Dominion with the points. But, Brian, to get down 28-0 at home.
They were favored by how many?
I don't remember, but it was significant.
And they lost by significant.
45-26 final.
Yeah.
45-26 final.
Mm-hmm.
They fire Brent Pry. Listen, this year is shot. It was the right call. Like, the reason you fire Brent Pry now is so whoever gets the interim nod gets to play Wofford next week, and then ideally that guy gets to start with a win and try to build some momentum.
At least you hope.
Right. That's a good point. After Wofford next week, the Hokies get into their ACC slate. NC State, Wake, Georgia Tech, coming off that big win over
Georgia
Clemson.
Tech, hell yeah.
I mean, it's still so bizarre to me to see that Cal versus Virginia Tech is an ACC game. But I got the fix for the Hokies.
All right, let's go. I'm ready for you to take this to the public.
I will. Hire Michael Vick. Hire Michael Vick. Hire Michael Vick. I don't know if it will work. Nobody does. He's in his third or fourth game ever as a head coach at Norfolk State. Hire him.
What's their record?
I don't know. I don't care, frankly. I get that it's not the safest bet, but I'm guessing a dude like Brent Pry was the safe bet. Hire Michael Vick. Let him hire D. Hall to run the defense.
Where did Brent Pry come from?
And give them a bunch of cash for NIL and see what happens.
Well, hell, I think if those two guys are on the coaching staff, you're going to get a lot of
players.
NIL. You get a lot of NIL right there.
Like Greg, our friend Greg was texting me they should hire John Gruden. I got a tough reality for you, Blacksburg. John Gruden gets his pick of who's going to get fired this year. Maybe Billy Napier at Florida.
Billy Napier's going to get fired.
Maybe I don't think they would run Lincoln Riley at USC. Like John Gruden can pick whatever job he wants.
Yeah.
And they're going to come up with more money at these big What if Bama fires Kalen DeBoer?
Well, I'm just going to say this.
Like,
Virginia Tech's going to have to get on board with the NIL thing.
Hire
Ask Dabo about the NIL thing. He needs to get on board with it too, huh? He lost another one.
Right. Here's the thing. I'm not saying that the Mike Vick hire would be the safest because it's not.
The thing about
you would have energy and eyeballs on that program in a way you haven't in forever.
You would, but you want to make the hire because you think he can help you win. And I believe Mike, over the years, is that guy now. He's a guy who's been through some stuff. He's a mentor. And also, I think Mike can he can get somebody to go out and play. And he will attract some players. So, in college, you got to have attraction, excitement, enthusiasm, and money. And they got that. They would have that with him.
The reality is, in this new ACC, Miami, Florida State, Clemson, maybe even like Louisville, they're all going to have more money. Jeff, don't go anywhere. They're all going to have more money for NIL. Like they just are. Do something that makes people pay attention, roll the dice, try something. You know what I'm saying? Try something. And that, to me, it is the most legendary player in Virginia Tech history is Michael Vick.
100%.
He's coaching now. Give him a chance.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know. I'd love D. Hall running their defense. D. Hall has been a coach in the NFL.
In the NFL, yeah.
I'm sure haters, naysayers will tell me I'm crazy. He doesn't have the experience. The last dude had all the experience in the world.
A lot of people don't have experience until you get the job, right?
Pry was the defensive coordinator at Penn State for 5 years. He was at Vandy before that. Like, Pry had the experience.
Yeah, he was with, Scotty. As soon as he hit by somebody from Penn State, Scotty started hitting me.
I'm sure you loved that.
He's telling me how the guy's a number 2 guy. He's not a number 1 guy. Pry. We know that now. He was getting paid almost $5 million to be a number 2 guy.
I have no idea if the Mike Vick thing works, but it's
college football is no longer what it was, and if it was what it was, guess what? Those big name coaches would have stayed. A lot of them ran away from the NIL thing because they don't know how to deal with something new. I think people like a Mike and a D Hall, those guys understand what's happening these days, and probably don't have a problem with players getting paid. Hell, they probably thought they should have been getting paid when they were in college. I know I did.
Norfolk State is 1-2. The Spartans have lost to Towson, beat Virginia State, and lost to Rutgers. Doug, I don't even know. I don't know what Norfolk State's expected to do this year. This isn't about his performance at Norfolk State.
Mm-hmm.
It's about what Michael Vick might be able to bring to Blacksburg.
Enthusiasm that will come there.
Because there is no other coach they're going to get that will bring that.
When I first got here, I'll be totally honest with you, I heard more about Virginia Tech than I did Virginia, Maryland, anybody. I'm serious. You saw it everywhere you went. Over the last 10 years or so, it has not been anywhere close to what it used to be. So the luster has been lost, and it's time to try and bring that back. I'm serious. I was like, damn, what the hell? Virginia Tech? Where the hell is Virginia Tech? Because, you hear something, you see it so much, you think it'll be right next door. But you go down way down to Blacksburg, and they were getting more hype than the schools that were right here.
Dude, so other people are saying, what about Shane Beamer? Shane Beamer's at South Carolina. Shane Beamer's in the SEC. Now, is that a tough place to win? Yes, but you know what they got? Money.
They got money, and that's kind of like a step back, unless you just want to do it because his dad was there. But that's not upgrade. You're leaving a conference that's considered better than yours to go down to another one.
And they didn't hire him. They could have hired him when you know what I mean? You could have made a tradition. You could have made a transition from Frank to Shane.
Yeah.
And they didn't do it. You think he's in a hurry to come back? And, dude, the people saying John Gruden, I got all these people. So I put it out into the earth, my Mike Vick theory. And the people that are coming back are like, nah, man, go get Gruden. He's not coming. You get Vick now because you might not be able to later.
True. Yeah.
Doug, I love the University of Maryland. I'm an alum, right? I have realistic expectations for my Terps. I love Coach Locks. I want what Locks for me, winning 3 straight bowl games, competing. I'm good with it. You got to have reasonable expectations, dude. And I fear the folks in Blacksburg do not.
Yeah. It can go wrong.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Nikki Jhabvala from The Athletic will join us next. We got running back news for the Washington Commanders.
RB.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Washington Capitals have unveiled a new red third jersey featuring the team's iconic Screaming Eagle. They'll wear it for 15 home games and will serve as the Capitals' third jersey for the next 3 seasons. Joe Burrow is out with a turf toe that will require surgery. He'll be out 3 months. Jake Browning takes over as the quarterback for Cincinnati. Commanders coach Dan Quinn will speak this afternoon and hopefully have an update on Jaden Daniels and his knee after the loss to Green Bay. Tonight's Monday night matchup are a pair of games. Buccaneers and Texans at 7, Chargers and Raiders at 10. Live play-by-play begins at 6 with the pregame show on Team 980. Nationals beat the Pirates 4-3, trailing 3-0. They came back, including in that comeback, Jacob Young's big hit.
Who kicks and delivers, and a swing and a ground ball hits the mound, goes through into center field, a base hit. DeYoung around third, coming home. Throw to the plate by O'Neill Cruz is offline, knocked down by the catcher Bart to the left of the plate in foul ground, and Jacob Young into second base on the throw.
The call on 106.7 The Fan. Tonight it is Mitchell Parker versus Spencer Strider as the Braves arrive against the Nats at 6:45 on The Fan. Virginia Tech has fired Brent Pry, so Philip Montgomery takes over as interim coach. Not your path, fast-track your career instead. Continuing education offers in-demand, fast-paced job training. Train for tomorrow's jobs today at pgcc.edu. Register now. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
And like a helicopter.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We are live at River Creek Country Club. It's beautiful out here. Looking at the Potomac River, looking at the 18th green, what I assume is the 10th hole over there. We're out here for Joe Gibbs' Youth for Tomorrow charity golf tournament, brought to you by Keller Williams of McLean and Great Falls. When you hear Petey Pablo, means we're about to talk to Nikki Jhabvala from The Athletic. Of course, you can follow Nikki at Nikki Jhabvala, Jhabvala. Nikki joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. What's up, Nick? How are you?
Not much. How are you guys?
We are good.
So we got the weekend off, right? We got to watch football and just kind of see what we see around the league after what was a drubbing in Green Bay. You feel better, worse, the same about Washington after watching maybe Detroit go thump the Bears, and just kind of how the rest of the league went this weekend?
I'd say I feel about the same, but that Eagles, the way the Eagles played against the Chiefs really confirmed that, they have to be so much better than they are, obviously, to make it out of the division. The Eagles looked great last season. They still look really good. So it's a problem for them, for sure. I thought the NFC East in general, outside of the Commanders, showed out yesterday. Very entertaining games by the other 3 teams. But, yeah, the Eagles will be a problem for a long time. That's what I took from it.
The Eagles will certainly be a problem for a long time. They're not going anywhere. If anything, their offense is going to start to click. Let's get to what everybody in town is freaked out about. Jaden's situation. We saw him take a couple big hits, grab his knee. You had the good tweet pointing out the obvious hip drop tackle that wasn't called on him. We're waiting to hear from Dan Quinn this afternoon. We'll see if DQ gives us any actual information. Where are you at on Jaden's kind of health and start to the season?
Yeah, I mean, it's never good when your starting quarterback gets up hobbling like that after a hit that has been, if the league confirms it is a hip drop tackle, which I would imagine they would, it checks all 3 boxes that they kind of look for to make sure it is. The hip drop has been, from what I've seen, very hard to officiate in game. It's hard to see something that quick and for anybody, let alone the officials, to really check off. Does it meet all the requirements to throw a penalty? So, I mean, the fact that he could have possibly gotten hurt on something that the league has banned and views as a play they want to get rid of, that's sort of like salt on the wound. So So, I think that defender will probably get fined. I think it's like $17,000 or something for first offense. But for Jaden and the Commanders, yeah, it's tough. I hope Dane Quinn actually gives us some information on what he's actually dealing with. I mean, we dealt with this last season where he, obviously had a rib injury, and it was probably more severe than they ever let on. And for obvious reasons, gamesmanship, I get it. But, then we find out in EA Sports commercial that he played with a broken rib for most of the season. So, you hope it's not to that degree. We did ask him in the press room after the game, and he just said, pretty tersely, "I'm good," because we saw him hobbling in. So we'll see. You hope it's nothing serious, and that he can keep going. But my fear is similar to last season. How will it limit him, if at all?
Yeah. Why doesn't the league? I mean, you look at that play. You say it's hard to referee or whatever, but they throw flags all the time, just because, and then they decide what it is. In that case, they should just throw that flag, and then they could talk about it and see if it is or not.
I would tend to agree. I also think they just need to make it, simplify it a bit. Because there's really three criteria that they look for hip drop tackles. Like, you got to either wrap both hands or one hand around the runner, then you unweight and swivel your hips around, and then you have to land on the runner's legs. Like, take out the last one. If you're tackling somebody like that, there are other ways to hurt them than just landing on their legs. You're going to hyperextend their knees no matter what. So, take out the last one, make it one less thing that an official has to check for, because that's very hard to see when, a runner's legs are under a defender. Yeah. So I just feel like they might need to simplify it. And this is, they banned it in 24, so I would imagine there could be some iterations and some tweaks to this rule. But, that would have been, a first down 15 yards for the Commanders, which obviously would maybe help. It was a little late at that point in the game for them, but, it's more you got to eliminate these things that create injuries.
Talking with our friend Nikki Jhabvala from The Athletic. You can read all of her work at The Athletic. You can give her a follow at Nikki Jhabvala. Nikki joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. So there's obviously the Jaden situation kind of looming, right? Beyond that, you've got a defense that it wasn't great the other night, but it was 17-10 in the third quarter. You know what I mean? Green Bay seemed like they should have put Washington away and didn't. What do you make of this defense, especially now with the loss of Dietrich Wise, a guy that had a great start against the Giants and helps bulk them up a lot? That's a hard dude to replace.
Yeah, no, it's very hard to replace. And it's not like they're loaded on DNs. So, I feel like the same issue with the defense has been there for years in different versions, and that, they have trouble focusing and staying on their details. And this was something that Bobby Wagner pointed out, and it felt like sort of a vague answer at first, but I'm like, you know what, he's really right. It's a little things that add up to big things for the team. And against the Packers, I was always floored that the score was as close as it was, because it felt like total domination by Green Bay. But more concerning to me was it felt like, and I was having this discussion with David Aldridge, I felt like the team looked old, which I hate to say is it's such a knee-jerk reaction. Yes, they have the oldest roster, and Green Bay has the youngest roster, and had Washington won, I would, probably be like, see, age doesn't matter or whatever. But it just felt like they couldn't keep up on both sides, right? With the speed of the Packers defense and the speed of the Packers offense. They were getting gashed up the seams. The tight ends were doing whatever they want. It seemed like, I think they had a combined 156 yards between the two of them. And to me, it just felt like they couldn't keep up. And then, Marshawn Lattimore with the penalties, to me, is a concern, because, BMS, you would know better, but to me, if you're holding constantly, that's a sign that you're trying to compensate for not being able to keep up, or it's just bad technique, or both.
He tries to be overly physical, and the thing about him, other coaches let the referees know about what he does, and they calling it on him. He has to figure out another way.
Right.
Yeah.
But those are problems. They're costly.
Yeah, for sure.
But those are tight end blown coverages. The one where was guy was the tight end. I forgot his name, but he
Tucker
goes
Kraft.
up the field for 40-something yards. Both Bobby and Harris jumped outside.
Oh, right.
Nobody looked at him until he was past them.
Right.
And I know that's not taught.
But that's what I mean is like the blown coverages. Why are we having blown coverages at this point? Why are we whiffing on tackles? That's been an issue. That was evident in preseason, and
we don't tackle in practice anymore. It's a simple thing.
I do wonder.
But people don't want to believe it. But if you don't practice football, you're not good at football.
Right. And that's that's part of the rules of the NFL nowadays. But I also felt like they had a much lighter training camp than they had in past years. And I get it's a tough balance, especially with a lot of veteran players. You're trying to always find that balance of keeping them fresh and healthy while, also getting them ready for the season. And, yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
But I do wonder about it.
Mm-hmm. Totally. And honestly, I mean, we all kind of talked about it while we were out there throughout camp. It did seem like a pretty light camp.
Yeah.
And if you think about, they had the joint practice with the Patriots. They were supposed to have the joint with the Ravens that got canceled.
Mm-hmm.
They had the Brotherhood Bowl. Like, we could probably count on one hand the amount of, like, serious hard-hitting practices. And that's not to say they don't do a lot when they're doing installs or they're wearing shells, whatever it is. But, like, it did seem like a light camp, and maybe that will pay off in spades when we get to December, because this is such a long season.
Yeah.
But they have started a little slow.
Yeah. I mean, they're a very walkthrough-heavy team. They love their walkthroughs. But, what was the term that Quinn used at the start of last season, like to build that callus? I don't know that they built that, but
yeah. I just look. I know the walkthrough. Look, I went through it, Nikki, and I can tell you, the walkthroughs were very, very vital for mental help. But that physical aspect of this game has not changed per se.
Yeah.
The practice, the preparation has changed. But once the game starts on Sundays, Mondays, Thursdays, it's the same football game. And if you're not putting the work in it throughout the week or whatever to get ready for that, you're going to have some issues down the stretch.
Right.
And you look at all the people that go down and things like that. And you look at the first 3 to 4 games. It used to be preseason. Now we look at the first 3 to 4 games of the regular season. Look at the injuries compared to the rest of the season. Tells you what you need to know.
They did a study after the COVID year because they eliminated preseason COVID, and the number of injuries in the first 4 weeks of the regular season were up significantly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's sort of what we're seeing here, especially since so many starters across the league don't play in the preseason at all. So it's going to be a tough balance for teams just to find ways to keep get their guys in football shape.
Talking with Nikki Jhabvala here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the best HVAC equipment in the DMV. You can check out all of Nikki's work at The Athletic. A little bit of news I saw you had earlier today. Chase Edmonds, versatile pass-catching running back, played his best football with the Cardinals when Cliff Kingsbury was running that offense. The Commanders have added Edmonds to their practice squad. Tell us what you know and what this does to ease the loss of Austin Eckler.
Yeah, I mean, I should preface that it's a practice squad signing. They could change a lot of the depth guys on the practice squad, but he does add, some veteran savvy to the room. As you mentioned, he had his best years with Cliff Kingsbury as a 4th round pick by the Cardinals in 2018. So he's a good player. He's 29. So he adds experience to that room, no doubt. And you get 3 elevations before you have to sign somebody to the active 53. So it gives them a chance to work with the younger guys in the room and sort of be a stopgap on game days if they feel they need it. But to me, the core of the running backs room now is very clear. It's Bill. And Jerry McNichols will do his thing every now and then, and Chris Rodriguez will probably get a shot, but this is Bill's room now.
Yeah.
If it is Bill's room, why didn't he get
should they run him more
work in Green Bay?
I don't think they could run much of anything in Green Bay is the sense I got. I mean, I feel like Green Bay also he would Yeah, I don't want to say, but like I feel like I think they couldn't get much of anything, and they were playing from behind, so they wanted to get the offense going and try to play catch up because it was close enough to where they could catch up, knowing what this team is capable of last season, but they just couldn't get much going in Green Bay.
I think when you look at this running back room now, okay, and the question is, they obviously want a guy who's a dual threat. Like Austin Eckler was always getting the most work. Bill has shown he can really run the football. I would love. My question is, how capable is he out the backfield, running routes and stuff? Because when you line up, the last thing you want is a defense to know that when a guy's in the game, he is going to be running the ball. Then they can game plan easily for that. Is he as effective with the passing game like Austin was? He's not Austin. He's not Austin, but I'm saying, has he shown enough capability? Because if you're looking for a guy just to be a pounder and he can't run it, you are now starting to tell other teams what you're going to be doing.
No, totally. And I agree with you. I thought he had, but, he's also young in not age, but young in playing experience, and he didn't play at all in college last year. So, I thought he showed a good bit of that in camp and preseason, but maybe they want to see more, and I would imagine that's probably why they signed Chase Edmonds to the practice squad.
Right. DQ's going to talk today.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to ask him?
Did Jaden Daniels have an MRI on his knee, and how concerned are they? And did he submit that play to the league as a hip drop tackle?
If I know you, that's exactly what you're going to say.
That is exactly what I'm asking. There will be no surprises.
And yes, he should submit that play to the league. And the league, this is what I hate about the league, though. Yes, it should have been called. And then that same dumbass referee going to be in the next football game and blowing that call again. And then they're going to send it to somebody else. Yeah, it should have been called. They got to start making these referees be as, held as accountable as players are.
Right.
Nikki, do we have any info on Bates or Noah Brown? Both left the game.
Not yet. And those are two critical guys too. Those are the ones I've kind of fallen by the wayside as we've been reporting on the bigger injury news. But to lose John Bates, that's your top blocker. Yeah. He's important to that offense, as we've seen. And Noah Brown, I still feel like they don't have enough depth at receiver. And he's great when he's healthy, but it feels like he's rarely been healthy, and I hate that for him too. We definitely need updates there.
Certainly need updates there. Thank you for the time.
And Jonathan Jones. We forgot about him too, but Jonathan Jones.
Okay, it's a busy day. Ask some good questions,
Indeed.
Nick. We're gonna need you.
Here for you guys.
All right, thank you for the time. Always appreciate it.
All right, Nikki.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, that's Nikki Jhabvala from The Athletic. You can give her a follow at Nikki Jhabvala, NICKIJHABVALA. Nikki joining us, of course, on the Rude Guest Hotline. Here's what I'm thinking. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Dan Quinn set to talk to the media at 3:30. If you get a question, what would you ask him? B and I will have our questions as well. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
I was in Green Bay for 4 days, B, and you were in my hotel room. That was not a Rude system. It was either super cold or super hot. Then we had a travel night from hell, did the radio show Friday. I didn't get home to my house until Friday afternoon. And it felt so damn good to walk into my Rude system. My wife let me take a nap because we hadn't slept. And the house is just so perfectly comfortable. You know how you get perfectly comfortable? You control the humidity, and that's what Ruud does with the variable speed compressor. The Ruud systems in my house have made a world of difference. They can do the same for you, and they can save you money. You could qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud,
it ain't right.
This update is brought to you by Millwood. Rough news for the Bengals. Quarterback Joe Burrow is out with turf toe. It will require surgery. He'll be out 3 months. Commanders coach Dan Quinn will speak to the media this afternoon and hopefully have an update on quarterback Jaden Daniels and his knee after the loss to the Packers. There are a pair of Monday night games to listen to tonight on Team 980. Pregame begins at 6 p.m. for Bucks at Texans at 7, Chargers and Raiders at 10. Last night, a shocker for the Vikings as J.J. McCarthy is sacked 6 times and Atlanta cruises 22-6 over Minnesota. Nationals baseball beat the Pirates 4-3 to win the series. They host the Atlanta Braves starting tonight at 6:45 on the Fan. Mitchell Parker faces off against Spencer Strider. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD for more information. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces dangerous adversaries, yet forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Exclusively. All right, Dan Quinn's going to address the media a little later today. I thought it's a useful exercise. Brian and I do this sometimes where we try to figure out what are good questions to ask. And for me, obviously there's going to be a lot of questions about Jaden's health.
Yep.
Outside of that, I am curious for Dan, Thursday night, how and when do coaches look to make in-game changes? Because I wonder if those conversations happen. Like Cliff runs the offense, right? You've got a bunch of former head coaches around, former play callers, Anthony Lynn, Brian Johnson, Cliff, obviously. There's a lot of people with a lot of input, and I'm curious, is there any discussion on do you make changes in game?
But I don't think that's something that you should have a game plan for, because let's be real. Anytime you go into a game and you have designed something all week, it's not working. You should be making changes. And I'm not just saying just the first time something doesn't work, but if consistently something goes down and they seem to have a game plan for it, you have to adjust it. I made the comment to you before about Coach Gibbs, how we would practice the adjustments that we were going to do. So just about every game we went into, we knew if we keep running this is what we show. Someone's going to try to circumvent and try to stop what you're doing. So you have to be ready to do something else. And even if you don't put that in, let's say I'm running 10-yard, 15-yard routes, and they're sitting on it with some coverage over the top. How about instead of sitting on some stuff, give them a double move? And then that guy got to decide on one of those guys that's coming out of there to see what happens. So that's football 101. If someone's stopping what you're playing, you figure out something else.
I wonder why we just didn't really see much of it the other day. What's a question you'd want to ask DQB?
I just want to know going forward. I would do it as a former quarterback, as a former guy in this league. Guys will take shots on your quarterback when he's very good, and our quarterback is very good, and he's going to have people coming at him. Or are you going to limit some of the things that he does, the called runs? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, listen, when he goes to run and break out. But I think it has to get to a point where you got to educate him on, yes, we know you're competitive. You want to win. But we need you at the end of the game. We need you at the end of the year. We need you every game. No need to take unnecessary hits.
Our very own Jeff Walker has joined us. Jeffrey, Dan Quinn set to talk this afternoon, 3:30. What would you want to ask him?
I would want to ask him, what is the plan going forward on clock management at the end of the half, because we've been seeing poor clock management in the last 2 games. Well, not even just at the end of the half, during the game. What is the plan to make clock management more successful for our team? Because Thursday going into the half, nah, that wasn't good clock management at all.
No, it wasn't. It was not. Speaking of clock management, Jeff, interesting you bring that up. You're not incorrect. I wanted to ask you specifically about your clock management getting us lunch, because we wanted lunch, and it took, what do you figure, be about 90 minutes? And then the other dude named Jeff actually brought us the lunch. Is that accurate, Brian?
Yes, that's because Jeff told me he is responsible for getting you 2 food, but if we want food, he will have a cart ready for us, and we drive around to the 5th hole. So that's what we did.
So you just drove the whole golf course?
Yes, because I got lost going to the 5th hole.
Doug, if you start at 1 and just drive, you'll get to 5.
Yeah, but it's not that easy. Once you get the cart, it's not like it's just hole 1 right there. He said, yeah, just go out here and make a left. And that was my directions. So I made a left, but I think I made 1 too many lefts because it took me around to like hole 18 or 14.
You made left, then you went right. You
probably
stay
did.
left.
But no, when he said the left,
you go.
I
to
thought
the
I was going to
parking
see the
lot,
drill. I mean, see the
parking
grill.
lot, and then you do this. No,
Yeah.
but he said hole 5. So
Yeah.
you come out. You had hole 10. No, hole 1 here and hole 10 over there. You probably went towards 10.
Yep, and
Yeah.
we saw a vendor, but it was only alcohol.
Left is not that right. Left is left.
Did you stop at that vendor?
No.
Why not?
What'd they have?
It was just a bar.
I asked you for gin Jarrell earlier.
Mitch has been saying gin Jarrell all day.
I didn't know you wanted gin Jarrell, and I was more concerned with the food.
Did you eventually get food?
Yeah, I told you they were inside eating when the guy brought us our food.
Landfill, are you at all surprised that Jeff went away to find us food and then did not come back with any food for us and got lost in the process?
Not really, no.
Hold on. Did you listen to the first part? The dude, Jeff, said, I will get food for B. Mitch and JP, but you all have to go on the course and get your own food. What was I supposed to do?
Go get you some food.
Exactly.
My brother.
We did get
You
cheeseburgers.
have to get your own.
They were very good. Shout out to Cheeseburger Chef here at the Youth for Tomorrow Joe Gibbs Charity Golf Tournament at River Creek Country Club. This place is beautiful. Jeff, how do you think you would play here at River Creek?
Oh, you already saw a sign.
I would not play here. I would not play here.
Tell
I saw
them what the sign said.
The sign said, you are responsible for any damage to homes. I saw that sign. I said, yeah, I can't play here. I got to get my game straight first.
Yeah.
The yardage.
I don't think I ever hit a house here.
The yardage out here is 7,000 feet
from the tips.
So what is men's tees are probably the blues? I'm guessing. B.
One up.
Yeah.
That's about what, 67, 65?
I'm trying to figure that out. I have like a hole by hole. A lot of water too, Jeff. How many balls do you think you'd go through here?
My entire bag. The Potomac. He'll be mad at me on the Potomac River.
I think your best bet if you're out here, Jeff, is fishing.
Yes, and I just seen a huge fish just jump out of that water right there where that water is moving. It was something big. Like, it looked like a carp.
Like a shark?
No shark in here.
Dolphin?
You didn't really ask that question, did you?
I seriously wanted you to be here. You guys were talking about the fight. My buddy tried to get me to watch it Saturday night. I wasn't going to stay up that late. What'd you make it? I mean, obviously Canelo Crawford was a big
how we
fight.
thought it was going to end?
Yeah, it ended how we thought it was going to end. And to me, in my opinion, it solidified Terrence Crawford as the number 1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world. I don't care what anyone say. This man has fought nothing but the best when it came to those belts. He went and got every belt, and he won them. What he did
They gave Rich Collins belts back yesterday, too.
Yeah, what he did to Canelo was an absolute masterclass. Everyone's talking about he was running in the beginning of the round. No, he was filling out. He was boxing, and he showed that he is an elite boxer. Yeah, I going into this fight, I told one of my friends, I was like, "Yo, Canelo cannot fight anything that swings back." We learned that in his losses.
And if you move, he He's not quick enough to catch up with people that know how to move.
Yeah, and he has good defense. I'm not going to sit here and act like I do not support Canelo because I am a fan of him. But just in this fight, I knew Terrence Crawford had everything needed to beat Canelo.
He beat the hell out of him.
It's a blueprint was shown when what his name? Benavidez? No, it wasn't Benavidez. I can't think of his name right now. But a blueprint was shown when Canelo moved up how to beat him, and Terrence stuck to the plan.
If
and
you
he won.
can box him and move around, make him have to move and catch you, if you stand in front of him and just bang out, he can beat you. But if you hit, move, bang, bang from the side, you're going to confuse the hell out of him.
Yeah.
It's wild that you had a 37-year-old and a 35-year-old. And Bud Crawford made way less money than Canelo. I know Canelo is a huge draw, especially in Mexico, I think, maybe throughout Latin America. But I think Canelo made around $150 million for this fight, at least according to what's been reported.
Mm-hmm.
And Bud Crawford makes about 8% of that.
That's pathetic.
That's crazy,
You need
right?
to go back to what it was. Winner takes all. Or winner takes the majority. And I guarantee you wouldn't see them dudes fighting like that anymore.
What I can say about Canelo is his resume is impressive. The only losses he has, Floyd Mayweather, Terrence Crawford, and Dimitri Bivol.
Mm-hmm.
That's the dude who gave – well, I wouldn't say Bivol gave the blueprint. I would say Floyd gave him the blueprint, but it's hard to do what Floyd did. You know, not many boxers have that skill, that defensive IQ. Not many have that. So that's why I said Bivol gave the blueprint, because he was a bigger fighter. And Terrence Crawford, to me,
the man gained 20 pounds. He went up 20 pounds to fight him.
Yeah, I believe Terrence Crawford has the body for that.
And seemed to be the guy that was the strongest.
Yeah, it seemed like he naturally moved up in weight and everything carried with him. So
yeah,
it was a great fight.
How do we feel? I think the number's up to 6.5 now. Commanders 6.5 point favorites against Vegas on Sunday. Vegas set to play tonight, hosting the Chargers. Mm-hmm. At first blush, what do you make of that line?
6.5 points?
Yeah.
Home and a team playing on a Monday night and then have to travel all the way across country. That makes people think and have a little, because when you look at history, from west to east, east to west, those teams don't perform as well.
Especially for 1 o'clock start.
Yeah, and you're playing tonight.
Right.
It shortens the week even more.
So, two things that give me pause about this matchup.
That 1 o'clock game is 10 o'clock there.
Right. And they'll probably fly out Saturday. Maybe they come out Friday, but Saturday would be my guess. The two positions that gave Washington the most trouble in Green Bay was Parsons. And Parsons is a versatile player, right? He bounces around, but I would call him, whether you want to call him an outside linebacker or a DN, like he's a pass rusher. Maybe he's a little bit more linebacker than some others. But Parsons gave them hell. And then the tight end position between Kraft and Musgrave just cooked them, right? Mm-hmm. That's the two best things the Raiders have in Crosby and Brock Bowers. Now, Brock Bowers is questionable to play tonight. We'll see if he goes. Mm-hmm. But, like, Geno Smith is a professional quarterback. Like, he's going to run the offense professionally. We got plenty of time to dig all the way into the Raiders-Commanders matchup. That number just looks big at first glance. Here's what we are going to do. We got 2 Monday Night Football games tonight to get some bets in. Nobody go anywhere. Grant and Danny coming your way at 2 o'clock.
Hey, it's Brian Mitch here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. FanDuel is giving all customers a 50% profit boost token tonight on either game of your choosing. We got the Buccaneers taking on the Texans and the Chargers taking on the Raiders. Let's just focus on the Chargers-Raiders game. How about Geno Smith over/under passing yards? Let's go with Ashton Genty over/under, and Brock Bowers may not play, but you know what? You can flip that over to Ladd McConkey. Can you have the over receiving yards for him? So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel is the official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's the thing. You go win a bunch of bets, you might want a new big house. If you are looking to move, whether it's you got rich from a parlay or maybe you lost your job, whatever the reason, there's only one expert you should turn to in the DMV when it comes to real estate. His name is John Leahy.
Just like Aretha Seller did, they were thrilled to receive an offer which was $20,000 over the asking price of their Silver Spring property. Everything went smoothly. There was no stress, no setbacks, and the sale closed right on time. The client had previously been told by another client agent that he wouldn't be able to make any profit at all, but he ended up earning exactly what he wanted. Who says there are no guarantees in life? Check out John Leahy's guaranteed offer right there on his website.
It's windy out here.
You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. Go to johnsellsdmv.com and find out your home's value in mere seconds. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Maybe I should call John, see if he can get me one of these River Creek houses under $2 million, because it is beautiful out here. But whatever the reason if you're really thinking about moving, it's usually stressful. And John Leahy and the Fine Living Group can help limit that stress. They can set you up with the right mortgage person, the right moving people. Whatever it is going on that has you thinking about moving, give John Leahy and the Fine Living Group a call. They are experts. They will lower your stress, or they might be able to sell your house yesterday. They got buyers in waiting, folks. That's why you should trust my friend John Leahy to sell your home. Call today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I'm going to get ahead of something. Landfield, do you remember I got asked to join the NBC4 Fantasy Football League, and it was a setup. Derek set me up. My draft was impossible. Well, I am on my way to starting 0-2 in that league, and last week my team was really good. I had the third highest score, but I ran into the highest score. This week, not so good. I played Lauren Ricketts, and she completely kicked my ass. So I want to get out in front. I want to own it because I know Ricketts is going to make fun of me at some point. B, I got smoked by Ricketts in fantasy this week. Just absolutely smoked. I do have a couple guys going tonight. I got Ibuka tonight. I got Omarion Hampton tonight. I got Fairburn, the Texans kicker, tonight. So hopefully this will look a little more respectable.
You getting destroyed in fantasy?
By Lauren Ricketts.
Lauren's good, man.
Yeah.
Lauren's my girl.
She's about to be 2-0.
Yeah, she's going to be
I'm about to be 0-2.
She is kicking that.
I'm in 3 fantasy leagues, which is probably one too many. Hey,
Lauren, tell him should have stayed in just 2, not 3.
I know.
He came in one with you. He knew he was going to get that tail whoop.
Derek also set me up, for the record. I can't stress that enough.
Well, I can believe Derek set you up. Derek, the one talking trash dude that don't do nothing but just sit there and ride.
In another league, I got C.J. Stroud going tonight. I'm down 13, but he has Bucky Irving and the Texans defense going, so I think I'm probably going to lose that. I did get 1 win this weekend. Let's not count our chickens. I'm in position to maybe get 1 win. I'm down 8 to my boy Celestin, but I have Hampton going for the Chargers as well as the Bucks kicker, Chase McLaughlin. So I'm hoping to at least win that one.
Well, Chase got to kick like 3 field goals for you to help you out?
Yeah, but I have Hampton, the Chargers running back. So if he can get me a touchdown or like 50 yards, will you stay up for the late game tonight?
I'm going to start out up, and I probably will fall asleep right around 11:30, 45, something like that. Then I'll probably wake up around 1:45 and then realize I'm on the couch. And then I will walk upstairs and get in the bed, fall asleep, and then all of a sudden the alarm will go off and it's going to seem like it was just 1 hour past. I'm going to be pissed off. Then I'm going to look at my Oura ring and it's going to say, oh, you slept great last night. You were in the bed for 7 hours. And I'm going to say, nah, I was on that damn ottoman downstairs.
B's got his night planned out.
Yeah, that's how it be. But that's like a regular night for me, Jay.
What I'm going to do is probably make some bets. Let's get to it, Landini.
Heard it here voice. I holla. Gather around, gather around.
I am very ready for the Pete Carroll, Jim Harbaugh rivalry to get renewed tonight. Yeah. We saw that going way back to the Stanford USC days. We saw that certainly in the Niners Seahawks days, and we get to see that again tonight. Chargers Raiders 10 o'clock kickoff.
All right.
And Tampa at Houston is a 7 o'clock. It'll be nice to have football on at 7.
What's the over under?
Total in Bucks Texans is 42.5. Total in Chargers Raiders is 46.5.
All right.
Fire B. It feels like you're ready, so you can.
I'm going under in the Chargers Raiders, and I'm going over in the Bucks Texans.
White Brian, how are you, buddy?
I'm all right. I'm also going over in the Texans game, over 42.5.
You going over?
Didn't you just go over, or did you go under in that one?
I went over in that one. That's right. That's right.
Okay.
I'm about to say, Brian trying to go against me.
Professor Landini.
On him.
It was 4 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Some put voodoo on him.
He's putting voodoo on him.
I'm taking the Chargers money line.
If you act like you don't hear stuff. I talk to everybody, and then talk to you, and you act like you can't hear. What the hell are you talking about?
It's because you got them old man ears. You can't hear.
You got the old man. I'm talking to you. You can't hear.
JP hears everything, though, because he's got them giant Dumbo ears.
I'm all ears, baby. Shout out to Heather McDonough. We had 1 year anniversary of All Ears. We've been doing that show for a year. Can you believe that fast, B?
Yeah, you're still growing, too.
She brought me in a cake. It was very nice.
Was it ear shaped?
No, but we did a We did a how worried are you meter for various Commanders
They should have
things,
an ear shake.
and it was a 1 to 4 ears. How worried you are. Jeff's mic's not working, but he says he takes the Chargers. Landfill, will you accept that from Jeff?
I don't know. I mean, the
You
Chargers
just
are.
you just let JP go with it last week.
The Chargers are one of like 6 teams Jeff claims to be a fan of.
Jeff's in for the Chargers. It's been a while, folks, but just let me remind everybody about the system, okay? The Las Vegas Raiders are playing at home tonight in Las Vegas. Their home field, and they're getting points. This is an easy one. Give me the Raiders plus the 3.5 all day. All day and all night. Because to watch this thing, I'm going to be up all day, all damn night. Great and
You
Danny.
won't be up. You'll be asleep.
System pick on the books.
Oh, man.
Give me the silver and black. Thank you to Tyler Dunne for joining us today. Thank you to Nikki Jhabvala for joining us today. Thank you to everybody that called in. Thank you to everybody that listened, everybody that watched on the stream. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
This update brought to you by Surfside Iced Teas and Lemonades with vodka. Around the league, quarterback Joe Burrow of the Bengals is out 3 months with a turf toe that will require surgery. Dan Quinn will have an update on Jaden Daniels later. The Washington Capitals have unveiled a red third jersey featuring the team's iconic Screaming Eagle. They will wear it 15 times at home this year, and it will serve as the Capitals' third jersey for the next 3 seasons. Tonight's doubleheader in Monday Night Football at 7, it's Tampa Bay against Houston and the LA Chargers versus the Raiders. Coverage begins at 6 p.m. on Team 980. Nationals are home against the Atlanta Braves with Mitchell Parker against Spencer Strider. 6:45 live play-by-play on the Fan. Yesterday, Nationals beat the Pirates 4-3. James Wood with a go-ahead run from first base to put them in the lead for good.
And the pitch swung on, line left center field, base hit. Wood around second, heading for third. The ball gets through O'Neill Cruz to the warning track. Wood being waved around third. He will score. There goes Lyle into third once again. And the Nationals have taken the lead here in the bottom of the 8th inning on a line drive to the gap.
The call on 106.7 The Fan. Fall is here and football is back. Nothing goes better with game day than Surfside iced teas and lemonades with vodka. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What's up and welcome in on this Monday to Grant and Danny, September 15th, 2025. You are listening to The Fan. We will take you up to 6:15 tonight and pregame of Nats baseball, 4 hours and 15 minutes with you on G&D. 5 o'clock today, show highlighted by our appointment with our buddy Jay Gruden, head coach of the Washington Redskins back in the day. And, of course, you will hear from, speaking of head coaches, Dan Quinn, the current head coach of the Commanders, meets the media at 3:30. That's particularly important today, and we'll have that press conference live because it's very newsy. What is going on with the knee of Jaden Daniels? Will he be able to practice this week? Will he be able to play against the Raiders? Is he going to miss time? How serious is this knee injury that led to concern and an MRI after the game on Friday morning, which we told you about here on G&D and The Fan? So Dan Quinn speaks with reporters. They've been very coy. They're not saying much out at the park. First time he'll address this injury is at 3:30 today. You'll hear it live on The Fan.
So forgive us. You can hear the show's not 100%. I'm doing a little bit better. I'm on the back end of it. Grant's on the start. When we turn our mics off, you ever see like a TV show or a movie where they like are trying to portray the waiting room of a hospital during some sort of like outbreak or whatever, and it's like chaos. Everyone's going, this is just, it's disgusting in here. It is gnarly and gross and awful, but we will persevere. We're chopping wood because you guys are out there. Tens of you are listening to the program. We're on. Let's go.
Not all heroes wear capes.
That's right. Sometimes you wear polo shirts or like Under Armour shirts.
Love the NFL on Sundays where you just get to put your feet up and
my feet with up,
bounce around on Sunday Ticket and Red Zone. Some of the headlines from yesterday: the Bengals lose Joe Burrow for 3 months in their win over the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jake Browning off the bench throws for 240 and a couple tutties, but he threw 3 picks as well. Ended up leading a 92-yard, 15-play drive that won them the game with 18 seconds left. Jacksonville narrowly misses out on going 2-0. Trevor Lawrence still got some work to do with Liam Cohen. It hasn't been perfect. Turned the ball over a couple times yesterday. But what a damaging injury. Nothing that's happened in the NFL so far this season,
pretty seismic,
has been more problematic for a team than one of the best quarterbacks in the league going down for 3 months. Toe surgery coming up for Joe Burrow.
Yeah, the most depressed you can be at 2-0. I mean, their whole point was to avoid a bad start. They're 2-0. They haven't been 2-0 in a millennium, pretty much, numbers approximate. And here they are, 2-0, but it's kind of a womp-womp.
I think yesterday was actually interestingly pretty good for Washington in trying to figure out if what we've seen so far sings a better or worse story about the Commanders. And this is not how football works, but you know what I mean. Like manhandled the Giants and beat them by 15, and defensively they shoved it on New York, and we thought, yeah, but that's a dreadful offense that's not going to really move the ball or score a lot of points on anybody. And then they went out and lit up the Cowboys for 37 points, still lost in overtime. But Russell Wilson, who the Commanders held to sub 50% passing and had on the precipice of being benched after one game, throws for 450 yards and 3 touchdowns in an epic all-time Wilson one last gasp performance. Malik Neighbors goes 9 for 167 and a pair. Wan'Dale Robinson goes 8 for $142 and a tutty. And so the Giants looked really, really good. Similarly, the Packers had shoved it on the Lions going back to week 1. And so there's this thought that, well, maybe Green Bay's defense is just that good because they shut down the Lions, hit their running backs in the backfield on 3/4 of running plays in week 1, and then they dominated Washington. And we're like, but maybe Detroit's not as good as we thought. Well, Detroit's pretty good.
That was pretty good.
They hung 50 on Ben Johnson and the Bears. They beat up on their old offensive coordinator. Made it look like Ben Johnson was calling plays as they just completely destroyed him.
Hey, Ben, remember this one? You used to dial that one up.
Right. 52 points. So I think because the Lions played as well as they did, and because the Giants looked as competitive as they were able to against the Cowboys, if you want to play that game for Washington, kind of speaks well to who they've played, what they've done.
You can do a little transitivity game, and you always end up at a weird place. But to your point, the small samples we have do tell us a little bit of a story. The story to me right now, Green Bay is as good as we've got in this league. Whether they will be that in 3 months, whether they'll be that in January, hoisting a trophy, a lot of things can happen. Adjustments get made, film becomes available, injuries happen, improvement in play because a lot of teams didn't do much in the preseason, et cetera. We'll figure a lot out over the next couple of months. But right now, Green Bay is better than everybody, pretty much. That's kind of my thesis statement. Maybe them and the Bills are the two buzzsaws at this point. The Eagles are very good. I understand that, but I haven't seen anything better than what Green Bay's turned in through 2 games against what we think are pretty quality opponents, where they have been so head and shoulders, so clearly better than the teams that they were playing against, that it was okay, thanks for coming by. We're just going to get some work in and send you guys home with your tail between your legs to Detroit and then Washington. So, yeah, I mean, at this stage, you go, now, the injuries, and we'll talk about Jaden Daniels and his knee, but you feel a little bit better, if you're me at least, and maybe some fans, if you observed all the data, you go, I don't feel as bad about that loss. Again, you'd like to be that team that's the buzzsaw. You'd like to compete with them. But in week 2, with a lot of the happenstance behind them, I'll sort of take that L on a short week.
Yeah, I want to get into Jaden Daniels' knee in just a couple of minutes as well, for sure. You mentioned, though, the Packers being the best team in football so far. I don't know if you can put them number 1 in the power rankings because the defending champions, Eagles, have played and beaten Dallas and then just played Kansas City, who's considered a Super Bowl contender every year, and they beat them as well on the road 20-17. Philly is doing the Kansas City thing, though, of the last few years. Track with me here. The Chiefs, the thing you and I would always jokingly say is they can't keep getting away with this, where it's this listless, unexciting, boring, explosive, playless offense and a good defense and a running game with nothing happening more than 7, 8, 9 yards at a time. And in the end of the game, you'd look up and they'd make 1 or 2 winning plays with a winner of a quarterback, Mahomes, Hurts in this case, and they'd win an ugly game. That is what the Eagles have been for 2 weeks. It's what they were for a major stretch last year. There's just nothing sexy about them at all. There's no style points with them. Are they a really good team? No doubt. Is Nick Sirianni deserve his flowers because he's a really good head coach? I'd say yes to that. But Jalen Hurts threw for 101 yards yesterday. Like, they have way too much talent for A.J. Brown to have been a non-factor in a couple games. Devontae Smith, if not for a 28-yard catch yesterday, was whisper quiet. Saquon Barkley through 2 games has been, a workhorse without a whole lot to show for it. It's weird to me because you would think that this would be a really juicy, fun, sex appeal offense. It's not. And I'm sure you heard the audio at the end of the game that went viral, which was great. But it's kind of the embodiment, I think, of the Eagles right now, where Chris Jones is standing up over the ball as they're kneeling, and he's yelling at Jalen Hurts that he didn't even have 100 yards passing. And Hurts is like, we won the bleeping game, you idiot. And that's kind of what the Eagles are right now. I'm not impressed by them, but they're really, really good, and they're going to be really hard to beat.
There's more gears there because you already touched on it. There's so much talent They haven't needed to deploy A.J. Brown and to have one of those 10 for 177-yard, 2-touchdown games. They haven't needed we need to come back, so we'll sling it to Devontae Smith or use Dallas Goedert or whatever.
But I don't think they've chosen not to look good as a passing game.
No, I just think they haven't hit yet. I don't think they've hit on all cylinders yet.
They have survived in advance, but it's chicken or the egg. Like, to me, it just so happens that they've won without that. It's not like they didn't need it to win.
They did that 2 years ago when they started off hot and we kept going. They're winning all these games. They deserve credit for that. And then they had that swoon on the back end that everybody overreacted to and went, oh my God, they're doomed. They'll never win again. The Sirianni should be fired before they went on to a Super Bowl year. This reminds me of that, to be honest with you. Again, they deserve credit for being 2-0. They've beaten two good teams. We'll see how good Dallas is. But I've been impressed in the sense that the old cliche of find a way to win thing is happening. I mean, nothing they did well forced Travis Kelce, Mr. Swift, to drop that pass to cause an interception, which really was the difference in the game. Catch the ball, get in the end zone against a team that I hate, please. That's why they won. That's not something they did well. He was open. The ball hit Kelce right in the damn hands. So they deserve credit for being able to capitalize and do enough, but it wasn't like some remarkable performance where you go, how the hell do you beat this team? I know how, right? They absolutely could have lost this one to Kansas City, who's 0-2 and everybody's panicking.
Yeah, that offense is pretty washed at this point, that Chiefs offense.
They need Rice back ASAP.
Big,
Four more games.
Which, by the way, I found it really weird. They were all wearing free Rice T-shirts before the game, as if he got popped for weed or something, or nobody knows why he got suspended. Anybody done some double clicking on that?
It's very mysterious.
It was literally driving wildly. There's video of him leaving a scene. He could have killed people with a massive crash. And Travis Kelce and all these grown-ups are wearing T-shirts that say free Rice. I thought that was a choice that probably didn't sit too well with all the people that were involved in that incident in Kansas City or in Texas, wherever the hell that was, that he got suspended the 6 games for. Elsewhere, though, yesterday, Drake May was awesome for the Patriots, 19 of 23, 230-2. They beat Miami. I wouldn't want to be Mike McDaniel right now. Got to win that football game. They didn't. He was asked after the game about losing, and his quote was something to the effect of, well, to win the game, you have to win the game. And we lost the game, so we didn't win the game. And we talked about this last week.
Yep.
His shtick, as those losses pile up,
it ain't cute,
is not going to go over well. Not like they have a big-time, strong media that's going to hold his feet to the fire, but fans just don't like that. There was a great sequence in that game, by the way, where the Dolphins returned a punt for a touchdown, 74 yards to take a 27-23 lead with about 7.5 minutes to go. And then on the ensuing kickoff right after that, former Commander Redskin football teamer, I think he was here for all 3, Antonio Gibson, 90-yard kick return touchdown to take the lead back 30-27. And they go on to win 33-27.
What a sequence. Yeah, Miami, to me, week 1, they looked like they quit and didn't care. Week 2, they actually didn't. I thought they actually looked better in this game, more competitive. Not good. I'm not telling you that they're going to be anything but bad this year, but it didn't look like they'd rolled over and died to me. And I think that might have been one of those last gasp type situations. It just doesn't feel like they're on the same page, like anybody wants to be there. They just seem miserable coming to work.
Worst vibes team in the NFL.
Yeah.
By far.
That's the way to put it.
49ers get a win without Brock Purdy or George Kittle or Kyle Juszczyk, who got hurt, or Brandon Ayuk and so many other players. Christian McCaffrey runs for 55. How about Mac Jones? I thought that was the story of the game. This is something that we talked about last week, and I kind of predicted he's going to look okay against bad teams because it's the Kyle Shanahan scheme. He gets guys open. Kyle really wanted him in the draft when they traded up to 3. They ended up siding with Trey Lance. Mac Jones throws for 280 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks in this game as they beat New Orleans. Now, they beat an 0-2 team that's going to probably lose 13 times this year. So I'm not sitting here pretending like they would have
But still, road win with a backup quarterback and not many guys healthy besides Christian McCaffrey?
Yep.
Color me impressed, yeah.
By the way, on his contract, he gets $100,000 for every game he starts that they win. So the cash register cha-ching happened for him yesterday. Bills blew out the Jets. Justin Fields is hurt again. By the way, sorry, Danny, I started him in our G&D listener league where we're co-managers.
Yep.
He was coming off of a great game. He had a good matchup.
That was a terrific matchup. That happens.
Started him, and it just completely backfired.
Yeah, well, I mean, the person who started Joe Burrow, it backfired on him. I mean, that's a sensible, reasonable thing to do. So I am boning a couple leagues.
Joe Burrow wasn't 3 for 11 for 20 yards before that. I mean,
audience loves that. I didn't want to draft.
Are we cheering for injuries now, audience? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, it's not a high class audience. Ours. Yeah, I didn't start him because he's a proficient passer. That's the guy I wanted to run around, and I thought there'd be plenty of running in a game that they would be outclassed in.
James Cook ran for $130 and 2 touchdowns in that game.
Yeah, that Bills game, by the way, real quick. I know you're moving on. That was we don't really have to do anything today.
Oh, yeah.
We're so much better than you. We're just going to hand it off and kill the clock for the next 45 minutes.
The Jets stink.
That was don't bother.
By the way, the New York football market.
Yeah, tough times.
They're 0-4.
Yep.
They're bad every year, both of those teams.
Yep.
It really is amazing.
Yeah, hate to see it.
How in that market, with that big of a collective football group of fans, 2 different fan bases, they can never get it right.
No.
All that money, all that interest. Pretty amazing. Steelers crash back to earth. Aaron Rodgers threw 2 picks. Did not come as easily as it did in the first game. Seattle's defense is going to be a pain in the butt.
They're good.
With. They get 100 yards from Kenneth Walker on the ground. Sam Darnold threw 2 early picks and overcame that to throw for 2 touchdowns and a win. Went for 295. I think they'll go as far as he'll take them, which is not very far. I'm just not a big Sam Darnold fan behind this offensive line, but that was a good win. Did you see in the Nashville in Tennessee? So the Rams beat the Titans 33-19. They were a lot of people's survivor team. Devontae Adams caught a touchdown, 33 yards. He went for 106 in the game. But did you see the Cam Ward touchdown pass? First of his career or first of this game? Where he was like rolling to his right, extending the play all the way to the sideline, threw back to the top of the letters in the end zone, the other side of the field. Unbelievable
You
play.
just go, okay, let's all be patient. Let's all make sure we give this kid a chance.
Did you see that play?
Yeah.
So good. Anything else stand out 4 o'clock window? I mean, the ending of that Colts-Broncos.
I was going to say
game.
Colts-Broncos is the story.
So Indianapolis is 2-0. Daniel Jones has been excellent twice. We said, well, let's see what happens when they play a good defense. Broncos might have the best defense in the league when the dust settles this year. Jones throws for 315 in that game. Didn't rush really at all. He stayed in the pocket. Didn't turn the ball over, though. No interceptions. But Shane Steichen, I thought this was terrible. They basically get to the 40-yard line, 45-yard line. They've got a 60-yard field goal upcoming. And with like a minute and a half to go, he just shuts it down. Why would we try to make a 60-yard field goal? A 40-yard field goal with a kicker who's kicked like 9 times in his career. So they just start basically taking the air out of the ball to set up 60 yards for the win. The kick was nowhere near. It was like 5 yards wide and 5 yards shy. It was a terrible attempt and a worse coaching decision. But the only thing more ridiculous was the Broncos touched the center.
Leverage.
So you get 15 yards, 60 becomes 45, and then Schrader hits the game-winning field goal for what was his 3rd of the second half and his 5th of the game, and they end up winning 29-28.
I totally understand that rule about trying to protect the centers. I mean, I think of our buddy Nick Sundberg, where I remember, I think snapped a ball, then someone tried to go through him and broke his arm, and, I have sympathy for that. I don't know that should be a 15-yard penalty. I understand the point is you want to protect those guys, and a 5-yard penalty would be traumatic enough because you get another chance to kick it, or a 10-yard penalty. 15, again, is just so extreme to me, but I digress. Yeah, the Colts were lucky to escape with that win. That was a really good football game as they went back and forth.
What'd you make of Sunday Night Football? Penix, meh. Falcons offense kind of stunk.
The only thing that I noticed is every quarterback would drop back and get sacked a million times. Both pass rushes were just fine and effective. I mean, Atlanta's been hunting for that for a millennia, and they might have it now. And that was fearsome, both of those.
They had 6 sacks of J.J. McCarthy. Yeah, I was going to say Penix was meh, and that was way, way better than McCarthy, who I thought was downright bad. 11 of 21, 2 interceptions for him. I mean, he just looked like he was getting teed off on, to your point.
So, no, I think Darisaw was out for Minnesota. I mean, he's here producing today, so credit to him for coming back and helping us.
Dameron-Assau.
Yeah, Christian Darius Dameron-Assau. And I think Atlanta was missing somebody, too. I actually tuned in a little bit late to get the injury updates.
Tackle's out for the year.
Yeah, it was out for the year. There you go. So, maybe that's part of the reason the pass rushes were so damn effective, but Atlanta all of a sudden became a team that I'm going, I'm not that excited to play here in a couple weeks. Right? Again, offensively, I think they're going to be limited. Penix, who I still like, is let's get it to Bijan Robinson short. Let's get it to other guys kind of short, quick, not even intermediate passing game.
Is that
not really
him
downfield.
Or is that their offense with Zach Robinson?
I think it's 6-1, half dozen of the other.
Because I got frustrated by that watching Kirk O'Chains last year. I think that's how they call plays, to be honest.
They might, but there were a couple opportunities to push the ball down the field, and he just didn't seem comfortable hitting them. And there was a corner route to the end zone that he stepped into, and it just missed by 5, 6, 7 yards. Wasn't competitive. He's good getting the ball out of his hands quickly, moving around a little bit. But yeah, for Atlanta, This to me was more about that pass rush, and I kind of went, damn, that's not something I'm excited to see in a couple weeks.
They have had the worst statistical pass rush for 5 years running in the NFL over that period, but they traded up significantly. I still think it was an insane trade based on the value they gave up, but they drafted 2 edge rushers in the first round.
Yep.
Both of whom had one of their 6 sacks last night. So that was kind of the script to be a defensive-led team that can put you away with the running game, and they ran wild. John Robinson, 143 yards. Tyler Algier, 76 yards rushing. So it was like 38 for right around 210 rushing yards or something like that. By the way, did you see that? I heard Tirico say this on Sunday Night Football. So it's always been Bijan Robinson. Then this offseason, I saw the video circulating everywhere where Bijan Robinson said in an interview he wants to be Bijan Robinson because that's what his mom and his grandma prefer. He's like, it's not Bijan. People have always said it wrong. It's Bijan. We're like, okay. Well, then he told Tirico in the meeting before Sunday Night Football last night he wants to go back to Bijan because he doesn't like how it sounds when people say it the right way. So now I'm just about to check out on that. Like, someone just tell me what to do. Because I try to get people's names right, but when you have changed it publicly twice in a couple of months, I'm just trying to get your name, man.
Yeah, I don't have the energy or the hustle for it.
Right.
When you can't, it's so there are two subcategories here. One, when everyone does the overly familiar for someone they don't know nickname thing. Again, the one I always use is Nuke Hopkins, where everybody just stops saying DeAndre and they're like, we're friends. Me and Nuke, we go to GR restaurants together. You don't know him. You're not buddies. You're not like in his inner circle because he's on your fantasy team that time or whatever. That I can't stand. Won't do that. No, thank you. So that's one category. The next category is like the tricky first name. If you can't make up your mind, it's hard for me to put in that much more effort. As part of the difficult name crew, Rouillet is not easy.
Right.
That's a lot of French letters in a row. There's a lot of vowels. There's a soft sound. No one's sure what to do. Do your best. I'm not going to get mad.
I thought it was amazing. I mean, Tirico said this from the meeting. He's like, yes, I did correct everyone and tell them that is what my grandma and my mom prefer. But I guess now that he's heard it enough, he's like, I just like Bijan better.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm going with.
Okay.
And I hope no one corrects me at any point. Because when he's changed his mind a couple times, you can't possibly expect me to be on point.
That's kind of where I am, is just nobody yell at me. And that goes for everything.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. So we did not talk yet about Jaden Daniels' knee. And that is the story of the day. That is the issue. We'll tell you what we're hearing and whether or not he's likely to play this weekend. We'll get to that next on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on The Fan. On Friday, Grant Paulson reported that Jaden Daniels had an MRI after the Packers game on his knee. We got some clarity today from multiple reports that Jaden Daniels has a sprained knee. It's not expected to be a long-term injury, but his status for Week 3 against the Raiders is still going to be up in the air. Dan Quinn set to talk to the media coming up at 3:30 today. We'll carry it for you live right here on Grant and Danny. But again, Grant Paulson reported that he had an MRI on Friday. We got some more clarity today that Jaden Daniels indeed does have a sprained knee. Not a long-term thing, but he could have his status for Week 3 against the Raiders up in the air. I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on 106.7 The Fan.
Dan Quinn speaks in 1 hour. 3:30 press conference for the head coach today. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Danny, Ian Rappaport moments ago, NFL media, saying that the Daniels MRI revealed a sprained knee. He says it's not a long-term injury, but Daniels' status this week against the Raiders is in doubt. This meshes with exactly what I've heard, which was to say, we had just teased going to break. We're going to talk about this coming back. And we didn't know, obviously, this report would break during this time. But what I've heard all along was it would be surprising if he played. I think when you're dealing with a guy that's his age and that was able to recover as quickly as he did last year and play through the broken rib that he did,
right?
They're not just going to rule him out outright and say, there's no way that we know, on a Friday, Saturday after an MRI, he's definitely not going to be ready the following week. But if you're going to be a little bit conservative with him, or if you're going to not let him play unless he's 100%, it is unlikely based on, I'll use the word severity of, or just how banged up the knee is, that he was going to be ready to be himself. So I haven't gone hard in the paint to say he's not going to play, but everything that I've heard from multiple people has been they've got a plan for him, and that barring a real surprise, it was unlikely that he was going to be able to get back on the field against the Raiders, which would set up a game for Marcus Mariota to start against the last team he started for.
Yeah, his former team. What I never understood was the casual confidence from so many that everything was fine and he'll be okay and it's all good. And this is both a relief that it's not something more serious, but also concerning that it's going to affect him in some way, right? And now we're kind of doing this dance. But the casual confidence I heard from, whether I'm listening to different shows or fans or the Twitterati or everything else, that, he's okay. It's nothing. And he was going to play this weekend. There was this assumption, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing, hearing, and consuming, because we did last year, where he had a broken rib or ribs. They wouldn't admit it. He's getting wrapped up like a mummy between every possession, and there's never an admission that everything was fine. So to me, and I'm not faulting them, by the way, I'm not criticizing anybody, simply saying, if that's how you're going to be in terms of keeping things tight-lipped, close to the vest, etc., I don't do what you say at face value anymore, right? You're not in the business. You've made it clear with your mission. You have no interest in letting me know and letting the public know what's going on intimately with injuries, and you're doing whatever the rule is, etc. You're not going to offer any excuses. You've made it very clear that you don't care that we are in the circle of trust and we know the deal. So what I'm going to do from now on is not believe you when you tell me everything's fine, or sort of keep digging when you let me know that he'll be fine, or whatever the statements happen to be. So I was confused by the people that just sort of assumed that he would be good to go this weekend. But back to this. Again, I'm grateful it's not something more serious, because when you hear knee, automatically that's one of those touch points or clutch points of somebody's body where something's going on there. You start thinking about surgeries. You start thinking about longer recoveries, et cetera. So again, sprained knee is good. What's bad is it's going to affect him. And I'm very, very hopeful that they are smarter than frankly, I thought they were last year.
So I want to get into that, first of all. This idea of protecting him from himself, not allowing him to just go out and play through pain. Knee, very different than a rib. The comparisons, obviously, that everyone's going to make unfairly to the team that I covered with the Shanahans, with the number 2 overall pick, who was dealing with a knee that he'd injured and tried to play through it and then ended up shredding the knee, right? Which is, again, not a fair comparison or a reasonable one, but that's what life is. Life is about living through things and then having that affect how you view things moving forward. So I think anyone trying to shout people down or get angry at people who lived through that are being foolish and irresponsible. Like, of course, when you've seen a player try to play through a knee injury who runs around as a dual threat, and you live through the greatest rug being pulled out from underneath of you all time, it's going to affect the way you view something like this. But I do want to say as well, it seems to me like what's coming out, I have to imagine it's from the agent side. I don't think the team, which has decided not to put this out all along, would start leaking things today. Now, to be clear, when they leak things, it's going to be the national media. I don't know why, but they just don't. This group in general, I would say, is not a big fan of leaking things locally, from what I can gather, but that's a whole nother point. I think, though, this is the agent, and I think that the team is waiting for Dan Quinn to speak at 3:30, and they're big on messaging. They're big on everyone being on the same page. They're going to have a meeting. Here, how are we going to say this? How are we going to couch this? How are we going to do this? Everyone will beat by that drum. They've been incredible in that way. So why wait until an hour before he speaks to then send this to Shefty and Rap Sheet? I think this is probably more the agent side kind of getting their part of it out, especially when you see some of the things about, hey, not serious, not long-term, all that stuff. I'm not convinced, based on everything I've heard, that he's just going to be back at practice like first thing next week either. I think there's a chance that this could be a couple of week thing. Not to say that I would expect him to miss the Atlanta game, because remember, it was a Thursday game, not a Sunday game. So you might actually, even if it's a 2-week-ish recovery, which is kind of what I'd heard, you might still be able to come back and play in that game. But all I'm saying is, I think we've got to wait and see. If you hear anything definitive, like he's definitely going to be out at 2 or 3 games, I think that person is being too aggressive in their timeline of getting that out there. And if you hear the opposite with the team right now, or the agent, where they come out and say, hey, he's not going to miss any time, that's probably too extreme the other way. Because, again, you just don't know yet. You got to see, how does he respond? When does the swelling go down? The swelling was substantial from what I'd heard, right? So but that was why we put it out there on Friday. Everyone was like, oh, well, an MRI, so what? Players get MRIs. The point wasn't just that it was an MRI. It was an MRI and some concern about the results and what that would mean. So could he play against the Raiders? Yeah, because I said all last season, leading up to the broken rib game against the Bears, he probably wasn't going to play in that game. Didn't really practice, and they let him play anyway. I just think this is different. This is a knee. This is a guy that runs around. This is a guy that takes shots. I would not allow him to play unless he is absolutely 100%, and I'm not sure that that's realistic.
Yeah, and there is a difference. I mean, having broken my ribs, it's excruciating and awful and the worst thing ever in terms of pain or whatever, but that's a pain management thing, right? These guys go through so much, it's incredible. You put your flak jacket on, you take your ridiculous painkiller type shot, and you just sort of hope you don't get hit the wrong way, right? It's hard to breathe, it's hard to do anything. But with a knee, one of those like pressure-bearing load spots where your entire athletic being, start, stop, jump, squat, run, stop running, throw, plant. If you don't have it, you don't have it. And it's a waste of time. You know what I mean? Like, the thing we learn, you referenced Robert Griffin. To me, it's impossible not to evoke some of those memories and lessons learned, or what should have been learned, was there is a chasm, a Grand Canyon-style ravine between the word cleared and he's good to go. Cleared means he's not any danger of re-aggravating or making it worse just by living and breathing and playing football. Yeah. The good to go means you can't do what you do. And when you can't do what you do, for my money, you are more at risk. If you can't make the shimmy, if you can't make the Chris Cooley jelly leg, you can't do the push-off, you can't do the directional change with the same explosiveness, you can't protect yourself the right way. You can't do the things that make you you, so I need to be cautious. Now, this is NFC Championship Sunday. Let's figure it out. If this is, the most meaningful game you got, they're all important because this is, whatever it is, 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever percent of your schedule. These next couple of games might be almost 20%. You need this player to be on the football field for as long as possible, but you also need him for years, not for a rush back for a week so you can beat Atlanta. So we have to have long-term thinking here. I'm hoping they're more judicious maybe than they were last year. He probably should have sat one of those games, to be honest with you. I don't know which one when the rib injury was at its worst, but to me there was a kind of, a time where he clearly was not himself and something should have happened.
Compromised.
Yeah.
He did not play at the same level, and it wasn't particularly close. And in fact, he wasn't able to be Jaden Daniels, nor we always talked about when he would leave the pocket and run and he would just kind of like turtle and fall over. You knew, forget the fact that he's getting heating pads put on him on the bench or he's getting wrapped up like a mummy, and everyone's like, oh, it's fine. It's normal. That's just normal stuff.
Yeah, not normal at all.
I've never seen that for a guy that's healthy, but whatever. But remember, there were a couple plays against the Eagles and I think one other game where like he left the pocket and he just literally kind of turtled and protected himself.
Yeah.
Not him, but he was compromised and he played anyway. And to their credit, to his credit, they got through it. He was able to throw the Hail Mary and beat the Bears, even though a couple of his rough performances like that road Eagles game were in that stretch. I just think overall, if not for those 4 games, let's say he misses 2 or 3 of those, then we look back at last year, and without those numbers, he played at an MVP level for essentially the entire time he was out on the field. You saw that, and you're like, oh, have they solved it? Is this the Cliff? No. He just wasn't 100%. But they didn't necessarily tell him you can't do it because it's a rib. And quarterbacks play through ribs all the time.
Yeah.
You pad it up. You're going to take some shots. It's a threshold thing. I think a knee is a different story. So the question I would ask you guys is, what should be the line of delineation, the threshold for him to play against the Raiders or to be back on the field? Rap Sheet is saying his status is in doubt. That meshes with kind of what I've heard. I'd heard it's likely that he's not going to get to practice much this week, and he very well could miss this game against the Raiders. So if that is the case, if he's not going to play this weekend, do you need him to be 100% before he comes back? Would you let him play at 90%, 80%? Or is this one of those, like, my philosophy is everything's case by case. It's early in the season. It's week 3 of a marathon. You're playing a team that you're hopefully better than. They're playing on Monday night and flying cross country. You're at home after having not played since Thursday, one of the biggest rest advantages you're going to get all football season in the NFL. You can win this game without him. And even if you were playing against the Chiefs, I would say, I'm not pushing it. You're too important. It's too long of a season. There's too many games on the back end. I got to get you back to 100 as soon as possible. But how do people feel about that? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here for our pals at Window Nation. The end of summer, it is nigh. Nigh is the word I use there in our area. And your AC is probably working overtime, just trying to keep your house cool and comfortable. So what can you do to make a difference? Our suggestion is as follows. Replace your old or builder-grade windows with new ones from Window Nation. This month only, schedule a consult and get 50% off all style windows. Plus, this is a plus now, you could even get them with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 full years.
Love me some Window Nation, as does Danny, because of the 4 collective homes, 2 for me, 2 for Danny, over many, many years that they've helped us to beautify and lower the bills in. You got to call them at 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION for a great deal right now.
50% off all Windows sale. It's going to end soon. So don't miss out. Schedule your estimate right now, as Grant said, at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. Or you can visit. It's on the internet. WindowNation.com. A-plus business, A-plus rating rather from the Better Business Bureau. WindowNation.com.
G&D on the Fan. It is a hot tea day on Grant and Danny.
Yeah, I got my hot tea right here, my PVI mug. Big old hot tea. I got lemon in here. I got some honey up in here.
I got a throat coat situation going.
Yeah, we're getting after. We are a cutting-edge, hot, sexy pair of radio hosts drinking our hot tea today. Woo!
I see that noise I can't make. So you're further along in your recovery than I am.
Dude, I feel better because I'm a little drugged up, got my tea.
Last week, Thursday, Friday, Danny was just like sitting in here, sleeping
Just
during
miserable.
breaks.
Yeah.
You're at my house for the Thursday night watch, like said 6 words. I think I'm on your Friday from last week.
Yeah.
Yesterday, my buddy got married. Shout out to George. Beautiful wedding, amazing ceremony, beautiful bride. Yesterday, had a wedding. Was there, enjoyed myself thoroughly. It was gorgeous, rolling hills out west, past Purcellville. But that was your Thursday.
Yeah.
Where I was like out on my feet and I'm like putting a beer can to my forehead and my wife's like, people are looking at you. Like, you have to do something other than this.
What did they like? What did she think they thought, that you were like so hammered?
Probably. Like,
wasn't it pretty obvious that you weren't feeling great?
No.
No, okay.
Not if you didn't know me. You would just, I don't know what you would think. But I think I was embarrassing her a little bit. The Commanders are going to address what's going on with Jaden Daniels for the first time at 3:30. You're going to hear Dan Quinn live right here on the Fan. So make sure you're listening. That's coming up in 40 minutes. Ian Rappaport just broke some news on what's going on with the knee. Now, here's the part I didn't have and couldn't get. He says it's a sprained knee. I just couldn't figure out what the actual injury was. But what he's hearing is the same as what we've talked about and what meshes with what I've heard, which is he's got Jaden in doubt for this weekend. Status in doubt. Not saying he's doubtful yet, but he's saying his status is in doubt. I think what I told you today on the phone was if I had to make a bet on FanDuel right now, I'd say Jaden Daniels does not play against the Raiders. And I wouldn't feel great about saying what he's going to do against the Falcons. I think let's fast forward a week and see where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
He could be a very fast healer. That was certainly the case with the rib last year. He could have a high pain threshold. And I talked to Logan about this a lot on the New Take Command that we taped today, just about some of the medicines and the amazing treatment and the things guys can get for anti-inflammatories and pain that you can get back sooner. This is not some season-ending injury. But my question, Danny, is how much do you really want to push this seriously? And I just cannot bring this up without acknowledging the past.
Yeah.
And I know people hear that and they go crazy and they get so mad. I'm sorry. It's part of it. Like, we all lived it. A guy hurt his knee and then was playing through that. More compromised than Jaden Daniels would be if he came back, I think. But while that happened, he ended up being seriously injured and never the same. I just am going to come to this from a place of this is a marathon. There is no reason to push it to come back. For what reason? So that you can say you haven't missed a game? To give them the best possible chance to win, probably, so that you're not, quote unquote, letting your teammates down in a team game? They got to be able to handle this one without you. And if they don't, so be it. You're 1-2. You got a lot of football ahead of you. There's still plenty of time to get this ship back on track. But you're playing after a week and a half of rest against a team that will get done playing tonight, East time, after midnight into Tuesday morning, and is going to have to get on a plane on Friday or so to come here to play a 10 a.m. local time game for them. There's a reason odds makers have installed the Raiders as like a 6-point underdog in this game. That's the worst travel. They try to avoid it. And they never make you go cross country after Monday night to a team that just didn't play since Thursday. That doesn't happen. That's so lopsided. You got to figure this one out without him. And I would just tell him, hey, bud, let's reconvene in a week and see where you're at.
So you've honed in on this Raiders game specifically. I don't care if they're playing, the 89 49ers. I don't care who it is. Somebody take a long-term view in this week-to-week machismo, next man up, put it on the table and headbutt. No. The reason everyone's key card's going to work in a decade is that guy. All I wanted in the Griffin saga was someone to recognize the importance of the player. And I'm sorry that he wants to get back on the field. The adult in the room, be the adult in the room. Say, I'm glad you don't want to come out of the game starting pitcher. Hand me the ball, please. I'm glad you don't want to come out of the game wide receiver who's got to go to the blue tent. Go to the blue tent, please. This is not your call anymore. The future of the franchise, the reason we're going to be relevant or not, is banged up. Please take precious care, as long as it takes. So for me, I don't care who the opponent is. I don't care who's this weekend. If this was Philly this weekend or if was Dallas this weekend, whatever, man. Put that aside for me. This is the entirety of his rookie contract. Hopefully, the instant they can back up the biggest Brinks truck in the history of mankind to give him 75, 80, 90, whatever $1 million a year, please do that immediately. We have the answer. Please take care of him. So my hope is that everyone recognizes that, because the temptation is so, well, if we can get him at 80%, we put a little heat on that knee, put a brace on there, we can run a lot of these same packages, and he could do some of the decoy on the read option, give up the ball. Stop it. Don't make the same mistakes of the past. We're all products of our environments here.
Yeah.
I know we're a product of what forged me. I was there just like you guys were. Please be judicious here. Just the fact that it's this much, to me, I've already, Coach Danny Quinn, I've ruled him out. Now, who knows what they're going to do?
Yeah, and they may have behind the scenes, and they're not going to tell anybody that, right? There's no real reason to rule him out yet.
Right, there's no upside to it. Yeah, there's no requirement.
But yeah, in my mind, I'm already telling him. And I think there was some kind of meeting with him, from what I can gather, in the last 24 hours, where they put together a plan and kind of gave it to him and said, here's what we're thinking, here's the plan in place. And then he's got to determine, okay, this is what I would do, this is what I want to do. And they've got to protect him from himself. But I think he was given some marching orders. Here's how we're going to get you right. I don't know that it works like we think, though, where they say, you're definitely out in this game or you're playing. I think the point was, hey, we're going to not do this, and this week. We're going to try to get you these reps. If you can do this and we hit this benchmark, then maybe here's what happens. But from the beginning, what I'd heard was this is not like a hour by hour, day by day thing. This is like in a week or two, you might start really feeling better. And so if that's the case, you look at knee sprain recovery timelines. A mild grade one sprain can heal in 1 to 2 weeks. So let's say that's what he has. Mm-hmm. That's still really pushing it to come back in this game, and means you're probably getting back to where you need to be, Friday, Saturday of next week before the Atlanta game, which is kind of what I've been suggesting throughout. A moderate grade 2 sprain is 3 to 6 weeks. Now you're talking about a month or so. I don't think that's what this is. A severe grade 3 sprain, because a sprain is a tear, right? Could take 6 weeks to 12 months. That's not what this is. This is not long-term. Everyone has kind of shot that down. But also, I do think it has spoken volumes that the team has not come out to deflate any of this, has not come out to shoot any of these things down necessarily when there has been some speculation. Because you can't not tell people anything and then get mad when they speculate. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But if they were, then it just tells you, okay, the information is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I would be stunned if he played this weekend. And I'm not going to go as far as rap sheet to make it seem like early next week he should be back and fine. Not that he said those words, but he kind of alluded to that. I am in...
Because he said the static for this weekend is in doubt.
Right.
Meaning like after that, come on,
Exactly.
easy street. Yeah, it's interesting to me.
I'm in... I think this is a couple-week thing from when it happened on Thursday. And that gets me to middle of next week when things start to get interesting. Could be wrong. I could be overstating it. And again, I was wrong on the rib because he played through it, and I didn't think he would. I thought it was pretty cut and dry, man. Quarterback runs around, takes a bunch of shots, has a broken rib. He's not going to be playing football this week after not practicing. But they showed then they have no problem with him playing after not practicing, which is interesting as well. But we'll hit the phones on this next. 800-636-1067. How would you handle Jaden Daniels with the sprained knee? Status for this weekend now in doubt. Dan Quinn's talking at 3:30 today on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Big news today as Ian Rappaport confirming what Grant Paulson had reported about Jaden having an MRI. Also got more clarity that Jaden has a sprained knee. It's not expected to be a long-term injury, but his status for Week 3 at least is in question against the Raiders. Dan Quinn set to address the media coming up at the bottom of the hour at 3:30. You can hear it live right here on Grant and Danny. Again, Jaden Daniels has a sprained knee. Also today for the Commanders, they signed running back Chase Edmonds to the practice squad after Austin Eckler came out of the Packers game with a torn Achilles and is out for the season. Some other injuries around the NFL. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow going to be out at least 3 months with a grade 3 turf toe injury that will require surgery. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy is going to be likely out for Week 3 with an ankle sprain. Carson Wentz would start there. Also, the Vikings would be without their running back Aaron Jones for Week 3 with a hamstring injury. Cowboys center Cooper Beebe is expected to miss 6 to 8 weeks with a high ankle sprain. Baseball tonight, Nationals and Braves. First of 4-game series in 3 days. You can hear it right here on The Fan. 6:45 first pitch. Mitchell Parker takes on Spencer Strider. 2 weeks only, radio exclusive offer, $250 off every fiberglass window. Beat the fall rush and replace those cheap vinyl windows now. TheWindowMan.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $250 off. Free consultations at TheWindowMan.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
I was watching the Chiefs and the Eagles yesterday, enjoying Arrowhead and thinking we're going to be there next month at the end of October, right around Halloween.
Yeah, dude.
Monday Night Football, thanks to our friends flying us out there, putting us up. The law firm, Condori and Murray.
We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murray. It's funny you mentioned that. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Headed over to the Nats game tonight. Nationals Braves this evening from Nats Park. So quick prediction. Toby's going to be there because he is going to go to some Nats games. Toby came here to chew bubble gum and go to Nats games, but he's all out of bubble gum.
He's out of bubble gum. So what else? Oh, Nats game. Yeah.
Locked on Clary is not going to be there. Dad will not be there. Danny will not be there.
No, tonight's pickup kid from soccer night and get my loaner car returned to my pals at Ted Britt Ford. So we're going to do a little exchange. I got tomorrow night, my friend.
You will be there tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Let's get to the phones. 800-636-1067. We're asking people about the big news here. A sprained knee is the diagnosis for Jaden Daniels via Ian Rappaport, and he is reporting what we've been hearing and what we started speculating and talking about on Friday, which was that it's a real possibility he's going to miss time. Status for this weekend in doubt. I would bet that he doesn't play based on everything that I've heard, and I'm not convinced about the week after that, although certainly hopeful.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is, again, I haven't, not a doctor, I haven't done any medical examinations. I just know, I remember from knee stuff before, you know who, this needs to be more careful than they were last year with that rib. And again, the rib is not what a knee is. I understand that. It's tremendously different. This is one of those central focal point type body parts that you actually absolutely have to have operating at almost 100% in order to be yourself. You can get away with rib pain. It hurts, it's miserable, it's awful, but painkillers don't fix a knee that isn't working right, if that makes any sense. So they need to be really smart here. And I actually have some confidence that they will be.
Let's go to Weiss and Chantilly on Grant and Danny on the Fan. How are you? Thanks for the call.
I'm good, man. How you fellas doing today?
Good, buddy.
Very well.
Awesome, man. Yeah, like I said, like I've been listening to you guys, we should hold them off for the Raiders. Possibility of even holding them off against Atlanta. I feel like our team is strong enough to beat those two. He needs to come back with the Chargers because that's going to be a tough game to play against right there.
Yes, well said. I mean, so a couple of things. One, interesting storyline. Sports are so funny. Sports are so amazing. But the next two games, starting this weekend at home against the Raiders, are against the last two teams Marcus Mariota's played for.
Isn't that wild?
Mariota's going to get a starting opportunity.
The Mariota tour.
Presumably against the Raiders first, where he came in and played a bunch for them as a backup quarterback. But then as Atlanta, remember, he was their starter. The last time he was a starter.
That's right.
He didn't get booted off the team. He basically walked out and quit in the middle of that Netflix series where it turned out he'd had a baby. But I mean, his name around the league was dragged through the mud for weeks after that. And then you get a little more information. It doesn't look quite as bad. I still think, based on the information we have, it was not a good thing to do.
No, I would hope that if you asked him now, you'd say, yeah, I kind of regret the way that I acted, but it hasn't come up, and he's been wonderful here, and that's really what we care about more.
But isn't that amazing? There are 31 other teams in the league outside of D.C., and the two they play in the next 2 weeks are the Mariota revenge games. I mean, if they had the Titans after that, it would be even funnier who made it the number 2 overall pick. But, yeah, my eyes are on this one this weekend, and it just seems like that's the trend here, that they've got a plan, and that plan is, at least initially, not going to include getting him ready for this game. Now, could he play? This is why I didn't want to go hard in the paint. They don't really know. I mean, when you're dealing with a really young guy who's desperate to stay on the field, which he is by all accounts, and you have all of the modern medicines and the ability to maybe overcome and to heal fast, then if you're willing to play him at 75, 80%, maybe he's just going to stay in the pocket and be a pocket passer. I just think, A, that's a terrible idea, and B, I don't think it's realistic. I think this is a situation where you're going to have to miss a game. And on the other side of this, you kind of figure things out going into Atlanta. Let's go to Leon in Gaithersburg. What's up, Leon?
Afternoon, gentlemen. Grant, Danny. Yeah, you gotta sit him, and I think they will, just because of everything everybody said right up until this point. The knee is such a shoulders, ankles, knees. You got ligaments, you got tendons in there. My wife just sprained her ankle. She's a tennis coach. Green one. She had micro tears, stretching. You know.
Yep.
She was out of work for 2-3 weeks. Decided to come back early because she felt better, and re-aggravated it. So now she needs a doctor's notice to get back in.
Right. Yeah. It's not a toughness thing, to your point. Yeah. I appreciate the phone call, dude, and hope she's better. It's not one of those things where it's like, it's about getting through it. No, it's not. This is one of those that you're going to stand, right? Like, you can get away with favoring certain parts of your body. Like, if your non-throwing shoulder is bothering you a little bit, or you got like a forearm thing, you can sort of wrap that, or a fingers on your opposite hand, whatever. You're going to stand, plant, run, cut, jump, stop, start, everything on that knee. Even throwing the football is a mechanic that basically starts from the legs down, and if it's not right, then you're not right. It's not about gutting through something, whereas I think a rib is.
Let's go to Kent in Maryland. Hopefully on Kent Island.
Kent Island would be great.
Yeah. Where are you at, Kent? Oh.
Is that right?
It's a good location.
Is that right by?
It's near there.
Is it north of?
Kent, are you there, buddy? You will get nothing, and you will like it. Let's go to Bargov in Gaithersburg on the Fan. Bargov, Jaden Daniels dealing with a sprained knee. What do you think?
What's up, fellas? Yeah, I say we pull a 2012 Kyle Shanahan and run him on some high school options 20 times a game. That sounds real smart.
Just to see.
Yeah, no, heck no. We sit him out like you guys said. Look, we got a pro vet like Mariota. I mean, we have a decent shot of winning a couple games without him if need be. I kind of liken this to the first night of a bachelor party. It's like 1:15 a.m. You've already hit up 3 bars. You're probably like 10, 12 dues deep. Could you hit up another bar and keep it going? Sure. But you got to think about the entirety of the trip. Let's just go home, get some rest. We got more partying to do. JD5, we got more parties to hit up. So let's just rest up and we'll be all right in the long term. Thanks.
Appreciate you, buddy.
So I view this thing as a marathon. And if you feel like over the course of these 4 months, you can get to the requisite number of wins to make the playoffs, the bar being 10, 11, 12, get you there pretty comfortably. I think you have to, while every game is so important in this league, they're so precious, you've got to have the long view. I know you're even talking about longer term. You're talking about career. You're talking about next year and the year after. I just mean for this season, though, to get where you want to go, a 1-2 start is not the end of the world because you have the hay in the barn with that Giants game. If you were 0-2, I would understand a little bit more of the urgency, but split these next 2. And he might even be ready and fully going on the practice field by the end of next week for Atlanta. And so it's really one game. If that's the case and it's 1-2, it's a got-to-have-it game maybe on the road against the Falcons. They look like crap offensively again last night. That's just an okay team.
But it's a team you might be expected to compete with for a wild card spot, depending on the division. Yeah.
So I understand that. But to your point, though, even like my logic of thinking this year, playoffs, NFC playoff picture, it has to come second with this player, not with every player, okay? Not maybe with Josh Connerly at right tackle or your inside linebacking position with Bobby Wagner.
Mm-hmm.
But with this player, everything should be about how do we make sure over the next 10 years Jaden Daniels is the best version of himself? And you work back from that.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, that means it's overstated to say he's got to be 100%. I know that sounds like an easy thing, but like there's a straw man where it's got to be 100%, 95, 90. No. No one's 100% in football.
Right, and so it's with that grain of salt. I know exactly what you're trying to say.
There's a hurdle you got to clear.
Yeah.
And the hurdle is, are you hurt? Injured and hurt are different.
Mm-hmm.
Are you hurt? And right now he is both injured and hurt. And by the end of this week, if it's just hurt, if he could take the Toradol shot, and he could take the anti-inflammatory, and he could not really feel a lot of pain, and he can go out there and not be noticeably limping. I don't think that's this weekend, by the way. I think that'd be next weekend. I still say to you, not worth it, buddy.
Right.
You've got to be Jaden Daniels without the help of any medicine until we get you back on the field. Sorry. And if you want to yell at me and say, 2012's in your head, you're right.
Yes, it is.
And I won't apologize for that.
Yeah, seriously. Again, you live through it, and you either take a lesson from it or you don't. I mean, there's some sort of adage about those who don't know history and being doomed to repeat it anyway. But, to me, this one's pretty clear. Again, because it's a knee, right? I mean, it's basically, we've done this a couple times in this town, if you recall. Two teams handled something really, really differently when they were faced with something fairly similar. Now, one was planned and one wasn't. But the Strasburg shutdown happened, and the Robert Griffin shutdown did not happen. And one guy went on to pitch and win a World Series and an MVP and all that other stuff, and the other guy's career was never the same. Now, again, I know Strasburg ended up with a ton of injuries, and I know how the story ended. But the process is what you should be focused on here. The point is, what do you want out of this? What's more important to you? This weekend, getting that big W against the Raiders, or that player that can be a difference maker, a true franchise-altering presence at his best for a long time? And that, to me, is not even a consider. There's no balance sheet here. This is so obvious to me that, I don't know. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills if anybody's thinking, hey, just if you can wrap it up, let's go.
Josh is in Odenton on the Fan. What's up, Josh? How are you?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Yeah, fit him. Mariota's perfectly capable, but keep the information close to the vest. Make the Raiders plan for the possibility of having to play Jaden, and whatever the time is that they have to announce it. I don't know what time it is on Sunday, 12:50 or something. They're playing Mariota. Do this smart.
I appreciate that. And that's the point I wanted to bring up a second ago. Now, there's certain rules where you have to declare, if the guy's not practicing, you declare him doubtful or out or whatever. I mean, you're bound by the rules. Go by those, no problem. But there's the whole point of spending up and having a backup quarterback like Marcus Mariota for short-term fixes. This is why he's here, right? It's why you didn't just go, let's go get Jeff Driscoll, or let Sam Hartman do it, or some drafted kid that we have no idea if he can play or not. You've got a guy that in short samples has done really well for you.
This is why you invest in the position.
This is why you invest in the position, especially, again, with a young starter. You may not be able to do that if you've got to pay Pat Mahomes $60 million. You may not have a great experienced backup that you're willing to spend that much money on. You may just have to go with a whatever. Well, this is why one of the luxuries you can afford when you've got a young quarterback.
So looking at last year, just as a reminder of kind of how things went when Marcus Mariota played, and I do think the definition in so many ways of a backup in this league is when pushed into duty in the short term, these guys can have some success. And off the bench, it's almost like a starter out of the bullpen for an inning at max capacity, max effort.
Yeah.
Your fastball velocity plays up, your slider, your sharper, your breaking stuff is better, right? In Mariota's case, he played in the Cleveland game for like a couple snaps and a blowout. I don't count that. It was one drive. It was couple throws. But in the Carolina game, if you remember, when Jaden broke his rib, that was I think the first drive of that game. It was certainly in the first quarter. The line for Mariota against the Panthers ended up being 18 of 23 for 205 yards and 2 touchdowns in that game.
A couple scrambles in there. Was good.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, it was really good.
And he ran, to your point. He played against the Cowboys in a game where for a half they did nothing. Then they sat Jaden because they were resting up for the playoffs. And I think they had scored 7 points when he came in. He went 15 of 18 for 161 with 2 touchdowns. And he had a 30-yard run in there, too. He had an awesome, awesome game. That's the 2 times we've seen him play any real football with Cliff Kingsbury in this offense. Now, their offense was humming in a way last year that it isn't now. I don't think he's going to be the fix. I don't think he gets out there and all of a sudden, as a lesser talented player version of Jaden Daniels, all of a sudden they take flight, right? It's not as good a situation right now as it was in those games when everything was working. But he has played well enough that I think you shouldn't make panicked decisions. We've already talked about the first part of this is you can't do that anyway because this player is too important. But in a world where you're going to push him and try to rush him or fight through it with him, so to speak, because you don't have a better option. All Marcus Mariota's done when he's gotten a chance to play is play really, really well. The point where he got some interest this offseason and called some teams about starting, having a chance to go compete for a job. Let's go to Zeke in Southeast on G&D. What's up, Zeke?
Hey, guys, what's up? Can you catch a cold through the radio? Because, man, I've been drinking tea and lemon all weekend, man.
Dude, take your what's that? Those delicious vitamin gummies that have vitamin C in them. You know the ones I'm talking about?
Oh, I've been doing those.
Yeah,
It's
the
like
Zycam or whatever.
Yeah.
Do that. Do it all.
Okay.
This thing's going around. It sucks.
Great.
I'm about to pop some more
It
Dayquil.
is.
Yeah.
I
got
like it all weekend. But yeah, no, I was RG3. Hey, definitely got to consider that, man. Because when he came back in the game, I was like, why are they playing this guy? He, his most of your skills is running, and I think if we don't sit JD for at least 2 weeks, I think we're going to regret it because he's more valuable for us in the long term. So let him get back to where he is 100%. That's my take on it. Because I have flashes of RG3, man. I'm telling you.
We lived through it, dude. Yeah.
I want to play the clip in a minute. I just emailed it to you of Logan Paulson on Take Command today talking about the Daniels injury and, the idea of how quickly guys can come back in this era with training staff and medicine. Mark's in Largo. What's up, Margo? Margo.
Hey,
I just gave you a new name.
Hey, Grant, I hope you feel better, my brother, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Look, I told the screen, I'm going to say this to you. Look, don't pay those people any mind that's messing with you on X about you breaking the story and stuff. You're just doing your job. You love this team more than anybody. And you know how I feel about that with you. So
I don't I'll be
that.
honest, I appreciate the comment. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't fault.
But don't, okay. All right.
Yeah, Mark, you're right. Just tell him not to look.
Okay, that's good. Look,
yeah.
I actually think Marcus Mariota is going to cause Cliff to change his game up. And Danny, back me up on this, man. Okay? Right now, we seen what happened to Jaden. The other person who I'm extremely concerned with right now, and Grant, you're going to agree with me too, Josh Connolly is really – what is the confidence level of him right now? And it's not his fault. It's not his fault.
I agree.
Okay?
Yeah.
You are the best way to deal with the Raiders and to deal with Atlanta and to deal with everybody else on the rest of the schedule. You got to run the ball 20 to 25 times. You got Bill, you got Rodriguez, you got the kid McNichols. Run these guys 20 to 25 times and then work in the passing game. That way, you're building up Josh's confidence. Josh Connolly right now, his confidence has got to be shot the first 2 games.
Well, and now you got Max Crosby, Mark.
Yeah, Mark,
Sorry
thank
to
you,
cut
buddy.
you off, buddy. Thank you.
Good call, pal.
Now you got Max Crosby coming to town.
Yeah,
so it's been Burns, who had almost 70 pressures last season. Then you had Micah Parsons, who had almost 70 in the game. He had 8 pressures by himself.
Yeah.
And now you got Max Crosby. Good luck, young man.
Seriously.
I would consider Wiley. In fact, I want to talk to you about that later in the show.
That was going to be one of the leading things had not Jaden Daniels, ended up on the, our sort of injury discussion here. But what to do about Connolly? That long term, 100%. I'm with Mark. He's the answer. He's going to be really, really good. This is as tough a first 3 weeks as you're going to find for any player in the NFL. Period. End of story. But also, what do you do about it?
Dan Quinn's going to be talking about Jaden Daniels coming up at 3:30, so we got to get ready for that. But this is what I wanted to reference. Logan Paulson on Take Command talking about players trying to recover from injuries in light of the Jaden Daniels news.
Well, it's totally reasonable to let that past experience inform this current situation. But also, what is the injury? How's the athlete handling the pain or the discomfort of the injury? Does it hamper him? Does it hinder him? Maybe, I played with dudes who had crazy bone bruises and it showed up on the MRI and they're like, you're going to miss 3 weeks. And they'll practice in 2 days and it doesn't really bother them as much as the doctor thinks it should. And they're ready to go and they look great. And And again, it's different for different positions. Like offensive linemen will play with pretty much anything, but receivers, because they're kind of these fine-tuned machines, it becomes a little bit more impactful. So again, I think as we get more information about the injury, like we can kind of assess like what's going on here. But really, like some of the best trainers I ever had were like, how do you feel? How do you feel about what's going on? Like what's going on with the knee or the ankle or whatever. Do you can run? We'll go watch you run. We'll go watch you do your drops. Does it bother you? The answer is no. Okay, we'll do a little bit more tomorrow and see how it goes. So I think it's a fluid situation. We'll see what happens. And with him, because of how much efficiency he gets out of like walkthroughs and the VR stuff, I'd probably be okay if he didn't practice a ton and you still played in the game.
That's Logan Paulson from Take Command, the podcast I do with him 3 times a week. We're Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. As soon as we return, Dan Quinn should be at the podium addressing Jaden Daniels for the first time. Hey guys, it's Grant. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. FanDuel's an official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. From yards to touchdowns to who's going to win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token tonight on either game of your choosing. I might take advantage of that. Maybe you like an Emeka Egbuka anytime touchdown. He had 2 in week 1. Lad McConkey's hitting the over in catches, high volume guy. Justin Herbert over in passing yards, perhaps. FanDuel, your go-to app for any snap. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia, opt-in required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable. Profit boost tokens, restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, our own Grant Paulson was first to report that Jaden Daniels had an MRI after the Packers game. We got more clarity today. Jaden Daniels does indeed have a sprained knee. He's not expected to be a long-term injury, but his status for Week 3 and beyond is up in the air. Roster moves for the Commanders today. Austin Eckler and Dietrich Wise head to injured reserve. Defensive end Jalen Holmes and wide receiver Chris Moore were signed from the practice squad, and the Commanders signed running back Chase Edmonds to the practice squad. Other injuries around the NFL: Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow going to be out at least 3 months with a grade 3 turf toe, and Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy likely out 2 to 4 weeks with a high ankle sprain. Carson Wentz would start. Baseball tonight, Nationals and Braves, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Mitchell Parker takes on Spencer Strider. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day. Dan Quinn is meeting with the media in mere moments out in Ashburn. As soon as that press conference starts, we will have it for you live on The Fan. He will be addressing Jaden Daniels' status. I don't think he'll rule him out right here and right now. Coaches love the cloak and dagger approach of not letting you know anything.
That's right, play clandestine.
But I think he's got to at least acknowledge, this is a knee injury that we're concerned about, and we are, going. He will say 100 times we're not going to miss a step. That's his favorite thing to do with injuries, is say we're not going to miss a step. So just listen for that. Mm-hmm. Don't play a drinking game, but just smile when he says
I would love it if somebody in the media could actually ask, do you think that you guys are going to have him miss a step? Do you plan on having him not hit every step?
Here's some news from the Commanders today on the roster coming out in the last half hour. They have placed running back Austin Eckler and defensive end Dietrich Wise both on injured reserve, out for the season. Eckler obviously ruptured his Achilles, tore it in the game on Thursday night in Green Bay, and Wise had a quad injury that's going to cost him his season. That's actually our poll of the day right now on our 106.7 The Fan Twitter account, brought to you by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, or commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Which of those two injuries will prove more costly? They've also signed Jalen Holmes off the practice squad. He's going to replace Wise. They've signed Chris Moore off the practice squad. So they didn't elevate a running back. He, for the moment, will be their 6th receiver, replacing Eckler. But they signed Chase Edmonds to the practice squad. Chase Edmonds, the former Arizona Cardinal,
has a history with Kingsbury, yeah.
He's played a lot in the NFL, too. He had a 50-catch season at one point. Oh, I hope that was on camera. I just spilled hot tea all over my stomach.
On your stomach and lap?
In my lap.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Oh, dude.
Is this on camera? Look at this.
How bad is it? How bad is it?
Like, how hot is it?
Yeah, how uncomfortable is it?
Pretty hot.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah. At least it's all over me now. I mean, literally all over me.
Yeah.
Today sucks, by the way.
Yeah.
Just so everyone knows, this day right here, this one can end whenever it's ready.
I know.
I am good on that.
Well, what's weird is I was the first one into the breach on this stupid cold. And we're over talking about our colds. But last week, I would register a complaint and everyone's like, could you just...
No, that's why I'm not complaining.
No, I'm not accusing you of it.
You're complaining a lot for me, but I'm not going to be complaining.
Right, where it's like nobody wants to hear it when no one else is feeling that way, and it's like, could you just stop whining and get over it? I'm telling you, dude, it's so annoying, and you're so wet.
Dan Quinn sitting down to meet the media. Let's go out to Ashburn.
Start off just with a little bit of tough news, and we have 2 players that will be out for the year, and that's Austin Eckler and Dietrich Wise. And I know we hear a lot this a next man up league, but I just wanted to take a moment and talk about these 2, and they have made a tremendous impact on our team on the field, but also off the field. These are 2 incredible guys, and so just want to acknowledge that before we got rolling. I'm definitely bummed for them. we have 4 others for some injuries that we're still assessing: Noah Brown, John Jones, John Bates, and Jaden. I know lots of the questions will be about our QB, but I can say here's what I know, and when I say that, it's all really that I know. So he did have an MRI, and he has already begun his return to play process with us. He is truly day-to-day. What does that mean for Sunday? I can't tell you that now. I'll have more to share on that when we get to Wednesday and practice and what that would look like. But in the return to play, he and any of the guys would have to hit all of the markers for us to get back and do our thing. So we got a good plan of how to return to play for him and for everybody else. And I'll give you more insights just as soon as I have them. So I want to make sure I gave you all that I had, that he's day-to-day as we're sitting today. And I'll share more with you on Wednesday when we get together before practice. So all that said, Charlie, we can get rocking about the game or any other pertinent topic for the day.
Perfect. Let's go, John Keim.
Hey, Dan, with Jaden, obviously you know he's going to want to go out there and play. So what are the things that you would want to look for to make sure that he would be ready to go or might not be ready to go?
Yeah, it starts off first on like the strength part of things, the movements, and that's step one, John. Then on the field, the change of direction, the pivoting, the moving, all of those would be the things to go. So we'll just take it, as it goes, through the week. But he'd have to see all of the steps, along this week to hit those marks: the speed, the stopping, the change of direction, all of it.
And then you guys didn't have to deal with this amount of injuries at one time last year. So what is it? What kind of a challenge does this pose for the team this week and going forward?
Yeah, I think teams go through it, John. It's just at different times, with injuries and such. And so having this 70-man roster, you've heard me say it's going to take everybody. It's even on the old days when it was just 53, that's not really how it goes. For those of us who've been around the league enough, you need a big, deep crew. And if players do have to miss, that's why we have this, group and how we play. So we'll just take it as it goes. But, it's a little bit of a puzzle. You have to put it together, much like other teams do, and we'll be prepared for that with the contingency plans at certain spots if we need them.
Nikki?
Hi, Dan. Is it in fact a knee sprain that he's dealing with, and was he hurt on that tackle in the fourth quarter with about 5 minutes left where he came up hobbling?
He was hurt on a tackle. He was actually looking back on Micah and scrambled away and got hit from kind of the opposite direction, I would say. But he is dealing with a knee injury. Like I said, it was good that he finished the game. And now as we get through it, we'll just kind of go through the whole process with him. And we're not going to miss it either, Nikki. With Jaden, we know how important he is. And so we're just going to kind of take it. That's why I truly say it's day by day to make sure that he can absolutely be himself.
And what are your expectations for Noah Brown and John Bates this week?
Yeah, I think it's a long shot, but we'll have to find out when we get through Wednesday and where we're at. Both of them had soft tissue injuries, and we'll just see what it looks like as we get through Wednesday. But we're still assessing him and John and Jaden as well. So those are the 4 that, too early to call it for me. And so once we get we'll get together Wednesday and have a better discussion for that.
Tom?
Hi, Dan.
Hey, Tom.
Not to stay on the Jaden track here,
Sure.
but do you feel like you have to treat him any differently given his importance to this franchise? Or are you treating his return to play differently than say, a Noah Brown or a John Bates?
It gets more attention, Tom, for sure. And we recognize like what Jaden is and the impact that he has here. But I'd be BSing if I said, like we wouldn't care about those guys in the same way. So I think it's not less on for them. We just want to make sure we're going to try to push the guys to the right spots. All these guys are like legit competitors, Tom. So there's some of us protecting them from themselves as well. But we're going to do our best to make sure we got a pretty robust return to play program, and they have to hit all the markers even to be considered to go. So we're just not going to miss any steps along the way, man.
And obviously Marcus has a lot of experience. Can you kind of talk about your confidence in him, and maybe when you would want to make kind of a decision on who's going to get the ball on Sunday?
Yeah, we'll take it all the way to Friday, and then have a real good idea of where we're at. If called upon, this is an elite competitor, teammate, player, and so we'll just take it as we go through that one. But our confidence in him is through the roof based on who he is, the teammate, what he's shown to us here, Tom. But I'll have a better sense for that as I go through the week and can give you better insights on that when we get together on Friday.
Head coach Dan Quinn addressing the media on Jaden Daniels' injury.
Hey, Dan, on Marcus also, you guys kept him down through most of camp in the preseason. When did he hit the markers that you needed to see him hit to make sure that he was ready to go?
It was after Baltimore. It was close to Baltimore, DA. It was like, okay, could we get some reps into that one? I felt like in the pregame, that was the, okay, there it is. That looks like you all the way through. But that was the week we weren't sure. Would he be able to get some during that Baltimore week? The week after, he was at the full. And then from then on, I felt good. But it was really into that week that I was, okay, there's the speed, there's the explosion. And it took a while, but he has fully made it all the way back. Those are frustrating to go through as the player, but I can remember having the conversation. I said, hey, man, that's it today. And that's why we waited, so it would look like that. And I think that was the week through that Baltimore and then into the next week, which I'm kind of, I don't know what the right word is, like the end of the season, preseason bye week. But that week I felt like he was back to himself.
A game question. What did
Sure.
you see specifically with the O-line production and performance at Green Bay and where the deficiencies were?
Yeah, I really felt like it was almost like a repeat from Detroit. They got out ahead, and I didn't like how we started, really on either side of the ball, David, to say, you have to go back and look. It was either 2 punts or 3 punts, on our first 2 or 3 possessions. They drove down some, so I didn't love the way that we started. As bad as it felt, as we got into the start of the fourth quarter, you're down a touchdown. Okay, we stayed in the fight. As bad as it felt, we didn't hit on a field goal at the end of half. We missed on a good return coming out of the half. So I thought our complementary football back and forth wasn't right. And then when it got to the 2 scores, then you're back throwing it all, to try to catch up again. So I thought, all right, can we stay in this fight? Here's our time to go take our shot. They went down to score, and that's where I thought the game changed, man, where we had one shot to go fight for it. Didn't love our balance, honestly, to go, that many runs and passes. At the half, there wasn't a lot of plays, so it looks at the end of the game way higher in the passing, which is not what you want to do against a team that's rushing and going. But I just didn't love, on both sides the way we started. That's what I like. There are things that I liked, took care of the ball, those things. But just in terms of just jumping on them and being aggressive from the start, Dave, that's the thing I didn't love.
That's Dan Quinn, the head coach of the Commanders, addressing the media today on Jaden Daniels, who he calls day to day, says that the process for his return to play is underway. He says in the return to play, he would have to hit all of his markers. We've got a good plan. So he is not in any way ruling him out for this weekend. But if, in fact, it's a knee sprain, day-to-day seems pretty optimistic.
I would say so, right? It's not quite month to month. It's not week to week. So if there's an area between day-to-day and week to week, it might be that. But, again, that's kind of reading between the lines there.
Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports on Grant and Danny.
know, lots of the questions will be about our QB. But I can say, here's what I know. And when I say that, it's all really that I know. So he did have an MRI, and he's already begun his return to play process with us. He's truly day to day. What does that mean for Sunday? I can't tell you that now. I'll have more to share on that when we get to Wednesday and practice and what that would look like. But in the return to play, he and any of the guys would have to hit all of the markers for us to get back and do our thing. So we got a good plan of how to return to play for him and for everybody else. And I'll give you more insights just as soon as I have them. So I want to make sure I gave you all that I had. It is day to day as we're sitting today. And I'll share more with you on Wednesday when we get together before practice.
That's Dan Quinn. Minutes ago with the media. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. This is not meant to be a knock, I promise, okay? You can take it that way if you want to, if you want to find negative and everything. I think he says less about injuries than anybody that I can remember here, actually. Maybe Shanahan was that bad. I should probably remember since I was at every one of those press conferences for 4 years. He was very veiled as well.
He was very coy.
But the difference was, I feel like Mike behind the scenes would tell you a lot of information that then helped you to educate whoever you were talking to. In my case, our listening audience. Whether it was him directly or his assistants or whoever, they were getting the word out in a way that was beneficial. Whereas this group's just not going to do that. Like, you're not going to have the information. But here's the example I'll give you.
Mm-hmm.
After the game, he's not saying, Austin Eckler tore his Achilles, and I get there's still some testing to be done. But like, he's not even... Ian Rappaport's already tweeted before Dan Quinn gets to the podium, the fear is that he has a torn Achilles. We all saw that. We're just not going to say it because we're not doctors and there's no reason to. But like, he goes up to the podium, he's like, yeah, we fear some bad news on Austin Eckler. A lot of teams just go up to the podium and say, we think he could be out for the year with an Achilles. Like, even that there's no hiding that from the Raiders on the Thursday night, 10 days out. They just have no interest. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I think
it just is. It's the reality.
It's a good thing. But the return to play, like, I don't know what that means.
Well, I got overhearing that when it came to Terry McLaurin, if you recall. The amount of, hey, he's holding in this. That's what this is. He's not signing a contract or whatever. The return to play, it's a very big deal. He's meeting every metric, every step. Come on. So he leads the team, leads the league, in fact, in saying all the words for nothing. And again, it's not bad. It sounds like we're being critical. It's not at all. It's just observation. It's how he is. Like the company line of, you are not going to get diddly or squat out of me with regards to injuries. Not only what I'm required to do. No, let me rephrase. Like, the absolute minimum is 0. You're getting 0, but I'll say a lot of words. Then when you leave, you went, Dan Quinn talk. Wait a minute, I'm looking at my notes. Damn it, I got 0. Like, He leads the league in that. And because he's got really good EQ.
Which is a skill. And he's nice while doing it, which is better than a lot of coaches. He's not going to Brian Kelly you and scream at you and do a tirade, Jaden Daniels, sprained knee, according to Ian Rappaport. Status for this weekend in doubt. Meshes with what we're hearing. We'll have more on that as we go today on Grant and Danny. It is time for our double play, brought to you by your local Honda dealer. Now is the time for a deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
GP, about, let's say, 6 hours into Borderlands 4. Latest release from Gearbox. Follows up Borderlands 1, 2, 3, and Borderlands the pre-sequel. It is a blast. It is as much fun as you can have playing a video game. Now, you and I talked about what character class I was going to choose. You were talking about doing the Exo Soldier, possibly the Siren, the new class, the Gravatar, someone that you thought about being able to spread status effects and area of effect damage between multiple enemies. I know that's not what you went with. Did you do the Forge Knight too?
I did Forge Knight.
I did Forge Knight. Aim in the Forge Knight.
Mm-hmm.
The sort of Berserker class with a lot of melee and a lot of upgrades there, so I can overshield now after spending a few character spec points in that character class.
Did you spend spec points?
Of course I spent spec points. It's the whole point of grinding.
Wow.
It's the point of level grinding. So anyway, it's obviously looter, shooter type stuff. You're establishing your bases. Here's the point of the dude's story. Not very far into the game, obviously. There's plenty more that has to hold, and there's several endgame replayability type stuff, little co-op stuff that's in store for us. This is so much fun. I don't understand why anybody who ever plays video games wouldn't just stop what they're doing and do this. All it is fun. All the people that I know that are gamers, Darius, gamer, took his right hand, then took his left hand, and extended both middle fingers to me when I was like, "Are you going to get Borderlands, friend?" He said, "Shut up. I don't like you. I don't like the fact that you infected everybody with your dumb cold, and you're annoying. When you talk, it's bad." That's what he said with his eyes. Toby plays games. Is he playing this one? No. Vic, who's more of a gamer than Vic? Vic punted me like Tressway out of the studio and goes, "I have to record this pregame that Charlie's going to do with one-time Nat from 17 years ago, who's now a minor league roving field coordinator with the Mariners." And he said, "Shut up, Danny. I don't like you." Nobody but me and a few listeners. Borderlands 4 is so fun. Very early, again, it's impossible to do a fair review of it because, again, I'm just sort of feeling my way through the planet Kairos. Big Bad looks good. Everything about it is fun. Please have fun. That's what I'm asking you.
I'd love to have fun.
Have fun.
I'm just glad you're having fun.
I'm having fun.
It's time for my double play. Too early to claim victory here, but I feel like my voice sounds way sillier than it did a few minutes ago. Lifesavers. Quite literally, a lifesaver.
Oh, hello there.
Laura Gonzalez, she of her sales team fame,
yep,
brought me some lifesavers from her desk, I guess. How silly do I sound right now?
Better.
Go back and pull the tape from 20 minutes ago to right now. I think I sound incredible, and it's because of lifesavers. So I'm now thinking, not only do I get through this thing, but this is actually sustainably silly, what you're hearing right now. All because of the lifesavers. Little too early to claim victory. My return to the air.
Your return to play?
My return to the air process. We're not going to miss a thing. But
so the way we should do it, if we do it Dan Quinn style, is just have you go on like this for days and then just sort of never really reference it. Yeah, like Grant's part of the process, and
right.
we're looking at it, and Grant's truly minute to minute.
If so facto, though, we give Jaden Daniels a few lifesavers. He plays against the Raiders, throws for 3 bills. The boys get a win.
Dude.
2-1.
Dude.
Let's get to our double play next. No, that's what just happened. Let me revert.
We won't do it.
Hold on. I actually wrote down double play 2 times on my rundown, believe it or not. I didn't write down Beltway Blitz. Let's get to our Beltway Blitz next. We do that at 4 o'clock on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels has a sprained knee. Our own Grant Paulson was first to report that he had an MRI Friday following the Packers game. Today we got more clarity that he does have a sprained knee, although it's not expected to be a long-term injury. His status for Week 3 against the Raiders is up in the air. Dan Quinn called it day-to-day earlier at his press conference. Other Commanders' injuries: Dan Quinn said that Noah Brown and John Bates are long shots to play Sunday against the Raiders. Some roster moves: Austin Eckler and Dietrich Wise head to injured reserve. Defensive end Jalen Holmes and wide receiver Chris Moore were signed from the practice squad. Running back Chase Edmonds was signed to the practice squad. Other injuries around the NFL: Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow out at least 3 months with a grade 3 turf toe injury that'll need surgery. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy likely out 2 to 4 weeks with a high ankle sprain. Carson Wentz will get to start in his stead. Cowboys center Cooper Beebe expected to miss 6 to 8 weeks with a high ankle sprain. Doubleheader on Monday Night Football tonight: Buccaneers and Texans at 7 o'clock, Chargers and Raiders at 10 o'clock. And in baseball, Nationals begin a 4-game series in 3 days against the Braves. 6:45 right here on The Fan. Mitchell Parker takes on Spencer Strider. 2 weeks only, radio exclusive offer: $250 off every fiberglass window. Beat the fall rush and replace those cheap vinyl windows now. TheWindowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $250 off. Free consultations at TheWindowman.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on The Fan. We are brought to you by the law firm Kondorian. Murad will take you up to 6:15, and that's pregame on The Fan.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Speaking of Nats pregame, Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler have your call of Nationals baseball tonight. And we've got Charlie on the Rude Guest Hotline right now to kick off the Beltway Blitz. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Charlie, a Nationals win over the Pirates yesterday. Another decent outing for Cade Cavalli. Just 2 strikeouts, but pitched 5 innings of 3-hit ball. What'd you see?
Well, the strikeouts weren't there. He pitched around the first inning where he gave up his runs and then settled in after that. And it's obvious now over these last 3 starts that they're limiting his innings to try and make it so he ends up around their goal of 120 innings. So he's got a couple of starts left. Probably going to see the same thing, 5 innings. But, the goal here is to make these appearances, come away healthy, and then really be ready to go next year.
Charlie, it's, you've been around this game a long time, and Grant and I are both, longtime baseball fans and kind of study the ebbs and flows of the year. The Nationals offensively have been as good as they've been all year long in September, right? With a lot of guys that, are call-ups and kids sort of making their waves and splashes and things. What's real and what's a mirage? How do you sort of view and govern some of these times in September where rosters expand and, some of the, I don't know how to say the results aren't real because they count on your baseball card, but what are your thoughts there?
Well, when you look at guys like Dalen Lyle, he's been up a long time. So, to me, all of it is real. He didn't just come up in September. In fact, you really don't have a lot of guys who just come up in September. They've been here. They've been here since July and June, a couple of guys in August. So, when all is said and done, most of the guys who are on this roster that are really contributing have been here for at least 3 months.
Speaking of Dalen Lyle, Charlie, he's been one of the better offensive players in baseball since the start of July, really. And definitely since the start of August. But he's hitting .290 with an OPS of about 800. He's got 5 homers. Slug is high because he has a lot of doubles and triples. What have you made of his production?
He's been outstanding. He hits the ball foul line to foul line, and he runs super hard out of the box and is always thinking that if it's not right at somebody in the outfield, he has a chance for 3. That's why he has 9 triples, tying Bryce Harper for the second most in a season in Nationals history. And he's 2 behind Bernard Span. We saw Span, who was filling in on Nats TV last week in Miami. I said, he might break your record. He goes, I hope he does. It'll get me in the news.
Charlie, Mitchell Parker on the bump tonight. It just feels like it hasn't gone right. Every time there's a step forward, it's a couple backwards, one sideways, and one where a trap door opens up. What are your thoughts on his season and finishing out this year strong, and then prognosis for next year?
Well, I think the last 2 or 3 starts have been much better for him, and I don't know if you can judge everything on the final results because he has had these games where he's kept them in the game, and then there's, like you say, a miscue, an error. Something happens, and it runs the pitch count up a little bit. But I think you got to look outside the results because for a long stretch he couldn't find his curveball, his splitter. He junked that for a while. So he was working with a limited repertoire and throwing more fastballs than he's ever thrown before. And so he had to figure out how to do that. His last start, he threw a lot of fastballs, but he had the curveball, and he had some splitters to work off of that, and his slider. So the way he's looking at it right now, he's in a much better place now than he was for the middle of the season. And so if he can continue to pitch like this, the numbers are the numbers. They're not going to change much, even if he threw shutout pitching in his last few starts of the year. So he's got to look past that and how he finishes in terms of, command of his pitches, the movement on his pitches, so that he can feel good about that going into spring training next year.
Nats Braves kick off a series tonight at Nats Park, 6:45 first pitch. Washington just 4 games behind Atlanta, believe it or not, in the division. Charlie, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Yeah, and they play them this week and then next week, so a chance to catch them.
Yeah, let's do it. Why not?
Why not?
Nothing would make me happier in this lost season than making the Braves look even worse. Thanks, Charlie.
There you go. You got it.
6:15 pregame is a little over 2 hours from right now. Let's talk football. Frank Schwab covers the league for Yahoo. Love having him on, Grant and Danny. Frank, Joe Burrow seems to get hurt a lot. I don't want to make him the bad guy here because it's an unfortunate circumstance, but it's a 3-month injury here. We've been here before. He's a 2-time comeback player of the year in the NFL at this point.
Yeah, if you won 2 comeback player of the year awards, and I think it's 6 NFL seasons he's had, then yeah, you've had some bad luck injury-wise. And that's all this is. I don't view him as some injury-prone guy or anything, and I see people saying like, Zach Taylor's play calling is lead. It's just bad luck. Like, sometimes this happens, and the funny thing is all the conversation today about like, oh, who should the Bengals trade for? You know what? If you're a quarterback who's available on September 15th, you're not going to play to Joe Burrow's level. I'm just telling you that any quarterback available in a trade or on the street is probably not going to play as well as Joe Burrow did. It's just the unfortunate truth of the NFL. When your quarterback goes down, you're just screwed. But
does he have to play to Burrow's level, or does he have to just be better than Browning?
Well, and that's the thing. Can you find somebody better than Browning right now who's been in the offense, who played well 2 years ago? And, I mean, but what's the point? Like, are you going to go get Kirk Cousins? You got to trade a bunch of draft picks because the Falcons aren't giving him away.
Right.
You got to trade a bunch of draft picks to get Kirk Cousins to play a little bit better than Jake Browning, and you go 9-8. Like, I don't know really what that accomplishes. It's just your quarterback goes down, you're screwed. Unless you're the 2018 Eagles, like they figured it out. Nick Foles called lightning in a bottle, but that was late in the year over a small, short stretch there. So it just stinks for the Bengals. It just stinks. It stinks for all NFL fans. Joe Burrow's one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and now we don't get to see him for 3 months. So it's just really unfortunate turn of events there.
What did we learn last night in that Atlanta-Minnesota game?
I hate to say this because it's been 2 games for the kid, but I think we're learning that J.J. McCarthy is really behind. And now he's hurt. Like, yeah, he's going to be out 2 to 4 or 5 weeks, whatever. It's going to be a high ankle sprain. But you look at it, and he's played 8 quarters, and 7 of them have been absolutely terrible. Like, that's just the way it goes. Yeah, he played 1 really, really good quarter against a Bears defense that gave up 52 points yesterday, by the way. And I think that's the main takeaway is I came into the season with a lot of hope for the Vikings, a lot of optimism for McCarthy. Like, why couldn't he succeed? He 10th pick of the draft. Like, I liked him in Michigan. He showed a lot of good things. A lot of NFL teams liked him. But I think after 2 games, the Vikings have a lot of alarms going off that this isn't so good. Like, and Bo Nix wasn't very good for the first month of last season. They could turn around quickly for a young quarterback. But now the injury complicates things. And my question going forward is, what if Carson Wentz plays well? And I know everybody, you can laugh. Carson Wentz ain't going to play well, right? You guys have seen him close up. Everybody's seen him. He's on his 6th team in 6 years. But I said the same thing about Sam Darnold 13 months ago. I mean, I don't know. Like, who knows? Maybe Carson Wentz has a good stretch, and then what happens? Do you really bench him for J.J. McCarthy, who's looked really, really bad in 7 of 8 quarters of NFL football? I don't know. It's another tough situation. I just honestly, I hate to pile on the kid, but I just thought McCarthy looked terrible last night, and I don't know that it's going to get better with him sitting on the bench for a month.
Well, and Wentz is going to play better than that. I don't know if he's going to play well or, Darnold level or whatever, but that's going to be the tough question. I agree with you because I think he's going to outperform him, and then it's a matter of, do you go back to McCarthy and possibly have a drop-off to develop the kid, or do you just roll with the veteran that gives you the best chance in a loaded division?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, I don't think Wentz is going to play at Darnold level, but this is the truth. I mean, if you look at Darnold's career before last year and Wentz's career right now, Wentz is a better player than Darnold was. I mean, Darnold had a great season. Don't get me wrong. Like, he was really, really good, but before last season, he never posted a passer rating above 80. Like, he was a bad quarterback. And then you get in this system, great coach, great number one receiver, what should be a good offensive line, although it hasn't played to that standard yet. And it's set up for a quarterback to succeed. And if Wentz plays, I think he plays at the Darnold level, it's not even a question. He's your quarterback going forward. If he plays at the McCarthy level, you're just putting McCarthy back in, because why not? It's what if it's somewhere in the middle where, the Vikings go 3-1 during these next 4 games. He plays somewhat good, and the defense. I mean, it just makes things really, really complicated there. You can see this being a very tricky situation when Wentz or when McCarthy comes back. If Wentz plays at a kind of a reasonable, above average-ish type level.
Only one loss in the NFC West, and that was when Seattle played another team in the NFC West. Pretty bang-up start for this group so far. What's real? What's a mirage? How do you see it?
I think the Cardinals are a mirage so far. I mean, they haven't even gotten to 300 yards of offense, and they've played the Saints and the Panthers, who might be the 2 worst defenses in the NFL. Sorry, I apologize to all the Miami Dolphins people out there. Your defense absolutely is one of the 2 worst. So those aren't the 2 worst defenses in the league, but you get what I'm saying. I think the Cardinals have just caught a soft spot in their schedule. But you're 2-0. Well, you figure things out as you're 2-0. It's much better than doing it when you're 0-2. And I think the Rams are for real. They're a really good football team. They're really good up front. That Devontae Adams-Puka combination is fierce. I think the 49ers are doing what they got to do. Like, they just got so many injuries, it's hard to really get a feel for them. But the team I'm interested in is Seattle. No, yeah, they lost week 1, but I think that defense has really improved. To go on the road and beat Pittsburgh the way they did was impressive. Kenneth Walker showed up yesterday. Some receivers other than Jackson Smith and Jigba showed up. I thought Darnold played well. I've always liked Mike McDonald as a coach. I've always thought he's going to be a good hire there. That's the team I'm interested in. I don't know that Seattle's the best team in that division. I doubt it because the Rams are so good. But I'm interested. I'm watching Seattle. Seattle's the one team where I say, you know what, it might take us a few weeks longer than it should to warm up to the fact that Seattle's a playoff team.
They were a top 10 defense in the final month of last season, and that has certainly carried over. Frank, we appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for hopping around the league with us.
Thanks, Frank.
Absolutely, guys. Appreciate it.
You know what I wanted to bring up, Danny, but didn't get to was the Colts. 29-28. Now, it took a quirky call at the end of the game and a meltdown moment from the Broncos to get an opportunity to kick a winner from 45 after missing from 60. But they win yesterday 29-28. They're 2-0, and Daniel Jones against one of the best defenses in the league, back-to-back
2 for 2 dealing
gems at this point, 3 for 315 and a touchdown. Nice for him to try to get his career back on track. All right, let's talk locally about football. And to talk about the Commanders, we got our guy Kevin Sheehan. You know him from the Kevin Sheehan Show on Grant and Danny. Kevin, what do you make of this news right now on Jaden Daniels' status for Sunday in doubt? Knee sprain, they're calling day-to-day.
Well, I guess the good news is it's not something serious. Like, this isn't going to cost them the season or multiple weeks, we don't think. I mean, Thursday night was a rough night for the entire team. I mean, the losses of Eckler and Wise and then Bates and Noah Brown are going to be out for at least this coming week, if not longer. And the quarterback took an absolute brutal, pounding in this game. I mean, this is the number one concern, I think, for a lot of people about Jaden, because the actual playing of quarterback in the NFL, very little that he doesn't do at a high level. But we've always been concerned about the frame. He got banged up a few times in college, already once last year. And this potentially could cost him a game, hopefully no more than that this year.
Kevin, before Thursday night, I guess let me rewind even further. Before the season, what was your prediction, prognostication for this team this year? And did Thursday night change anything? Not because they lost the game, but because of some of these injuries, Jaden getting knocked around, et cetera.
Super Bowl, Danny, but not winning it. Okay, so I had them losing to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl after an 11-6 regular season. No, the only thing that changed from Thursday night is, my God, the Packers are really loaded on defense. I mean, it's not just Parsons, it's Gary, it's Van Ness, it's Cooper, it's Wyatt. They're big, they're fast, they're well coached. And I've always been a Jordan Love fan, and I thought he played at a very high level on Thursday night. And just the idea that you've got two potential juggernauts in the NFC with the Eagles and the Packers makes it more difficult. But no, in terms of our team, nothing. It's a week-to-week league. Things change so quickly. That was 4 days, that turnaround to play a Thursday night game on the road against a very good opponent. I still see a really good football team, and we'll see it many weeks this season, and I think they'll win more games than they lose and be in the postseason.
Kevin, the line has moved about 3 points from what I can tell, depending on where you're looking, for the Raiders game, from around 5.5 to 2.5 since the Daniels announcement. I kind of think covering 2.5 with Mariota at the helm, with the Raiders playing Monday night, traveling cross country for a 10 a.m. local start. I love that. What's your take on that?
Well, I think that, first of all, the fact that he's worth only 3 points is interesting, but that's because it's still in the moment of maybe, maybe not. He might play, he might not. So
you think when he gets ruled out, that line changes even more?
Oh yeah, he's a 6-point quarterback. You know, he's a 5 to 6 point quarterback, and that line will come down to even if he doesn't play from where it was at 6 or whatever. But I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen the Raiders. I want to watch them tonight. Short week always hurts. West to east, early start typically is impactful. So yeah, it seems plausible.
In terms of guys that they're going to miss at least short term, thinking about John Bates, Noah Brown, et cetera. And, you know, obviously we know the other names, and Austin Eckler, who's going to be out for longer, the season, and Dietrich Wise, et cetera. Who are they going to miss sneaky the most among some of the guys that might be banged up this weekend or might not be available short term?
It's a good question. I mean, I really think Eckler is going to be a big loss. And I know fans, you know, watched him on Thursday night and probably said, you know, doesn't run the ball like Bill does. I just think he's such a smart player. He got that 3rd and 3 or whatever when there was nothing there. I think they'll miss him, but we knew going into the season that him playing 17 was not a good bet. Bates they'll miss if they decide to try to run the football, which is what I thought they should have done a little bit more of on Thursday night. Yeah, I mean, look, Noah Brown will be missed too. They don't have a whole hell of a lot after Debo and Terry out there. But I don't know. Wise as an edge setting, I don't know, Danny. I mean, they're going to miss. Wise and Eckler are big losses. Bates is a big loss, but his isn't for the year. So I would say, you know, maybe Eckler won at this point because he's gone.
Yeah, that's a topic we're actually going to do, and it's our poll of the day today on our 106.7 The Fan Twitter account. Eckler or Wise, who's going to be a bigger loss moving forward of the two guys ruled out for the year? Kevin Sheehan on the Beltway Blitz. Kev, thank you. We appreciate you.
All right, guys. Thanks.
You got it.
See you, bud.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Next, Jaden Daniels, status in doubt for this weekend against the Raiders. Knee sprain, according to NFL Network. Want to get into how much of a chance you would give them with a banged-up Daniels versus just a healthy Marcus Mariota. And if, in fact, it is a Mariota start, would you still expect them to beat the Raiders? This is Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. So in partnering with Fanatic Sportsbook, you may have heard me talk about their one-of-a-kind fair play injury protection. I've told you how I think it's really the best thing in the game, and last night once again proves my point. So Jacksonville, Cincinnati, you know who? Star quarterback goes down in the second quarter with an injury. Obviously, feel for the guy. But if you had a bet on it, not only did Fanatic's Fair Play void all affected straight bets instantly, if that prop was part of the parlay or a same-game parlay, your bet played on. No waiting around with your bets stuck in limbo. And I got the numbers right here. So yesterday afternoon, Fanatic Sportsbook's Fair Play policy saved 19% of all same-game parlay bets on that game. That is legendary. That's so awesome that they do this. And that injury would have made you lose on pretty much every other sportsbook. So why would you risk your bets if you don't have to? Fanatic's first half fair play all season long, every game. I'm telling you, winning hits different at Fanatic's Sportsbook. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Big news for the Commanders today is Jaden Daniels has a sprained knee. Our Grant Paulson was first to report that he had an MRI after the game against the Packers on Thursday night, although it's not expected to be a long-term injury as we got the results today of a sprained knee, but his status for Week 3 is up in the air against the Raiders. Dan Quinn called him day-to-day today. Also, Commanders injuries. Wide receiver Noah Brown, tight end John Bates were called long shots by head coach Dan Quinn today to play against the Raiders on Sunday. Roster moves. Austin Eckler, Dietrich Wise head to injured reserve. Defensive end Jalen Holmes and wide receiver Chris Moore were signed from the practice squad, and the Commanders also signed running back Chase Edmonds to the practice squad. Other injuries in the NFL, Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow going to be out at least 3 months with a grade 3 turf toe injury that's going to need surgery, and Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy likely out 2 to 4 weeks with a high ankle sprain. Carson Wentz will start for him. Baseball tonight. Nationals begin a 4-game series against the Braves tonight. 6:45 right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker takes on Spencer Strider. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
First of all, the fact that he's worth only 3 points is interesting, but that's because it's still in the moment of maybe, maybe not. He might play, he might not. He's a 6-point quarterback. You know, he's a 5 to 6 point quarterback, and that line will come down to even if he doesn't play from where it was at 6 or whatever. But I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen the Raiders. I want to watch them tonight. Short week always hurts. West to east, early start typically is impactful. So yeah, it seems plausible.
Beltway Blitz minutes ago, that was Kevin Sheehan. It was part of our Blitz. Thanks to him, Frank Schwab, Charlie Slows for stopping through. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Our football conversation today on the Commanders is presented by Paramount Plus.
Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. That's part of the Taylor Sheridan universe on Paramount Plus. That guy makes bangers.
Yes, he does. Taylor Sheridan doesn't miss.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, what's the opposite of like Bradley Beal from 3-point range? Taylor Sheridan.
Like good. In like baskets good.
Indeed. He does not turn the ball over constantly in the final 2 minutes.
Anyway, we're just funning.
Phones are open. 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067. I want to talk Jaden Daniels here. So let's look ahead to this Raiders game. We'll have a full week and a lot of opportunities to break this one down in detail. But are we sure that starting a healthy Marcus Mariota isn't better than a compromised Jaden Daniels anyway? Daniels is an exceptional pocket passer, but his superpower is his dual threat and running abilities, period. It's not a coincidence that in his worst statistical performance that he has ever had this past Thursday night against the Green Bay Packers, it's not an opinion, right? That is statistical. It was his lowest and worst performance in terms of yards per play, downset conversion rate, explosive play rate, success rate, and EPA per play. He only ran for 17 yards in that game. He was corralled to the pocket. He was forced to just make throws and win. And more often than not, I think he's going to be able to do that a lot. He didn't in this game against an exceptional defense. But I bring this up to say, if he were to play in a game, whether it's the Raiders or the Falcons, when he is not 100%, and because of that, there are no design runs. By the way, there were 0 against the Packers. All 17 of those yards on scrambles. He led the NFL with 600 scramble rushing yards at quarterback last year. If he is going to be out there, not himself, a la the month where he had the bad rib, you just take the elite top of the league, fringe top 4, Mount Rushmore quarterback of the 2020s status, and you knock it down a couple levels. That's what he became. He became a very pedestrian, okay for a month, player as part of a team that was able to survive, just kind of par the course and eventually turn it on at the end of the year when he was splendid again because he was healthy. We've seen Mariota play well enough twice that I think he deserves the benefit of the doubt to be at 100% a better option than a 80% or compromised Jaden Daniels, who is immobile or not willing to run or not able to run. And I know there's another conversation to be had that you'd probably want to have for the record, which is this is not even what we should be talking about. Because I think that was our first topic today.
Right.
Our first topic today was it doesn't matter if they're better with Mariota or an injured Jaden Daniels. If he's not 100% healthy, then you should start Sam Hartman. Then you should start a guy you pull out of the crowd because it's more meaningful to have Daniels healthy over many years than to win this football game. But as a secondary angle, my point is I think roll the dice with Mariota and just see. He played really, really well last year.
Here is my question. How close to 100% is Marcus Mariota? Are we sure that he's good to go? He hadn't that much time practicing. I mean, it was this big veiled mystery as to what his lingering injuries were, and we sort of heard.
We knew it was an Achilles.
We just heard Achilles. What? Strained? A sprain? A bruise? I don't know what it was. It was an Achilles.
They have not dressed a third quarterback, which tells me he's completely healthy.
That he was fine. So, but I haven't seen very much. But to your point, assuming it's the Mariota we saw last year in bursts, then yeah. Now, you lose you lose the downfield, perfect touch pass, whatever, right? That setting is taken away just because Mariota's not that dude. He's a different passer. But you can run a lot of that offense with Marcus Mariota and the threat of him running. You saw at the Dallas game where he was able to take over, the Carolina game as well, where that short, quick stuff that they major in, he can do it at a perfectly fine level, and it's about the playmakers more than it is necessarily about the quarterback. You play point guard, and you run when you can. What I worry about, what I wonder is, again, not everybody has Green Bay's thoroughbreds, but this new way, not new way, but this way of playing that Green Bay just did to them, where you get four guys dropped into this zone that's flat across the field into all the areas where Washington wants to go. A couple guys maybe down the field and are able to rush a little bit, especially taking advantage of a rookie, or maybe a couple weaker links in the offensive line. Can this be the new blueprint with Mariota, with you, with me, with Daniels, with whoever? So I don't know. And the thing that they did last year so well was, okay, we've got a version that Mariota does. Let's call it 80% of the offense. We're going to eliminate a couple of the fine-tooth, only 7 guys alive can make that throw stuff. We're not going to ask you to do that. We'll get out of your hands pretty quick, and then you can run some. Perfectly fine to get away with it for some small samples. And that's what we're talking about now. But I wonder what Green Bay just did is that kind of as much a Daniels antidote, so to speak, as it is a Kingsbury antidote, which might make Mariota ineffective.
So I actually texted a coach in the league about this, and I asked them, I said, did Green Bay give a blueprint on how to defend Washington? And the answer was basically yes, assuming you have Micah Parsons, their front, and 2 of the fastest linebackers in the league. Because the point they were making, obviously, is, and this is something I didn't really take into account enough, how fast are those 2 linebackers? They stay with and in front of Jaden, spying him or not. Every time he would kind of go to run, they would meet him at the line of scrimmage, essentially.
Yeah. Those guys flew around.
That's a really, really good group. They have mostly first and second round players that make up their entire front 7. So I think, I'm not saying they're all great players, but they're athletes. They have measurables, speed, physicality, these types of things that made them high draft picks. And now you've got this defensive coordinator who's from the college game in Hafley, who's seen all the Saturday stuff that Cliff's running. And I think it was the perfect storm. So I think you could hand that plan to the Raiders or a lot of these other teams.
And they can't run it to that degree.
Exactly.
Which I understand.
And they would say, oh, okay, cool, we're going to stop them. No, you're not. You're not going to be able to. You don't have the Billies or the Joes. But to your point, they had a good plan, and other teams will try to replicate some of it. I guess for me, when I'm looking ahead, I don't think Mariota leading this offense. So let's start with what we know. We know the ceiling is way lower, okay? We also know the floor is lower with Mariota as opposed to Daniels. But here's what I'm also pretty convinced of. They were so bad against Green Bay, it's not going to be worse against the Raiders. I think they will have a better offensive performance this week with Mariota if Daniels can't go. That's number one. Number two, even though they were a throw or two away from 500 yards and 40 points or whatever, 35 certainly against the Giants, I think you can make the case that that's kind of the floor this week, that they'll probably, if he starts, have a chance to have their best offensive performance, even if they're just mediocre. because that's where they've been as an offense. And with Daniels, they would be ascending. With him, they'll ascend. So I'm not going to grade it against like Daniels at his best, because that's not what they've been. Daniels hasn't been at his best. The offense hasn't been at its best. I'm just saying I think they need to get to like 20 to 23 points and play a good defensive game and turn the Raiders over once or twice to win. And with a 10 a.m. local start for the Raiders, who have been playing on a Monday night and then fly into your building for a Sunday game 6 days later when you're coming off of 10 days of rest, I think you could more easily get there that way than with Daniels kind of hobbling around, if that's what it is.
Could anything that the Raiders do tonight not change your mind, but make you reevaluate? I mean, within reason.
It'll change how I feel about the game, but not as to whether or not I would play Daniels.
No, agreed. I guess what I'm just thinking of your eye line. Obviously, if they come out and beat the Chargers by 40 points tonight, okay, everyone has to take them more seriously. But I was pretty impressed with them going on the road and winning in New England. It wasn't pretty, but that's why you go get the guys that they got.
I think they're pretty good, honestly.
They are frisky to me. Like
yes.
They're their whole deal, and this is something that I would just never do this. But they were tired of being a laughingstock, so they go, we are all in for okay. In a really hard division with a couple of bullies and another ascending one in Denver that everyone thinks is going to win double-digit games, myself included, we're going to be mediocre. Get me Pete Carroll. Get me Geno Smith. That's so you don't bottom out. Like, these guys are not pushovers. This isn't the Raiders of a couple of years ago that were semi-unserious.
I think they're an 8-9 type team.
Exactly.
And if you told me they'd win 9 games or 10 games even, I think that's the ceiling, I would not be surprised. Because you go get Geno, who is a legitimate veteran starting quarterback in the league, top half of the league type guy. You go get Pete Carroll, who you mentioned. Where I'm fairly adamant about this game being a game Washington should win is the travel stuff. It's so important and people don't talk enough about it, right? The rest. The Thursday game with all that extra time when they're traveling. If this was just both teams just played on Sunday, Washington and the Raiders both had Sunday 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock games, whatever, and then they met again the following Sunday, I would feel very differently about this game.
Okay.
Now it gets a lot more difficult because of the rest. I would almost spot a team 3 or 4 points on a betting line based on this rest situation. It's so rare that you get this. And so that's kind of where my confidence comes from. But, yeah, we can have 2 conversations, and we have today. In hour 1, we talked about it's egregious to even consider playing Jaden Daniels if he has a sprained knee. And if this is a 1 to 2 week recovery, which is the most mild sprain that you can have, then the idea of playing him in a football game like 10 days later seems unnecessary in week 3 of a season. Why push it? But we also know that this guy played through a broken rib, different thing, for a month when he was not himself at all. And he's grimacing on the sideline, and he's getting wrapped, and he's getting treated. And maybe that was more of a pain thing. This is not, though. This is not a pain threshold issue, in my opinion. This is if you're running around on a bad knee, you can do a lot more damage to that knee. We've seen it.
Yes.
We know what that looks like.
Yes, we have.
800-636-1067. The question for you guys is, are we sure they wouldn't be better off with a completely healthy Mariota in their chances to win than a banged-up Jaden Daniels? Let's go to Elijah in the district. What's up, Elijah?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I'd rather sit Daniels if he isn't fully healthy because, before, he went down, it wasn't like they had a bunch to hang their hat on. So it's a lot of contributing factors for me. Connerly's inconsistency. If Daniels has to, put on his cape for a second, just on a random, 3rd and 4, for example, and he just has to, maneuver just because something up front or just something happened, because that just happens from time to time. I don't know if I feel comfortable in that situation, what could happen. Another thing, just for them trying to find their footing in their groove, it's just, you got to be careful. So, and another thing I wanted to bring up to you guys is, for me, how do we truly define, I know it's early, but defining success for me now after facing the Packers, I feel like as a fan base, we can be like, yeah, that was cool when we win certain games, but I feel like the big boys are lurking. And at what point are we going to be like, yo, that was cool, but we're going to have to make some decisions, man. We got to work some things out. So I'm just trying to define success after that game.
What do you mean by that? Like, should we be
what
expecting
I
them to
mean
win
is,
that
do they
game?
have to, like, do they have to completely blow teams out that aren't the Packers in order for me to feel comfortable moving forward? I haven't determined. It's still 2 games.
Well, they manhandled
Appreciate
the
you.
Giants, and they scored 6 points, and that game was never close, even though they didn't play that well on offense. And I think a lot of us felt like, oh, that's what really good teams do.
Yeah.
And then you go to the Packers, and you get destroyed, and you're like, oh, that's what really bad teams do.
But kind of to his point, I would love to see like that Arizona game. Or I'd love to see it. You have an inferior opponent. It's not one of those, well, it was actually a 1-score game until they ended up getting something late against the Giants. Just beat the hell out of somebody. Now, this is all with injuries and stuff notwithstanding, but if Jaden Daniels was able to go this weekend, you're playing an 8-9 team, and you're a group that's what we think the Raiders are, and you're a group that's got Super Bowl aspirations. You're trying to affirm some of the good feelings and vibes of this offseason where everyone's patting each other on the back, and everyone gets a vet day, you get a vet day, you get a vet day, and we're going to roll through this thing. It would be nice just to put everyone's mind at ease with a shellacking of somebody, but maybe that's not the position they're in right now. It may just be take them how you can get them.
Jake Gruden, former head coach here in D.C., had to deal with injuries a bunch over the years. We'll get some great insight from him on how they go about this practice week and what he thinks this injury means for a Jaden Daniels timeline. Also, though, we're talking Marcus Mariota. How would you expect him to play against his former club, the Raiders, if he does get the call this weekend? 800-636-1067 if you want to join us on G&D. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Jay Gruden's on the show at 5. We'll get his insight on what's going on with Jaden Daniels and how he would handle it as the head coach of the team. You can call us at 800-636-1067. If we do see Marcus Mariota this weekend, which is what we're expecting on this show, how would he play? And do you think they could still beat the Raiders without Jaden? Bill's in Alexandria. What's up, Bill?
Hey, man, thank you for taking my call. I'm perfectly fine with Mariota being in there. He's a wily veteran. He's been around the league, and if you remember last year in that last game against Dallas, the team needed a touchdown to win the game, and they left him in. I mean, he threw a touchdown pass to Terry McLaurin, so he knows that offense. And if he had to fill in for Daniels for the next couple of weeks, I would be fine with that. I think they need to lean on that running game. Defense certainly has to play better, but the thing that really concerns me at this young point in the season is Terry McLaurin. I mean, he's been a non-factor, and I think that maybe that extended holdout. He didn't participate in any of the off-season drills. He was out the entire preseason, and it's hard to just come back in. And he is a year older, and to me, I think if no matter who the quarterback is, I'm going to be watching to see what type of impact McLaurin has, because it's time for him to step up now. He asked for all that money, he got what he wanted, and now he has to produce. And so, if anything, I'm more critical of him at this point, and I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
Appreciate that, dude. So last year, and I got you, I probably know where you're going on this. It was week 3 when he finally had his big game in Cincinnati. He started off turtle slow last year as well. I'm actually on the same page as you, to be honest. I threw my hissy fit once he crossed the point to me of being able to have a good start to the season. And we'll never know. Maybe he's a slow starter. I mean, certain guys come back from spring training. It takes them a month, and then they start rip-roaring. I mean, other guys, can hit the ground running in terms of the NFL or whatever. You never know. But last year, if you recall, he had 8 catches for 39 yards. 39 yards through the first 2 games before breaking out in a major way against Cincinnati, the game that you, me, Darius, and company were all at. So I'm hoping that this is the week for that. But that was one of the things I was saying about the hold out, hold in. I understand. You aired your grievance. You made your point. You're now affecting this year, in my view. And we'll never know if it's 1-to-1. It's because of the hold in that he hasn't started well, but he hasn't started well.
6 catches for 22 yards against the Giants in week 2 last year gave him 8 for 39 in his first 2 games.
Yeah, 8 for 39.
So 7 for 75 this year through 2, 8 for 39 through 2 last year. Yeah, it's not a forever thing. His first game of his career, he caught a 75-yard touchdown against the Eagles on a deep post from Case Keenum. If you go back 2 seasons ago, he had 2 for 31 in week 1 against the Cardinals and 5 for 54 at Denver from Sam Howell. So it was 7 for right around 90 over the first 2 games. So you got to go back to like 2022 to find the last time Terry McLaurin had a big game in one of the first 2 weeks of the season when he went for 75 yards in Detroit in the second game of the year. I think Alex Smith came in that game and was quarterbacking or something. But I bring this up only to say that I don't blame his start on the not being around solely, but I certainly think it's a factor. And it doesn't really matter why he's not performing. He isn't. You do pay him a lot of money. You need more out of him. The one guy on this offense who has been really, really good for them so far is Deebo Samuel. Thank God that they paid up and gave him the $20 million this year that they did, and they gave up the 5th-round pick. But he's kind of been the guy. Otherwise, Noah Brown dropping passes, Terry McLaurin playing popcorn with a pass or 2 here or there. It's just the passing game's out of sync. Daniels hasn't been as accurate. So when you kind of go down the list, who are your most important players? Daniels currently injured. Yep. McLaurin quiet. It's basically Deebo and then Krosky Merritt, not used very often, who's been exceptional in very limited touches. He's got 14 carries through 2 games. He's been great. He's got 14 carries. Let's go to Steve in Rockville. What's up, Steve?
Hello there. Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm just curious about why did they leave Jason and other players in the game. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was about 4-something to go. They were down. They weren't going to win that game. 4 minutes and something to go. But it's not the only time they do that. And they're not the only team that does that. Leaves their star players, and freak shit happens. Excuse my language. Freak stuff happens when people get hurt. Then Eckler was in the game. He got hurt then. and I know he did it himself, but he was in the game. And why? The game was decided. It was over. As much as I want, to win.
I hear you.
It was over at that
I wanted the same thing. I wanted the same thing at the time, where you're down 2 scores with not very much time left, and there's clearly been an incident. There's clearly been an injury. Now, they don't know the extent of it, and he's still able to go, and the adrenaline's in and everything else, but that's what you wonder about. I mean, to me,
When Daniels got hurt in this game, they were down by 17 points. It was a 3-possession game with 5 minutes to play. The ball game's over. Now, I
was trying to remember, that's when the injury happened.
The injury happened at about 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, a few plays before the Deebo Samuel touchdown, which brought them to within 27-18. But before that, it was 27-10 when he got hurt. And so on that play, I think the caller's correct. Now, it's revisionist history, I suppose, but in real time, would you have felt bad about with 5 minutes left on a day where Connerly can't block Parsons, where Jaden had his highest pressure rate that he'd faced at any point as an NFL player? He had been pressured on 42% of his dropbacks in that game, the highest that we've seen at any point. He had been hit constantly. He had been flushed from the pocket. He had taken some huge shots. He had been thrown around like a rag doll. 5 minutes left, down by 17. Throw Mariota out there and let's live to fight another day.
Yeah, so the fact that the Green Bay was able to take a little bit of time, punted the ball back on the bad side for Washington, the 2-minute warning, with 1:47 to go, down 2 scores, that's probably when I go, okay, we didn't force a turnover, something miraculous didn't happen on the previous possession, et cetera. You're going to sit this one out. I can't remember exactly the time stamp when Eckler got hurt as well, but I think the caller makes a good point.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in on Jaden Daniels as we go. Let's talk to Jay Gruden next. Former head coach, had to deal with injuries at the quarterback position. How should they go about getting Daniels back on the field? How careful should they be with Jaden Daniels? You're listening to Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels has a sprained knee. As Grant Paulson was first to report on Friday, Jaden Daniels had an MRI, which showed that he has that sprained knee. It's not expected to be a long-term injury, but his status for Week 3 against the Raiders is up in the air. Dan Quinn earlier today called him day-to-day. Dan Quinn also said wide receiver Noah Brown, tight end John Bates, they're going to be long shots to play on Sunday against the Raiders. Some roster moves today for the Commanders. Austin Eckler and Dietrich Wise headed to the injured reserve. Defensive end Jalen Holmes and wide receiver Chris Moore were signed from the practice squad, and the Commanders signed running back Chase Edmonds to the practice squad. Other injuries around the NFL, Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow going to be out at least 3 months with grade 3 turf toe injury that's going to need surgery. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy likely out for 2 to 4 weeks with a high ankle sprain. Carson Wentz will start for him. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 4-game series against the Braves in 3 days. 6:45 right here on The Fan. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 8-15 with a 5.69 ERA. He'll take on Spencer Strider, who is 5-13 with a 4.86 ERA. Nats and Braves, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Baldino's Lock and Keys, your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Let's have a Monday, shall we? Grant and Danny on The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We appreciate it. Brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murrah that will help you to draft the last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. And be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Jay Gruden will join us every single Monday all season long at 5 p.m., and he's on the Rude Guest Hotline.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford in Chantilly and Fairfax, your F-150 HQ, Ted Britt Lincoln in Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
So, Jay, let's start with the news of the day. A sprained knee for Jaden Daniels. Status for Sunday against the Raiders in doubt. When you hear sprained knee for a quarterback who's a dual threat and runs around, what do you think?
Any injury for Jaden Daniels is concerning, without a doubt. You know, he's what makes that team tick, and without him, it's going to be a struggle. But hopefully, sprained knees are not anything serious. Hopefully it's a week or two, or maybe he can play and deal with it. But I don't know the severity of it. Nobody really does with a strained knee. It's hard for me to imagine the time frame. Well, he'll be back to 100% and what he needs to do to be great on the field.
Jay, what factors would go into your decision-making as to when to play him?
I guess you got to see him run. You know what I mean? You got to see him burst off that leg, and I got to make sure that's 100%. I don't want to risk further damage. If the trainer says he can go and there's no risk of further damage, obviously there's always a risk. But you know what I'm saying? If he gets tackled, and then I'd let him play. But I'm not letting him play until he's back to 100%. I can see him running that 4.340 that he can run.
So he came up lame, so to speak, on a couple different plays. He grabs at his knee after he kind of landed on his head, getting turned upside down, like cleat overhead at the 30-yard line, and then there was another play later in the game. But he finished. I know a lot of people have talked about that he stayed out there and he finished. And I've just always said that's not that indicative of like timelines and how serious something is, because you got the adrenaline and the swelling hasn't happened yet and all that. What's your experience on that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. You can get through a game a lot of times, and then when you have that next day where you wake up, get out of bed, you can hardly walk. I've had that with my shoulders before. I've had that with my knees before, and it's pretty painful. It's just a matter of he's got the extra couple days, which is good, to get a lot of treatment. He's got to be in and out of that hot tub and getting his massages and what he needs to have done to try to get that thing ready. I don't think there's 100% chance that he's out, but I think that if he can manage it and he can still run, I think he can still play with a sprained knee.
What level of nervousness would you operate with, or just how cautious would you be as it pertains to two things? One, the fact that he is a running quarterback, that's part of the superpower, right? He was a 900-yard guy or 800-yard guy as a rookie, that he had 70 rushing yards in his first game. And then secondly, just the fact that it's week 3 of this 17-game, 18-week marathon, like, would you just say, hey, come on, man, give us 1 week here, let's rest up. It's just, one game, and we'll get you back out there. Or if he was a pocket passer, do you view it any differently? Because he's not taking the same shots and running around as much. How do you kind of balance all that?
Yeah, with the protection the way it is right now, he is taking the shots in the pocket. That's the issue that I have. And the lack of running game is apparent right now, where they're becoming one-dimensional. Now, if they're going to hand the ball off and do some quick game and keep him in the pocket, get the ball out of his hands, then, yeah, I think he can go ahead and play. And I would eliminate the quarterback design runs. Let him scramble up the middle here and there and slide for a couple of yards for maybe a first down. Sure, I think he can do that. But they have to really figure out a way to get this running game going for him to play again, so he can take some pressure off of him, where it's not the quarterback design run, it's not the scramble, it's not to keep him the plays alive, where he can throw some balls on rhythm, hand the ball off, get some play actions, get him outside the pocket a little bit, then he can function. But he can't function if they play like they played against Green Bay, or one-dimensional, having to throw within the pocket all the time.
Yeah, and Jay Gruden with us here on G&E. What did you make of that game? We haven't talked to you since then. Just about that. How much of that is Green Bay's great defense, great plan, great execution, et cetera, and how much is maybe what Washington's not doing?
Yeah, I think Green Bay's got a good defense. They shut down Detroit, and they played great against Washington. You saw what Detroit did against Chicago this week. They scored 52. So I think a lot of credit has to go to Green Bay. And then, there's just a lot of concerns with the offensive line that I have right now. But I don't think they're gelling right now. I don't think the left guard, left tackle play well together. The right tackle's struggling mightily. Connolly's he's not ready. I mean, they need to help him out a lot. So, yeah, I have concerns with the offensive line. Getting holes for the running game, that's not happening. Protecting the quarterback, that's not happening. So they got some issues to figure out up front. They got to get gelling together and play a little more physical.
You said Connolly's not ready in your mind. Do you still like him as a prospect, and how would you handle that spot?
Any big guys that can move their feet like he can is a good prospect to have. It's just a matter if he switched from left tackle to right tackle, and that takes some time. He's just not a real physical guy right now. He's got to play more with his legs, and we use some power every now and then. He's catching everybody, and they're pushing him back a lot, and he's not getting any movement in the running game. So he's got a lot of work to do. I mean, he's a good prospect for sure, but I just don't know if he's ready to be thrown to the fire against these players. He's playing against Micah Parsons. He's playing, next week will be, who's it going to be next week? They play the Raiders.
Crosby.
Yeah, this got no chance. So need some help. I don't know what to do, what the answer is, but he is a good prospect. He's just not playing very good up to his potential right now. He's a rookie, for God's sakes.
Would you consider starting Andrew Wiley over him against Crosby and just giving him a reset?
Yeah, 100%. I'd have to concern that. After watching the film of the first 2 weeks, I'm sure the offensive line coaches grade him, and I'm sure everybody in the building wanted to draft him. They drafted him in the first round. They want to try to make it work, but at some point, Andrew Wiley played pretty good last year at right tackle, I thought. And they went to the NFC Championship game, for God's sakes, with him at right tackle. So I would not hesitate to put him in there at right tackle, let Connerly be the backup swing tackle for a few weeks, and see what happens, and just give him time to get better.
He's allowed an NFL high 11 pressures through 2 games, by the way, Jay. 9 in the last game.
That's probably being generous. There's been others where the defensive end is right in Jaden's face where he can't throw too. So, it's tough, man. It's a tough position. He's played against very good defenses. We'll give him that, but that's too many. And then you're playing against Max Crosby. We got to get Wiley out there. Got to get more experience this week and get him ready for maybe mid-season run, because tackles get injured. I know that firsthand. So he's going to have to be used quite often as the season goes on. Just not yet.
Jay, how would you handle that Thursday into then this sort of it's not a bye week, but it's a little bit of a break into this next game? Rough one for everybody Thursday. We got a bunch of injuries sort of piling up here. How would you handle kind of that mini break and then sort of getting after it? Almost like, do you burn the film, or how do you view that? And how would you handle that as a coach getting ready for this next one?
No, I think you have a lot of time to really self-scout and see what you've been doing good, bad in the first 2 weeks, especially up front. We got to figure this thing out up front. We got to figure out how we're blocking on these double teams and these pulling plays and all that stuff, and the back blocks and the pass protections, the running backs stepping up in holes. A couple times I saw the running backs cut linebackers in the hole, and the linebackers jumping over and almost killing Jaden. I mean, you can't cut a linebacker in a hole on a blitz. It drives me nuts. So they got to fix a lot of things from a technique standpoint, and then schematically, Cliff's got to come up with some things to get some guys open, especially on third down. Can't just run hitches out there and slant it to Lane, who's not a big receiver, and expect Jaden to find completion. So they got to find good matchups offensively, fix their protection, their running game combinations, and they'll be fine. I mean, it takes some time. They had a short week. They only had 3 days to get ready for one of the best defenses in football, so we'll give them a pass on that one. But now they have an extra time to get their team ready to play a pretty tough Raider team who's going to come off a short week a little bit.
Jay, we had a caller about 20 minutes ago asking about Terry McLaurin's slow start and if it's relevant that he didn't participate for a month leading up to the season. And while it'd be easy to say yes, I mean, he is, through 2 games, been more productive than he was in the first 2 games last year. So the slow start thing for him is not necessarily new. But what are you seeing when you watch him?
Well, we had the same discussion last year. Everybody's ready to give up on the guy, and he came on like gangbusters and made huge play after huge play. So I think it's a matter of, trying to get him some matchups that he can win instead of leaving him on the same side of the field all the time, and some formations to get him some relief from time to time. That'll help a lot, and I think Cliff did that last year. Got him some screens, got him some balls out in space where he can catch and run, and then, take some shots with them. Everybody's well aware that Terry McLaurin can run by us, so they're giving him some cushion, and on 3rd and 5, they're sitting on him a little bit, so we got to find the happy medium to try to get him the ball somehow, and then Debo's got to make some plays, and the 3rd, 4th, or 5th receiver, I don't know who that is right now. I'm not a big Luke McCaffrey, Noah Brown guy. He had 4 or 5 targets and had 1 catch. Lane is not quite ready yet, so they got to find that other weapon as well to go along with those 2 guys, especially at the receiver position.
How much will they miss Austin Eckler?
They'll miss him. They're going to put a lot on this rookie's plate. And Rodriguez got to get back in there. I think they need Rodriguez in there a little bit more for the in between the tackle tough yardage. I'm not sure Krosky Merritt's ready for that pounding in there. I think they need to do it by committee. And those 2 or 3 backs that they have right now, I think they can manage it. I don't anticipate one guy doing it, but Eckler's missed, especially with what he does in the passing game. I don't know who that's going to be in the passing game to take over for Eckler.
Maybe McNichols got the shot to do it last year. They also signed Chase Edmonds, who was with Cliff Kingsbury in Arizona, so maybe he gets an opportunity. Flipping to the defensive side of the ball, Jay Gruden is with us, weekly Monday appointment after Commanders games, after watching all the tape, to break it down with us on Grant and Danny. Jay, Marshawn Lattimore had a rough go of it. I thought week 1 was a lot better than what last year looked like, but he did get penalized 3 times in that game. Another couple of penalties in this game already, now 5 on the season, 4 that were accepted. What did you make of his performance?
Yeah, I thought the defense in general struggled a little bit, without a doubt. I think Sainristil missed a couple things. I think Harris missed a few things. The touchdown pass to the tight end, I think that was Harris. He had to get back there with the tight end. It's a combination. The interior defensive lineman didn't do very good against Josh Jacobs in that running game. They pushed him around quite a bit. So there's a lot of issues to be had. I don't think defensively you could say, it was all on Marshawn Lattimore, it was all on the secondary, it was all on the defensive line. It was a combination. Sometimes the defensive line played good in their gaps, and sometimes the DBs didn't play well or tackle well. So a lot of issues right now they got to fix up. They got to fix up and get the right combinations out there. They got to gel together as a unit and not try to, mix and match too many personnel changes out there. Sometimes I don't even know who's out there at safety. So they got to find the right guys and just play harder, play better, tackle better. Quit giving up the 95-yard drives. Green Bay had 2 of them.
Yeah, Jay, it feels like, just thinking of a couple samples, that Matt LaFleur has gotten the better of Dan Quinn and his defenses over the years. Did you have anybody like that where, just for whatever reason, scheme, design, et cetera, you just had their number?
I would like to play against the Ryan brothers anytime. When they were the Saints, we gutted them, and when I was at Cincinnati, we got Rex pretty good when he was with the Jets, but I just had success with them for some reason. They're great defensive coaches, that's for sure, but yeah, no, I just, a lot of it's personnel related, really. You want to get after the corners and the secondary and the way they're playing their coverages. You have coverage beaters for that, but you got to be able to protect them. That's the issue right now with Washington. I think Cliff knows how to get after defenses, but right now they're not doing a good enough job of protecting Jaden to try to get 2nd and 3rd level type throws behind the defense.
John Bates has become such an important player for them. And I'll tip my cap to you on this. A few years ago when you were coming on with us, you were basically crushing the fact that they just didn't have any tight ends that could block. And he's come on after they drafted him like gangbusters to take that role. He's become really good. He's got a hurt groin. We don't know about his availability this weekend yet. But, man, did they struggle when they couldn't keep him in because he wasn't in the game to help out Connerly. Like, if he's not out there, how different will things look for them? And how, if you don't have that blocking tight end, how much could that change how you call things if you're Cliff?
It changes a lot. You got to have help out there, and maybe it's going to be Ben. I guess it'll have to be Ben. But somebody's got to get out there and help him out. Zach's going to have to step up and put his chin strap on and his mouthpiece in this game. He's got to have to be more physical and help out Connerly. And maybe they use Connerly as the extra tackle like Detroit has done, like a lot of teams have done. They play Wiley and then play Connerly as the extra tackle to try to get more beef up there, especially on the right side, on Max Crosby's side. There are certain things you can do to try to negate Max Crosby. It's easier said than done, but they're going to have to do something creative to help the right tackle, whoever it is.
Let me go flip side, a little more positive here, Jay. Are there any players that you've gone, man, I'm actually pretty impressed with that guy through just a couple of games here?
With the Commanders right now?
Yeah, with Washington, yeah.
Not really. Not on offense really right now. Nobody that is unexpected. You know, Jaden and Debo, and you're expecting Terry to have some big plays. Nothing's really happened offensively, exciting-wise. I guess Krosky Merritt has done some pretty good things at running back, who I really didn't know a whole lot about. He's been impressive a little bit, but the left side of the line hasn't been very good. Center's been excellent still. Right side of the line's been average. Tight end play hasn't really been very existent. Zach Ertz had a couple hits, but he's got to get some more juice and some big playability. Hopefully Terry McLaurin can do that, and some more creativity on offense, and I think they'll be fine.
Circle back to Jaden Daniels real quick with Jay Gruden, then we'll hit a couple NFL things before we let you go. On Jaden, what would he have to do on the practice field for you to give him a go? You mentioned like wanting to see him sprint, as the thing you actually want to see with your eyes.
Yeah, change of direction. His change of direction is so unique and unbelievably effective. His ability to make people miss in the pocket, outside the pocket. So I want to see him change direction, really. Maybe have him do a short shuttle like a whole combine. I want to see you change direction, man. I got to make sure you can stick your foot in the ground and let it rip. That's one. Number two, I got to see you step up in the pocket. And three, I got to see you avoid contact, to get outside the pocket, move side to side. That's what you got to see a quarterback do.
Could you play him if he was just like limited Friday with nothing else? Like never a full practice?
Depending on, how much I felt good about Marcus Mariota. If I felt good about Mariota taking over, which he played pretty well when he played last year, maybe I count on Marcus. But if Jaden can sit back there and throw the ball 7-on-7, do some things in the play action game, and still hand the ball off from under center, do some things, then it's up to Jaden and the trainers for me. I would always leave it up to the quarterback, number one, and then number two, the trainers. And if they both gave me the thumbs up, then I'm going to play him. If not, then I'm not going to make a decision to sit him because I'm worried about him getting hurt when the trainers tell me he's okay and the quarterback tells me he's okay. So it's up to the quarterback and it's up to the trainers for me.
Go around the league with you a little bit here, Jay. The Colts 2-0. Daniel Jones has looked pretty good. It seems like Shane Steichen finally found somebody that can run his offense the way he wants.
Yeah, they haven't punted yet either. That's pretty amazing. So I think they have a lot of good weapons, and they're utilizing Jonathan Taylor, and they got this tight end, Tyler Warren. I don't know how he's a second tight end picked in the draft. I have no idea how that happened. But they have some weapons, and they're really calling a good game. Their defense is doing well, and Daniel's protecting the football and not turning the ball over. So that's a good recipe. They got a huge break in that game against Denver with the elevating call and the field goal, the stupidest call ever. But they're playing well.
Yeah, I hate that rule, and I hate the call more than the rule. Warren, by the way, 80 yards receiving yesterday. I'm guessing you mean that he should have been the first tight end drafted, is what you were saying.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, I don't know how you can say, I'm going to let this 6'6" big son of a gun go and take this other guy. But anyway, we'll never know. We'll see how Loveland does here, but he's had 2 catches for 5 yards. I know because he's on my fantasy team.
Colston Loveland to the Bears,
Oof.
Yeah. Went first. What about Falcons, Vikings? That was the Sunday night game last night. Couple of the sophomore quarterbacks who haven't played a lot. Michael Penix, J.J. McCarthy. It was not pretty under center for either guy really last evening. What'd you make out of their performances?
Yeah, J.J. struggled mightily the first 3 quarters, and then lit it up against the Bears in the fourth quarter, and came back and win, and everybody's happy. And then this game, he kind of took another step back. I think with J.J., they're going to have to count on a really, really strong running game, just like he did at Michigan, and then a couple play actions and some drop backs to try to get Justin Jefferson the ball. So they just got to figure out what their identity is. It's very hard to say, okay, let's hand the ball off when we have Justin Jefferson out there and Adam Thielen and Hawkinson, and they're blocking. You're like, hey, we can't have these guys block all day, but they're going to have to figure out a way to pound the ball between the tackles and then get J.J. on some play action passes to make it a little bit easier for them.
What do you make of Kansas City's 0-2 start?
Played 2 really good teams. I know that, so I think they'll be okay. They've struggled with, ever since they lost Tyreek with the weapons, and they don't have anybody that scares you at all on offense. The running game's not very good. Obviously, the speed outside is very average, and Patrick's having to do it all by moving around in the pocket and buying time and making ad-lib plays, and that can run out pretty quick. You know, it's very tough to do that on a consistent basis. They just got to find some rhythm, timing type throws, move the chains, keep their defense fresh, because they still have a pretty good defense.
Hey, you called it with Russ Wilson. You said the tape suggested he didn't play that badly, and basically that the offense around him was an issue, and it wasn't like it was just operator error. He throws for 450 and 3 yesterday against the Cowboys, and I guess won't hear any calls for his job this week.
Well, he had 2 horrible plays in overtime. You know, the ball that he tried to pull back and it went backwards, and they had to punt the first time. They had a chance to just kick a field goal and beat them, and then the second thing he threw a horrible interception, which enabled the Cowboys to come down and win that football game. But he did play well up until that point. Malik Neighbors is unbelievable, and that's kind of what you expect from the Giant offense. But, you know, the Cowboy defense, we know they were 30th last year, and they're probably going to be 30th again this year. They didn't do anything to address it, really, and they lost their best player. So I expect when the Commanders play the Cowboys, I expect there to be fireworks to be had.
Who do you like tonight between Tampa and Houston?
Man, that's a tough one. I'm probably going to take Houston, just because I know how loud it is there. You know, when I was with the Bengals, we played them in the playoffs 2 years in a row. I couldn't hear myself think for a month. It is so loud there, and I think that'll have an impact. I really like Houston's defense. I think they'll get after Baker and do enough offensively to get a few points. I don't expect a lot of points, but I expect Houston to get it done.
Jay, Mac Jones gets a start for Kyle Shanahan yesterday, who it was rumored was going to take him at number 3 overall before they went Trey Lance, which obviously backfired. But Jones throws for 283 touchdowns, no picks. Not a bad first start for him outside of New England and Jacksonville getting an opportunity. What'd you think?
Yeah, played good. You know, New Orleans isn't very good, but he did a good job, and Kyle does a good job with the quarterbacks, and that's something you have to do with the young quarterback, and you have to really protect him with the running game, with McCaffrey and the play actions, and guys can manage that, man. If you don't get stuck in third and long all day and you're playing with the lead, you can control the quarterback and how you can protect him as a play caller, and that's what Kyle Shanahan specializes in. Now, he struggles when he gets into known passing situations like every other coach for the most part, but he does a good job with quarterbacks when he's first, second down.
Hey, did you hear the story that Shedeur Sanders told the Ravens in the 5th round he didn't want them to draft him?
I heard that.
What do you make of that?
I don't know why. I think it's the idiotic thing to do, really. I think it should be a privilege to play behind Lamar Jackson and learn from Lamar Jackson. You know, Lamar's had a little bit of an injury history himself, and be able to put as a backup to Lamar Jackson and learn from Lamar would be awesome, you know, for a couple of years. When you're going in the 5th round, you're not expecting to get the starting role from day one of training camp. You know what I mean? 6th round, you're going to probably have to earn it through injury or earn it through the course of a year, maybe 2 years. I don't know why you think you have the right to say no to any team that wants to draft you.
I got this weird email from these odds makers, and it said that someone in your family is the odds-on favorite to be the head coach at UCLA next. What do you think? UCLA.
I don't think there's any chance in hell that happens. God.
John
I don't
Gruden
think they have
to
any NIL
UCLA.
money
You
either.
don't like the fit there?
You don't think so?
Only if they have a crazy ton of money to pay their players. If not, he ain't going there. I mean, this is all about the money in college football right now. If you don't have a big bankroll, you ain't going to win. You're not going to get any players. Well, but Clemson's struggling right now. They got a ton of money, so you never know. I don't know what he's going to do. John loves the coach, and he's probably going to get in it somehow, some way. I know he wants to get back in the NFL, but I don't know if that's going to happen or not. But if a college team comes a call and they got some money, then he'll probably go.
UCLA, I would think, has a plenty of money, don't they? Why wouldn't they have cash?
They lost to UNLV and who else last week?
Oh, they're terrible.
Yeah, they're awful.
But Deshaun, I mean, I don't know if you've seen any of Deshaun Foster's press conferences. I think John might be a slight upgrade on the sideline if it worked out.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there, but it's hard to take over a team that's loses to UNLV by 20. But yeah, you never know. With the NIL the way it is, you go right to the portal, you can get well quick, right? You find yourself a quarterback for $5, $6, $7, $8 million, you get yourself some big linemen, a couple of guys that can rush the passer, and who knows?
Well, to that
John
point,
Gruden could do it.
So, like, I have a buddy who's constantly texting me, and the same email you're referencing, by the way, Danny, with like email, it's the odds rather of like who should be hired at these places. For Virginia Tech, the big thing is everybody wants Michael Vick to be the head coach. And this is what people used to do like 15 years ago. It would drive me crazy. They'd call in and they'd be like, fire everyone and hire Brian Mitchell to as the coach on kick returns and hire Santana Moss at wide receiver and Ryan Kerrigan at defensive end. But now it's happening. Like, you see Deshaun Jackson as a head coach. Michael Vick is a head coach. It's like none of these guys have coaching experience, but what I gather is they're smart football guys, I think. But the gist is, like, it's the Deion thing of, like, they are the face of the program. You recruit people that want to come play for Deion Sanders or whatever, and it's kind of a portal play in a sense. So I don't know if Michael Vick's a real candidate for Virginia Tech or not. I'm kind of old-fashioned in the way of, like, wanting to hire people that have coached before to be my head coach, a big-time program. But this is like the way of the world, to your point. It's wild.
Yeah. I don't know what to make of it anymore. I know that Virginia Tech lost to Old Dominion. There was 28-0 at one time, so maybe Michael Vick would be a fit. Maybe D'Angelo Hall. How about that?
Dude, I like D'Angelo has coaching experience. So he doesn't even fit the mantra here.
I'd rather have D'Angelo. Well, Michael Vick's getting some experience now, so who knows? He might be a great coach. And, a lot of it depends, too, who you're going to hire on your staff. A lot of people think that I'm going to hire this young ex-player, but who's going to be his line coach? Who's going to be his D-line coach, his secondary, D coordinator? There's a lot of issues you have to, who's going to help them pick players, so it's not just about the head coach nowadays. It's more, actually, probably more about the recruiting process in the portal.
Jay, awesome to catch up with you as always, buddy. We'll talk next week.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
Be good, man. There's Jay Gruden.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 HQ, Ted Britt Lincoln and Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
Here we go. Mina Kimes of ESPN says Jaden Daniels is going to have to change the way he plays. I've not heard the audio yet. We will play it next and react on Grant and Danny. Hey guys, it's Grant. FanDuel's an official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. The FanDuel Sportsbook app, it's your home for all your favorite NFL bets from yards to touchdowns. Who's going to win? With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. FanDuel's giving all customers 30% profit boost tokens tonight on either game of your choosing. You got the Bucs and the Texans early, Chargers, Raiders late, the staggered Monday night tandem that we've always been looking for. Emeka Egbukpa, anytime touchdown. Let's do this thing. Lad McConkey over receptions. Here we go. Make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Visit FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP at FanDuel.com. Must be 21, present in Virginia, opt-in required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels has a sprained knee. Our own Grant Paulson was first to report on Friday that he had an MRI following the Packers game. The sprained knee isn't expected to be a long-term injury, but his status for this week against the Raiders up in the air. Dan Quinn called it day-to-day earlier today. He also elaborated on some other injuries. Noah Brown and John Bates both dealing with soft tissue injuries. He called them long shot to get on the field for Sunday against the Raiders. Roster moves today for the Commanders. Austin Eckler and Dietrich Wise head to injured reserve. Defensive end Jalen Holmes and wide receiver Chris Moore were signed from the practice squad, and the Commanders signed running back Chase Edmonds to the practice squad. Other injuries around the league: Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow out at least 3 months with a grade 3 turf toe injury that's going to need surgery. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy going to be out 2 to 4 weeks with a high ankle sprain. Carson Wentz will start for him. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Braves tonight, 6:45 first pitch at Nationals Park. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker takes on Spencer Strider. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
So this floated across my timeline. I have not yet heard the audio. I wanted to hear it in real time with you guys so that I am not prejudgmental. But Mina Kimes of ESPN suggested, based on the caption I'm reading, that Jaden Daniels needs to change the way he plays. And then subsequently, she was asked by somebody, why does he have to change the way he plays? And Joe Burrow doesn't, when Joe Burrow gets hurt all the time. And she had an interesting comment about that I want to go through. But let's hear the audio first to start the conversation. It's important as a backdrop to remember. Based on his frame, one of the big questions on Jaden Daniels coming out was durability. And to his credit, amazingly, last year he played in every single game. Now, a month of those games, 4 of those games, he played with a broken rib. Nobody's questioning that toughness. But here we are now dealing with this knee in week 2 of the NFL season going into week 3. But this was Mina Kimes on ESPN today.
My concern for this is more about Jaden Daniels' career. He has to take less contact. Through the first 2 weeks of the season, he leads all quarterbacks in QB contact, 29, both as a passer, QB hits, and scrambling. And you can say, well, he played 2 difficult defenses. The Packers' defense looks amazing. He led all quarterbacks in QB contact last year. He led all quarterbacks in scramble rate last year. It's just not sustainable. And he is a quarterback who can win from the pocket, and he can be a part of that designed run game without it being the bulk of it the way it has been, frankly, through much of the season. So I think there's got to be some tough conversations with Daniels about his style of play with an eye towards his continued longevity, because he is too special to absorb this much contact.
29 hits, 12 by the Packers last week. Leads the NFL to this point. Now, the 12 quarterback hits were in the pocket. This counts all of the runs and the scrambles as well. So he's been contacted on 29 plays over 2 games. But she points out that last year, no quarterback, you want to call them collisions, you want to call them car crashes, whatever, no quarterback was contacted more than Jaden Daniels was. And we've talked about the scramble rate a lot. His rushing yards primarily came not from designed runs, where you kind of dictate where he's at on the field, and who is around him, and what kind of defense is going to be able to get shots at him. But scrambles, where it is just not as dictatable. You know, you think back to, I know even just bringing up the name in this conversation will bother people, but like the Robert Griffin play with Haloti Ngata or whatever is like a scramble. It seems like those are the more dangerous plays because there's a spontaneity.
Less control. That's not the right word, but that's what it is.
So then she was asked by someone, why does Daniels have to change the way he plays, but Joe Burrow doesn't? She said, because Daniels scrambled not only at the highest rate in the NFL last year, but at a historically high rate. It's always going to be a part of his game, but they need to protect him from taking so much contact. That will be viewed as a hot take and, annoying to people. I actually think it's completely correct.
I agree with every word. So, yeah, to me, it's very simple. I don't have a great analogy for it, but if you ever watch that F1 show on Netflix, Drive to Survive, there's a reason they don't take those F1 racing cars. You don't go down to the 7-Eleven to pick up a Slurpee in that. You use it for the special thing. You have to use it judiciously. It would be, you'd get everywhere faster if you just use your F1 car, you drove it around the Beltway a couple times. You'd probably beat your Honda Civic in most commutes. But there's a reason you don't do that. That's kind of my point about this running stuff. Every time you drop back, every time you have the football in your hands, you are at risk. There are certain inevitable risks that come with the position. Again, see Cincinnati. See the moment he threw to Terry McLaurin where you knew he was going to get hit. You got to step up, deliver the football, you get hit in the chops. That's part and parcel with the position, and guys have been hurt doing that, certainly, and I'm very aware of that fact. But the contact rate, the point that Mina Kimes makes, is correct. It's indisputable, and some of it is avoidable contact if you're Jaden Daniels. Now, the thing that Lamar Jackson learned early in his career, when he was hurt a bunch too, is where the danger is, it seems. I've never actually spoken to Lamar Jackson about this, but his play would sort of dictate it. Daniels doesn't have enough, I need to get out of danger. The sideline is my friend. He does it sometimes when the run takes him towards the sideline. There is too often, think of the play he got hurt on. Think of more times than often when he's escaping to the middle.
Which play did he got hurt on? The one where he went up in the air and landed on his shoulder? Or the one where he twisted his leg all up?
Fair enough. I mean, there were moments last year where he ended up not getting hurt, thankfully, but it wasn't because of the process was good. The sideline needs to be calling to him like a siren, and he must get there way more often than he does. He needs to avoid contact at a much higher rate. He's not Cam Newton. He's not framed that way. He's a slider player, and it was my number one and remains really my only concern about him long term as a player is his ability to stay available because of his frame and because he's not afraid. And God bless him. I love him so much. And I would tell him, I need you. I need you to be safe at all times. Sacrifice a couple yards here. When you get clear, you get to the sideline. If you get more yards, do it. But get to that sideline.
It's amazing to me. So, first of all, Lamar Jackson, who is the preeminent running quarterback right now, stays healthy at a really high rate. And you kind of draw some examples as to what you think is different about him versus Daniels in the way of running to the outside, using the sideline as his friend. He does seem to take on less contact. Early in his career, if you remember, Lamar Jackson got hurt a lot.
He did, yes.
And it's part of why initially, I don't want to say I was out, but I never thought it would be a sustainable perennial MVP candidate, one of the best teams in the AFC every single year thing. I just didn't think there'd be enough longevity to his game. But he has played in 15 or more games now, 4 times over 6 seasons, to his credit. Some of those years, I'm guessing you miss a game at the end because your team's headed to the playoffs or whatever.
Multiple times that happened, yeah.
There were a couple of years, though, where he missed a month at the end of the season. And remember, even playoff games, like where Tyler Huntley would come in 2021.
21 and 22, yes.
Where he was not there in the final few weeks. So there is an element of the track record says you're more at risk. But Daniels' rushing is way more scramble driven than Lamar's designed runs. And I think that's what Mina Kimes is getting at. His scramble rate, pull the ball down and run, is historical. It is unlike anything that we've really seen. Is it sustainable? I think that's a fair enough question at his frame. And secondly, when she suggests the hits that he's taking, when you add up hits in the pocket, which hopefully fixable by getting the ball out faster, that's your play caller, by improving your offensive line, which will get better and better ideally. Josh Connerly will improve all of these things. Now I dictate how many hits I take as a rusher, and I can lower that number on my own. But she's saying it's 29 hits through 2 games. It doesn't work. 14 and a half hits. Contact plays, I'll call it. 14 and a half times you're in a collision per game over 17 games at his frame. You're just asking for problems. And it goes back to last year where he was number 1 in this. And I think it's interesting. What do you guys make of this? 800-636-1067. Mina Kimes saying, first off, that the scramble percentage has to come down, but maybe more importantly, that they need to have a conversation with Jaden Daniels because there are too many plays combined in the pocket and running where he's taking shots. Led the league last year, far and away the leader through a couple of games this year. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
and a lot of the questions will be about our QB. But I can say, here's what I know, and when I say that, it's all really that I know. So he did have an MRI, and he's already begun his return to play process with us. He's truly day to day. What does it mean for Sunday? I can't tell you that now. I'll have more to share on that when we get to Wednesday and practice and what that would look like.
Dan Quinn of your Commanders, who are 1-1, coming off of a decisive loss in Lambeau against the Packers. They've got a home game on Sunday against the Raiders team that plays tonight. So how about that? Washington flew home Thursday night, has been resting Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Get back to work at the facility today, and then the Raiders play tonight. Won't get home until the wee hours of the morning, and then quick turnaround. They'll be in the office tomorrow watching the tape and licking their wounds before getting back on the field Wednesday and flying out, Friday night, Saturday morning for a Sunday game at 10 local time. Bodes well for Washington. What doesn't is that Jaden Daniels may not play. The question we're asking you guys is for your reactions to what Mina Kimes had to say. Do you think he needs to scramble less? Do you think he needs to reconsider his style of play? Or is that an overreaction anytime a guy who's a dual threat and can run gets banged up in a violent sport? This was Mina Kimes on ESPN.
My concern for this is more about Jaden Daniels' career. He has to take less contact. Through the first 2 weeks of the season, he leads all quarterbacks in QB contact, 29, both as a passer, QB hits, and scrambling. And you could say, well, he played two difficult defenses. The Packers' defense looks amazing. He led all quarterbacks in QB contact last year. He led all quarterbacks in scramble rate last year. It's just not sustainable. And he is a quarterback who can win from the pocket, and he can be a part of that designed run game without it being the bulk of it the way it has been, frankly, through much of the season. So I think there's got to be some tough conversations with Daniels about his style of play with an eye towards his continued longevity, because he is too special to absorb this much contact.
So a couple of things I really liked about that. Number one, I've been asking for more designed runs. And again, maybe someone smarter than me could tell me this is wrong, but I do think you dictate more terms when you design the run into an area, and you can account for who's there to block and help and where the sideline is, than just a scramble, a gotta-go moment. And she talks about designing more runs, which they had 0 design runs as an example against the Packers for all of the times you saw him leave the pocket. That's number one. Number two, she makes such a good point about Jaden Daniels can win as a passer. He is an exceptional passer. Now, the secret sauce is going to be the dual threat ability. That's what he's got that a lot of guys don't. It's the 14-yard touchdown run against the Bengals in the preseason, where he wants number one, unavailable, comes back to number two a tick too late, as he said, not there, comes back to number three, doesn't want to get a guy blown up in the preseason, tucks the ball, takes off, 14-yard touchdown run. All happens within a second and a half. If you're a pocket passer without wheels, that play's dead as soon as it was called into the headset by your coordinator because you didn't get the right coverage. And he makes you right. So that's always going to be part of his game, and it should be part of his game, Danny. But maybe, I guess her point is, you turn up a little bit of the passing and down a little bit of the running. If it wasn't a concern, if there wasn't an injury last year, if it's not 2 games in and there's already an injury this year, maybe this wouldn't be the rhetoric today nationally on television.
Yeah, I mean, so for tourists, for people that don't follow every play and every time he inhales and exhales like we do locally, for people like that are just kind of tuned in, they go, well, last year he had a rib. Yeah, but they don't remember when he got his helmet turned sideways against the Giants in week 2, or he got blasted in week number 1 against Tampa Bay, or that they had to call timeout against Atlanta because he got hit so damn hard. Mariota had to come on the field and help him get up.
Or when his leg got folded up under him in that
also
Atlanta
against
game.
Atlanta. Like those hold your breath, oh my God moments. Then he bounces up and he's fine. He has that killer smile that's worth all the money. Can't wait to pay him. And he shakes it off until he doesn't. And that's kind of the point here. This is a process thing. You can't eliminate every hit. It is football. The entire goal of the defensive teams that you're going up against is, how do we hit that guy? We got to hit that guy legally. And there are rules to protect it, but still, you're going to hit him. That's how you affect things. That's how you win football games, is to hit the quarterback as often as possible. When we're sitting here talking about defense, can they get to the quarterback? Can they get to the quarterback? That is how you do this thing. So you're going to get hit some. That's all part of it. The point is you have to limit the times where you get blasted sideways and folded up on, etc. There's a play that went down and nobody noticed it. It was the Giants-Cowboys game yesterday, rather. There's a read option scheduled. Russell Wilson has it off the left side. He's got about 3 yards. If it's for a touchdown, he might have fought and dove and kind of wiggled around, taken on some contact, etc. It was pretty much could have gotten 4 or 5 if he'd lowered his shoulder. He sees a couple defenders coming, and he slides innocuously early. So you gave up a couple yards on the play, but he trots on back to the huddle, and he gets to fight another day. He's way less important to the Giants than Daniels is here. But that's the lesson I want him to take is I need you for 2nd and 7 instead of now we're doing MRIs. And that's kind of the point here, right? Is there everything avoidable he needs to avoid until it's do or die, until it's that 4th and 1 at the goal line, until it's Tampa Bay in the playoff game when a guy's got you in the grasp and you escape because you're magic and you get us a first down before the doink heard around the world. Like there has to be a time and a place where it's fine. You can run that quarterback draw to the middle when it's goal to go and we need a touchdown to win the football game. But other than that, let's rip that bastard right out the playbook for your 2nd and 6 on the 23. You know what I mean? Like, there are going to be opportunities. There are going to be times to lay it on the line. It can't be the default setting, which I think it is too often.
For me, I just think the running part of his game is the cape for Superman. The ability to fly is what puts you over the top. So I'm never going to say I don't want him running around. And I don't think necessarily that's what she's saying. I think that's what people will hear and they'll get upset by. But you start from how does he take on less contact? How does he get hit less frequently? And that's a good exercise. And I also think it's true that while I would design runs if I was Kingsbury for him, he does have to do a better job not taking big shots. The first drive of the season, go back and watch it if you forgot. The Giants game. He took 2 really awkward hits. One was right on the sideline when like a pile of guys and he goes down, his leg gets kind of wrapped up a little bit. And it was kind of like ooh, get up. Okay, we're fine. The other one was, I think his first carry of the season. It was one of these like designed Kingsbury things off tackle, like a power almost. And he like slammed it into the line of scrimmage, which by the way, I would rip some of those downhill things out of the playbook.
Yeah.
Right? But twice on that opening drive, 2 times, he took pretty massive hits. I don't remember that being an issue as the year went on last year. It was early. The Bucs game for sure. He took some monster hits. But generally, he made pretty good decisions. And I just think as the season has started, as the year's begun, he's been a little bit lackadaisical in that way. I don't think that's why he got hurt. It was a freak thing when he got hurt. That's the other thing. Like, that was just football, but it wasn't in the middle of the field, but it happens. The bigger one is the earlier hit where he grabbed at his knee the first time, where he went like head over heels, if you remember. Nikki Jhabvala tweeted the play out if you don't remember it. Where you kind of take a defender on. You're like doing like a shoulder lowering, like running into a guy. I never want him doing anything quite like that. You can hop in if you want at 800-636-1067. News of the day. Sounds like a sprain in the knee for Jaden Daniels. His status for this weekend in doubt right now, up in the air. We don't expect him to play on this show, but we'll get closer and closer and get more details and try to figure out exactly what's going on. 3 things we think after yesterday's NFL action and the Nats leadoff before we get out of here at 6:15 coming your way on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. As you heard, first reported by Grant Paulson on Friday, Jaden Daniels had an MRI on his knee. We got some of the results reported today. He has a sprained knee, not expected to be a long-term injury, but his status for Week 3 against the Raiders is up in the air. Dan Quinn called it day-to-day earlier today. Also, Dan Quinn provided some clarity on Noah Brown and John Bates' injuries, saying they're both soft tissue and, quote, long shots to get on the field for Sunday against the Raiders. Roster moves for the team today. Austin Eckler and Dietrich Wise head to injured reserve. Defensive end Jalen Holmes, wide receiver Chris Moore were signed from the practice squad, and the Commanders signed running back Chase Edmonds to the practice squad. Some quarterback injuries in the NFL. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow going to be out at least 3 months with a grade 3 turf toe injury that's going to need surgery. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy likely to be out 2 to 4 weeks with a high ankle sprain. Carson Wentz will start for him. Baseball tonight, the Nationals begin a 4-game series in 3 days against the Braves. Tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. Spencer Strider gets the ball for the Braves. This September only, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thank you, Toby. Welcome back. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. Darius and Ryan on the production as well. Much appreciate everybody hanging out with us. On this Monday, it's Raiders week in and around the DMV, week 3 of the NFL season. Darius, give me a little game show music, please. I'm going to put Danny to the test here. The game I want to play, Danny, is name that team that Carson Wentz started for. So you just heard Toby mention he's going to be starting a game in the NFL this week.
Minnesota Vikings.
Sixth straight season, he'll be starting a game for a different team. That has never happened before in the history of the NFL. 6 teams in 6 years. Name the teams Carson Wentz has started for.
All right, Washington.
Yes.
Philadelphia. Indianapolis. So were we counting Minnesota?
Yep.
Okay, so that's 6.
So you're missing 2023 and 2024. Made a start for both of those teams.
2023, 2024. These are the years. And this is what I'm doing is I'm just saying the information I know already to stall because I don't know the answer. Did he play? If I'm wrong, this is going to sound stupid.
Okay.
Did he start a game for Kansas City?
Last year, week 18 into the season.
All
they
right.
lost 40-0 to the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, okay. I knew there you are, Carson. That's 5.
You are missing 2023 with the LA Rams. He started a game for
did?
Sean McVay. He did?
Was that the year that like everybody did? Like 7 different guys did?
I don't think,
or was that the year before where Baker Mayfield came in that week?
Bryce Perkins, Baker Mayfield, I think that was the year before. This was he's the backup and got a shot, and maybe Carson Wentz could be a starter again.
And the answer was no.
Well, I like the chances he's going to have with Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings operation, Justin Jefferson and the crew. But, yeah, how about that? Jaden Daniels is banged up and maybe not on the field this week. Carson Wentz is going to start an NFL game. That's just a bad place to be. If I've got to watch football this weekend and I don't get to watch Jaden Daniels, but I will see a game where Carson Wentz is on the field.
That's no
not
fun.
Something I had in the 2025 office pool.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Tell you.
No, thank you.
3 things I think. NFL edition out of week 2. We do have 2 games remaining tonight on Monday Night Football. Give me number 1.
Well, I think is that Lamar Jackson will never get enough credit until he wins a Super Bowl. And even then, he may have to win 2. And if that's not enough, he'll probably have to win 3 or 4 or 7. He's now the all-time leader in quarterback rating. Number 1 all-time, surpassed Aaron Rodgers with a banner performance this weekend. 102.6, the highest it's ever been.
Yeah, basically, quarterback rating means lots of touchdowns and very few interceptions. It's kind of how you get
And he's done that, yeah.
number. High completion percentage helps, too. I think the Vikings have some problems at quarterback. Wentz might be the answer. We'll see. I'm not convinced of that. But J.J. McCarthy, it was ugly last night, and now he's hurt. Out 2 to 4 weeks with a high ankle sprain, but 11 completions, 10 incompletions. He was just thrown to the wolves, and it was kind of his operator error, his own doing in the pocket, not comfortable, didn't move around well in the pocket, didn't see things, started seeing ghosts. 2 picks in the game. He's played 7 terrible quarters and 1 great quarter against a horrible defense. We saw the Bears give up 52 to the Lions this week. They're bad. And 3 out of the 4 quarters he played against them, he couldn't do anything. I'm worried about the Vikings and J.J. McCarthy early this season.
Second thing, I think the Bills could win 15 games this year. I'm predicting at least 14. Their schedule was easy, and it's getting easier. Cincinnati's always giving them fits, and they play Cincinnati late in the season. Probably no Joe Burrow there. The one team on their schedule that you go, yeah, they're really good, is the Kansas City Chiefs, and they've started 0-2. So they play Tampa Bay, they play at Pittsburgh, all potentially tough, and it's the NFL. Things happen. But listen to this. Dolphins, Saints, Patriots, Falcons, Panthers, Chiefs, Dolphins again, Bucks, Texans, Steelers, Bengals, Patriots, Browns, Eagles, tough game, and the Jets. There's a lot of cupcakes on that schedule. That's like athletic director trying to get his football program going, scheduled a lot of directionals and 1AA.
The Lions are just fine. I didn't love what I saw in week 1. I wondered all last week, are we sure Detroit's still pretty good? Now, I overreacted in week 1. I'm kind of swinging back in my overreaction now to say they're perfectly fine probably. But that looked like Ben Johnson was calling plays. 334 and 5 for Jared Goff, who was outstanding. Amon-Ra St. Brown was incredible, 9 for $115 and 3 touchdowns. Jahmyr Gibbs on a rocket ship, 94 yards and a score. David Montgomery did his big battering ram boring thing. He scored a touchdown as well. 52 points. Rubbed it in on old Ben Johnson a little bit in Detroit.
Third thing, I think we're going to find out a lot about who wins the AFC South tonight. Tonight, only week 2. If Houston loses this game against Tampa Bay, very capable of that happening, there'll be 2 games in the negative towards the Indianapolis Colts, who look really good to start the year. Jacksonville has been friskier and much improved from last year. Tennessee's still Tennessee, but Houston could be in an 0-2 hole very reasonably.
If Matt Stafford stays healthy, I think the Rams win the West comfortably. Their defensive line is awesome. They're so good up front, drafting Jared Verse and his college teammate Brandon Fisk, I think it is, from Florida State. But they have a really good front. They get after the quarterback. They harass passers. And Matt Stafford makes good decisions, man. 298 and 2. Devontae Adams over 100 yards. My third thing, I think. You just referenced one of tonight's games. Bucks, Texans, 7 p.m. from Houston tonight. And then Chargers, Raiders from Vegas at 10 p.m. this evening local. That Raiders game's really interesting. Do a little scouting.
Get a little scout going.
We don't know yet what to really make of Vegas, who was 1-0 with a win over New England, who looked pretty good against Miami yesterday. What if the Raiders get a home win, knock off a Chargers team that looked very good against the Chiefs, and they come here 2-0? I still think, just based on the rest metrics, this is a great matchup for Washington, and I will roll with them and bet them to cover in this game with or without Daniels. But a 2-0 Raiders team coming here would certainly make it more interesting.
My hope is that Brock Bowers has so many catches tonight, he's too tired to go next week, because they'll have a problem covering that gentleman.
He is going to play, by the way. There was a lot of question all week long in practice.
Mm-hmm.
They said yesterday he absolutely will play. Our football conversations on The Fan presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Danny, it is time for the leadoff ahead of Nats pregame at 6:15 with Charlie Slows and Dave Jackler.
Mitch Parker on the bump, leading off playing shortstop seat. Jake Abrams batting second in left field. James Wood batting third at first base. Josh Bell hitting fourth. Your DH, Dalen Lyle batting fifth at second base. Luis Garcia Jr. batting sixth at third. That is Paul DeYoung. Batting seventh in right field, Dylan Cruz. Batting eighth, doing the catching, Riley Adams. And hitting ninth in center field, Robert Hassel III.
The leadoff is presented by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. Dalen Lyle hitting third. That's normally where you put your best hitter. He's certainly been the Nats' best hitter on the team over the last month and a half or so. Not their scariest. That's still James Wood, who can jump yard on any pitch. But Dalen Lyle hitting for average, hitting about 350 over 30 games now. Pretty amazing.
He's been swinging it well. Still kind of a puzzling result. Only a .1 WAR. WAR for the season, a .1 WAR. Trails guys like Dylan Cruz, who just shy of one, Josh Bell and company. But
he's been horrendous defensively.
I think that's a big part of it, and not hitting for a ton of power. But the bat to ball on base. I think some power will come. He'll never be a light tower guy, but I think he'll have some improved power as he goes. But he plays hard, man, and it's infectious.
The Jaden Daniels news today kind of threw the rundown out. We didn't get to as many things as we wanted to, so we'll put a pin in our Grant and Danny poll today presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. But 60% of people said that the Dietrich Wise interview on the defensive line will be more impactful moving forward than losing Austin Eckler at running back. Something you and I disagree on.
Yep.
You think the Eckler injury is bigger. I think the Wise issue is going to loom larger. We'll get into that tomorrow on the show. We will be live tomorrow at 2. Or wait, we got a Nats doubleheader tomorrow.
In between games against the Braves.
What a shabingus that'll be. For our producers, Darius and Ryan and Toby, Grant and Danny saying so long. We'll talk tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.